Hello everyone and welcome back to the LCK for a new week of League of Legends. Week 4 is upon us. Today I'm Laure and I will be joined this week, today actually, by Ox and Valdez, Valdanalist. How are you guys doing?
We're great.
Yeah.
Patch, you know, Aphelios is gone.
Well,
don't spoil too
Rain,
much.
And, well, he's not gone actually, but he did get nerfed a bunch and, yeah, it's exciting, you know, a new week, a new patch.
Yeah.
Items got nerfed. I don't know if he got nerfed yet, you know. I feel like he sold it really
Still
high.
counts.
And it's kind of like, wow, you know, maybe a little, Hopefully we see less of him.
Love it when the guys are just spoiling the whole pre-show. It's fantastic. We'll talk about the champions a bit later, of course. But first, let's take a look at the standings quickly to see where we left things off last week, as Genji is still undefeated, guys. The only team undefeated we have in the LCK right now.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we did have that Genji versus KT match. That's the one loss that KT took. To be honest, I mean, Genji are undefeated, but KT also looking kind of on their level right now. So those two pretty comfortably at number 1 and 2 right now. Very similar power level.
Yeah, I think those two definitely are our top 2 teams. I don't like esports in 3rd place. I'm not so convinced. You know, I mean, it's definitely looked good recently, but I think strength of schedule is more of a factor. But I think for sure Genji and KT are absolutely on fire right now. And T1 and D+, maybe a bit more shaky.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how these teams are doing and what's on the schedule for them in the coming weeks. But first, Hog standing. FaZe was leading the pack, undefeated last week, and we had Zeka and Canyon joining Zeka after an amazing performance on Yone to wrap up week 3.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Zeka and Canyon being so high, they haven't always had the best performances, but when their teams have done well, it's really been about them, which is why I feel like they've been scoring so many of these POGs, because they have just had such high highs.
Yeah, Keem was also sneaking in there at 400 points. Don't forget about him. We'll be talking about him more later.
And yeah, the prediction gods, as I like to call them, Valdez,
Nice.
Wolf,
High five.
and myself, high five from the distance. They don't see it, but we do. Not you, Ox, though.
Yeah, but me and Atlas are bro leavers.
Yeah.
So we're part of the Giga Chads.
Yeah.
So I'm happy.
All right.
Yeah, and you're also part of the losing the predictions crew.
Did you get 7 out of 10 in week 1? That was really
We're not going to look at the
bad.
total standings right now, just only week 3.
You can still scale. There's some time for you. We'll see about this week, though, what you predicted. But I want to take a quick hit on the meta. New patch, but still see what we saw on the last patch and how things are shaping up right now for the LCK. What were the main picks that we saw last week? Nothing outstanding here, I want to see. Azir rising, of course, LeBlanc also, that we see a little bit more. Do you think the new patch is going to impact these priorities, though, if you can give a glimpse of what we're going to see?
Yeah, I'd say quite a bit. I think particularly, we're seeing Milio and Yumi both being nerfed. Aphelios himself hasn't been touched, but all of his items and Overheal has, which will make an impact. I think the big one for me, though, when I look at this is the solidification of the Renekton and the Sejuani, that really strong duo has risen in priority, and the Azir as well, something we saw like a little bit at first, has come full swing back in the meta.
Yeah, also other junglers right now, Vi and Poppy down there at 7 and 1. Like, those two are incredibly strong right now, very high priority. There's so much jungle diversity. We talked actually last week on the pre-show, and it's even growing wider. The diversity right now is insane in the jungle.
And it may keep on going with a sneaky new pick maybe that we're going to see. We'll talk about this a bit later. But first, what were the best win rate, the highest win rate picks here? Poppy, that we keep on seeing more and more. Renekton, also really high in prior in drafts right now, Ox.
Yeah, I think a lot of these are really strong. I think we're seeing as well, like the Rakan working very well. This is super high prio and picked a lot in the LPL. Wasn't so much in the LCK, but we're seeing a bit of a resurgence. Renekton and Azir, just fantastic blinds in both the solo lanes. And the thing is, other than the Kazakhs, a lot of these haven't been touched by the new patch, so still expect to see them being really strong.
And the bait picks. I'm surprised to see Cassante here, given how much we've been complaining about it. Showmakers complaining about it, but it's winning more in Twitch chat than in actually in-game, Valdez.
Yeah, it's got the best copy pasta currently in this iteration of League of Legends, but 1 and 5. Don't take too much from that. I think Cassante is still very strong, as we all know. LeBlanc as well, 2 and 4, not really finding a lot of success, even though everybody was like, oh my god, LeBlanc with Shiv is insane right now.
But there's counters to LeBlanc when it comes to using other static shift champions. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to keep on seeing LeBlanc as much? Or?
Yeah, I think for sure. And I also think a big part of it is execution. Like we saw Closer was the first one to pick up a LeBlanc and it just didn't work. And then Showmaker played it and we're like, oh my god, this is the most broken thing ever. But I think it's like not a guaranteed pick. There is still like a high bar to meet to get that impact with it.
Right. We are almost halfway through Summer Split here in the LCK. So I want us to compare a bit what's been happening so far, the standings we have, to the standings we had in spring. Because in spring, at the end of week 4, T1 was leading the path, followed by Genji. Live Sandbox also was high in the standings. D+Kia also was here. KT was lower than what they are now. Things changed a lot, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, I think Genji are looking obviously like the team on top, whereas T1 are struggling, considering that they'd only dropped one series to Hanwha Life Esports, and they didn't drop any other series, so very different. And the Live Sandbox one, I mean, polar opposite in terms of the standings right now.
Yeah, also DK kind of like middling at 5th place, not really finding as much success just yet. We'll have to see how that does develop. And obviously, Live Sandbox, it's a totally different story here in summer in terms of their starts. They're currently at 2 and 4. We'll see if maybe they can reach parity this week.
And I think there's a big question mark over, as we said, D+Kia, Hanwha Life Esports, T1 as well, teams that I want to take a look at right now to see the schedule they have coming up in the next 3 matches, in the next 2 matches rather, with D+ having to play Genji. Sorry, Hanwha Life Esports having to play D+ today, followed by Genji, followed by Nongshim. What do we make of the schedule for these three teams that have a lot of expectations upon them?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some tricky matchups for Hanwha Life. The fact that they have to go up against Gen G is hard, and OK Brion have really rough matchups. But what I will say is that, you know, T1, Hanwha Life, and D+ are all teams that have a lot of potential, some really talented players, but are struggling. And these next few matches, it's so important to solidify strong form going forwards.
Absolutely. I think this is really crunch time for pretty much all these teams that you did select, and it's going to be a rough week, I would assume. I don't think everybody's going to go, you know, 1-1. I don't think it's going to be very even. I think one of these three teams is going to climb above the rest, and to me, it's probably T1 at this point.
Yeah.
K and Hanwha Life Esports have kind of looked a little bit middling. Hanwha Life Esports, maybe they can do something with this new week, but it's going to be rough for everyone in that list.
Schedule aside, I want to spend a bit of more time to talk about D+ Kia and what we've seen so far. We expected this team to be better than Spring and rising up in the standings. It didn't quite happen so far. Actually, I think they had a disastrous start of summer when it comes to the expectation we have from the team. What do we make of D+ Kia? What is missing? We've been talking about this in the POC stage. You can check the podcast. Actually, we mentioned that there's individuals, there's strength, but they don't act as a unit yet.
Yeah, I feel like the coordination and team fights has been lacking. I think the draft identity has been missing a bit. Like, to me, I think you just stick Kana on like a strong weak sider, have a really big mid jungle. You know, when we've seen picks for Canyon where you can completely pop off when there's priority for Showmaker, that's when they've been really powerful. And then you have a strong AD carry for Deft and they lean that pressure downwards. To me, that's the ideal play pattern for this team. And it feels like they've missed the mark a lot, but also just the execution has been really lacking. And it's frustrating for fans to see because ultimately they know how good these players can be.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that. I mean, everybody individually is really, really strong, right? It's just about getting everybody on the same page. Perhaps this new meta in 13-12, I think, might help them a little bit. Maybe Def can play on some more aggressive stuff alongside of Kellen. Just look to everybody doing the same thing. We're all going forward. Nobody's, you know, off doing their own thing. I think that might help them a bit.
Yeah, and they're going to have an important matchup going up against Hanwha Life Esports. You were mentioning the bot lane meta. Perfect segue to the next segments as we have a new patch this week. 13.12 is upon us. No disabled champions. Feels great. I think we're going to see a lot of changes, especially on the bot lane. Before that, quickly mention Rumble. Lots of things have changed on the champion, but do we expect to see it on the top lane?
I think it's hard to say when they change all these things. A lot of people definitely think that he's in a good spot as a result, but you know, there's also some negative aspects like the cooldown increase in the ult. It's hard to say whether he'll show up, but there is potential. I think something worth mentioning is Illusion, because we're still seeing a fair bit of Illusion Nami, but it's been nerfed quite a bit. The passive, the magic damage has been lowered, and now it doesn't activate on empowerment, which is what Nami synced with. It activates as a result of CCing targets nearby or healing and shielding. So the Lucian Nami synergy is kind of dead, and as a result, I don't even think we'll see Lucian that much at all as a result.
Yeah, just a good segue into talking a bit more about the bottom lane. Both Ashe and Kai'Sa did get buffed.
Yeah.
And these are pretty significant buffs as well. Ashe already had some buffs on patches past. Gangplank as well did get a nice little touch, but definitely want to be talking about this bottom lane a bit more as the day comes along.
We will spend more time on this, of course. I think it's going to be a central point of this patch, the AD carry changes. Quick hit on the mid lane meta. We keep on seeing new champions. What is the chance of seeing Ori and Ryze, and how impactful are the changes on these champions?
Orianna, I'm not so sure, because they've buffed her ult damage like several times in a row. I'm not sure it's ever going to necessarily be enough to bring her back to the meta. She kind of needs the right setup for her to come back. But I think the Ryze changes are pretty significant. They buffed the extra mana you get from AP on the passive, some nice changes to the E as well. But I also think if you look at where the meta is shaped up to be, like we're seeing a bit of TF show up. Often when there's TF, you see Ryze, you know, Azir's also a thing. So I think there's potential, but I don't know. We'll have to see how things pan out.
And on the side of the nerf, so Rel was not available on the patch. She was buffed on the previous patch, nerfed here. She will be available. Is it the kind of champions and support we can start on seeing, even though she has been toned down a bit?
Yeah, like on the last patch, she was just ridiculously broken, which is why she was disabled. She's mostly had a damage toned down. Also, her damage to monsters wasn't capped, so a support Rel could deal like 1,000 damage to Dragon. It was insane. So she's a bit more in line. They also reduced the cast time on a Q, which now holds a stun, but overall she looks really strong. Fully expect to see her. And Zeri, They killed the Bruiser build.
Yeah.
Did they kill the champion though?
They killed Zeri. That's great. We all love that. Let's get rid of that champ. It's out of the meta. And you know, we were just casting a couple days of challengers, didn't see much Zeri at all. So I hope it stays the same here in LCK.
Yeah, finally, 6 months of this champion. I hope it's going to be gone. We'll see about this this week. But given the fact that most of the enchanters, the main ones, has been nerfed, I think Zeri may not find the place she used to here.
Yeah, I think especially since Crit Zeri is the one that's not being touched, she kind of is more reliant on enchanters. With regards to these changes, we weren't seeing that much Lulu, but her laning's definitely been toned down. Yumi took a big hit. Don't expect to see much of her at all. Milio's still broken. I'm just going to put it flatly. Definitely has some nice changes, but he still seems super strong. And then we have some more nerfs. The one I want to talk about is the Gragas one, because I think Gragas has kind of stifled the top lane meta. A lot of picks should love to take. He can just be blinded, and then he can counteract. Even things like Renekton that are super strong can be neutralized a bit by Gragas. They increased the cooldown on his passive, the sustain, by 50%. That's really big because a lot of the time you would trade. Even if you lose a trade, you just heal it back up. I still think we'll see him, but brought a bit more in line and hopefully gives a bit more life to the top lane.
And then when it comes to the items, what is outstanding here? I think Moonstone is receiving a pretty big buff, but given that maybe most of the champions who could use this item are not going to be played as much, we'll see how impactful it gets. But what are the takeaways of the item changes here on this?
Well, Static Shiv actually on 13-12 did get a little buff, which is to the damage increase early. Champions were already rushing this item, so it actually helps out a lot. Now, we have seen that a lot of champions are building Static Shiv. It doesn't feel like when it first came into the meta and everybody was just building it on everything and it's like super broken. People have learned how to deal with it, you know, counter Shiv with Shiv, and it's really strong on this patch, but I think once 13-13 rolls around and it gets nerfed, we won't see as much of a Static Shiv meta anymore.
And the second item page, we have anything outstanding here as well. We see a rapid fire cannon twice, but of course it's ardent sensor rather here. But yeah, anything that's going to change the path buildings or some items not being picked.
So I think the big one is Gale Force and Bloodthirster. Crit Mythics are really weak right now overall. Like Ginsu's and Navori are situational, and IE is just a bit weak. So Gale Force was picked up by like Jinx, by Aphelios, that's been nerfed quite a bit, and Bloodthirster as well. So considering Aphelios is the highest priority AD carry, he wasn't touched directly, but he was nerfed a decent amount by these changes. And I believe also some of his rune choices as well were trimmed down, which we'll see here. Overheal being the big one. This is a change, this is a revert of a change they did quite a while ago, where basically they made it so it was based on level, which really helped out AD carries who obviously don't have much max health. They've put it back to max health, so a lot of champions like Aphelios who rely on this for that extra bruiser bulkiness won't be able to utilize this more, and I think the combination of his items being nerfed on this should lower the Aphelios prio a fair bit.
All right, that leads us to the next point then, the picks to watch, because you were mentioning Aphelios dropping in priority. Valdez, does it mean that we may see more Kai'Sa, more Ashe, more Varus? Varus was picked a lot. You also told me that it's ranked in prior in challengers as well. What do we make of the AD carry meta, given the fact that enchanters may be gone, so more engaged supports to be paired with this kind of AD carries maybe? Yeah,
the bottom lane meta is absolutely seeing a big change with this one. So Aphelios getting some nerfs, enchanters getting some nerfs, as you already talked about, but Kai'Sa, she's in a really good spot. The meta in the bottom lane is totally changing. There's a lot more engaged supports coming in, and Ox, he ran some of the numbers, and now with Doran's Blade, level 9, and 2 items if you go Ginsu's with the Shiv, you're gonna hit your Q evolve at level 9, which is insane. I mean, it's so early on, she spikes so incredibly hard, and she works with so many of the great engaged supports that we see in the meta, the engaged junglers as well, so Kai'Sa's in a really good spot. We're gonna see her a lot here. We already saw her a lot in challengers, and she's winning a lot as well. Ashe as well, she got some buffs like 3-4 patches ago to her Q. We were expecting to see more of her, but actually we didn't see her too much still, but now she got some buffs to her passive and her Ws, so we're definitely going to see more of the Ashe as well, I would assume, and we've already seen a bunch of Varus as well.
And on the side of your picks to watch, Ox, Rel is back, we've talked about this, but I really want you to focus on Ivern specifically, because you keep on telling me that it's busted. What do we make of this champion?
I think Ivan is completely bonkers right now. Mostly in the jungle with like support items. His W, the brushes, got buffed a crazy amount, lower cooldown, longer duration, and now allies get on-hit effects when they stand in them. There's a lot of changes that I'm not going to go over all of them now, but we've also seen like a little bit of like Nash's Tooth Rylai's Ivan mid and top, because Daisy now applies on-hit effects. So I fully expect this champion to be super high prio, often banned, maybe occasionally picked.
Ready to see Daisy boxing the champions in lane, guys. We'll see about this today. And if we see the champion, I want to take a look at the ceremonies from the players from last week. We have Gumayushi at first, of course, with the Aphelios impression. Always serving after every game. He's doing it for the fans. He's committed for the fans.
Yeah, Guma's great. It's always good, though, to see some players that don't always do ceremonies go for them. And Viper, generally, you know, pretty reserved outside of the game. Obviously, a monster inside of it. Goes for it. Rascal as well with the peace sign. Very cute here. As very happy are some of these players after the wins.
Yeah, we have Paddock as well doing the duck. I think pretty obvious for that one. That's a signature move.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Going for that one.
And then I think this is my favorite. If you're going to bring props, if you're going to use the keyboard, Zeka with the Yone impression here, that's my favorite from the week. Definitely.
Yeah. I think I agree. I love when they bring the props into it, get a little bit more enthusiastic with it. And yeah, a lot of good ones this week.
I vote for Paddock because I like animals, and it was very cute.
You guys can vote in chat, of course, and tell us which celebration you enjoyed the most from last week. But we're going to move here and reveal the OPGG Player of the Week. Quick reminder on how things work. Calculated bad game analysis on the platform OPGG, player skill, death, assist, gold, and other information that you can check on the website. And this week we have Keen and Kaz, as the votes were tied and the OPGG score decided which one was elected. What did you guys think about this guy's performance? I could talk for ages about this duo, but I would be so biased that I'm gonna let you do it.
Yeah, I think KDF looked phenomenal, and I think a big reason are these two. Honestly, we saw the high prio on Sejuani Renekton. These two are the ones leading the charge with that, and I just think you can't give over that combo. I also think that KT as a whole, like even this clip where Keen is playing Malphite, so not necessarily being the primary carry, he still is. He's still finding those humongous ults and able just to make it so difficult for his opponents to play.
Keen right now, I think, is playing the best League of Legends we've ever seen him play. And he's also making waves on so many different picks. Like, his champion pool is so deep. As you saw, tied for votes, but Keen does win an OPGG score, so he takes it this week.
Love to see so many KT players in the OPGG score, but let's take a schedule. Let's take a look rather at the schedule we have for this week. Interesting matches all across the board and important matches, of course, for some teams. Quick hit on the Saturday Showdown we're gonna have later this week as we'll take on DRX.
Yeah, I think both of them could really do with this win. I think DRX look like they're in a little bit better form recently, which is why they have more prediction votes. But
Who's the believer this week, Ox?
Don't do it like that.
I'm believing.
It's not Ox.
Yeah.
They messed me up last week.
And of course, when it comes to the first matchup we have opening this week, very important matchup for both teams, as we said, D plus Kia versus Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports, of course, have to play with a new jungler this week as Grizzly will be subbed in. What do we make of this player? I mean, he's new. They never played against him. He's even new in challenges because even if he was with the team last split, he hasn't been playing for so long. So, Ox, give an advice to Canyon, who's gonna have to play against a player he never played against. How do you play against Grizzly?
Yeah, so I did some research on this, and I actually looked at the National Park Service and said if you're faced against a grizzly bear, then you should play dead. You should not try and, interact with it. You should not try and scare or attack it. Just play dead, remain still, and hope that it ignores you. So hopefully D+ take that advice.
Well, polar bears are more vicious than grizzly bears, so I think Canyon's got this one this week.
We'll see how much this one applies on the Rift, of course. But that's all for us here on this side of the space. We have all given you guys all the keys to appreciate this week in the LCK. Casters, over to you for game one.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler, as you can see to my left. We're here for week 4 of the LCK. It's really starting to get to crunch time when it comes to the first round robin. Chronicler, we're going to keep it serious. We're going to try not to make too many bear jokes, as we've got 2 of them in the jungle.
I definitely have not prepared a extensive amount of bear facts for the matchup today, in case we have some slow-paced early games.
I made sure
Did not do that.
I didn't bring any
all.
honey. I didn't even have my Weet-Bix this morning because I have it with honey on top. Didn't want to make myself a target.
You don't want to run the risk?
either of these bears. Although one of the bears is a polar bear, and I think smelling like seal would be the biggest problem. So I don't know. I listen to his music a lot, so I guess there's that. Anyway, let's jump into points of the match here. 4 wins in a row for Hammerlife Esports on a bit of a streak at the moment. We'll see whether Grizzly being in the jungle is going to help out or not, you and I. We commentated this gentleman playing on Monday, and he was really good in Challenger.
That's the key thing. Grizzly looked like a great prospect. Very aggressive, really good performances on Lee, on Viego, and a player that I would be looking forward to had he not been promoted to the team effectively to a starter position like at the beginning of summer. We've seen that players, when they are in a position like this, especially when going up against Canyon, can really struggle. Jungle also is one of the roles that a lot of players have difficult transitioning from challengers to the performance that is required on the LCK. Sylvie's another good example of this. So tough task, but we'll see if Grizzly is up to it.
It's also, junglers have to play around the players that they're playing for as well. A lot more than other roles, right? You get to see that individual prowess within a lane in the early phase of the game, but oftentimes junglers are playing for what their team requires. And so it is going to be a very difficult prospect, especially against someone as smart as Canyon, especially in the early game. So it'll be a tough one. But Hammerlife Esports, they do have a lot of experience around Grizzly. And we'll see whether they can stand up and help him, because you can see he looks a little bit nervous standing in that second position there, feeling a little bit like he's surrounded by maybe 3 world champions. I don't know.
Yeah, no biggie, you know, world semi-finalist life as well. And that's the worst achievement of anyone on that roster, outside of Grizzly, of course, which in of itself kind of a flex.
It's okay, because he's only facing off again. Oh, wait, hang on. 3 world champions.
Oh,
no. We have the good old 6 world champion off. That is how this one goes. How we introduced the playoffs round 1 as well. That Hammerlife Esports were actually able to take over D+ Kia. A team that you may have noticed, I predicted this week. I reckon this week, if D+ doesn't make a turnaround, they're done for. So you know what? I'm going to be on the ride. I'm going with positivity this time.
I like it.
Because otherwise they're going to crash and burn and it's just all over. So we may as well just think the most of it. And you can see they're in pretty high spirits as they make their way out onto the Lowell Park stage here for their very first game of this week.
They are looking happy, and even though some of their recent matches obviously haven't really gone the way that they were hoping for, the KT match really is at the forefront of our mind. KT is definitely contesting for just straight up best team in the LCK, so they're going to give them a little bit of leeway, but they do need to perform. I agree with you. This week is very crucial because they are fighting with T1 and with Hanwha, the 2 teams that they face this week, in an attempt to maintain their spot in the rankings, as Viper, unsurprisingly, has been very, very good.
He has kind of been good. Isn't it cool that we've got the last 2 years world champion AD carries just facing off in this game? It's just how it kind of goes. As Viper, last week, an amazing week. Honestly, an amazing week for Hammerlife Esports. Yes, their opposition were a little bit lesser, but I felt like the way they played and the way they drafted, something had started to click. We'll see whether Grizzly joining the roster is going to change that, but I think that there were enough doubts about Clid and how he was playing for a lot of Hammerlife Esports fans to maybe welcome a little bit of a change here in the roster.
And we'll see what the drafts will look like today, because as mentioned, Grizzly, when playing in Challengers, looked incredible on the aggressive champions. Viego, Lee, and these are champions that in Challengers competition that is a lot messier, has a lot more skirmishing, and a lot more I love that. Welcome, Grizzly. I don't want to call it
If
random,
that's even
but
your real name.
I mean, it's
The
not.
quotation marks make it feel like it's like, welcome, Grizzly. Who are
Grizzly.
you, really?
And this is from a guy who was promoted to a starter like after week 1 of summer. He's only played 3 weeks in Challengers, because before that it was Guwon, but the team was struggling in week 1. And yep, that is looking like a player that knows the task ahead of him is monumental. We'll see if he's able to step up to the plate.
And there have been a lot of these sub-ins, right? There's a lot of these sub-ins where it's like, oh, come on, you'll be all right. And it's really, really tough. And having to go up against Canyon, really? In your debut? That's not fair. Who does the scheduling around here?
Even Pays, who is basically the poster boy of, look what Challenger players can do, got clapped in his first game.
Oh, yeah, they had to play T1 in their very first game.
Well, now you're facing a Canyon. Who, as up and down as he's been, in
even
the matches
if those two bears faced off, my money's on the polar bear. It's just not fair.
Apparently, Grizzlies are.
I mean, they're pretty grizzly.
They're a force to be reckoned with. Don't worry, when we get to the game, I got plenty of bear facts.
Plenty of bear facts.
Oh, I'm well prepped for the day.
I just know that polar bears are really, really scary. Although endangered, if there's any way to support them, definitely go out there and do that, because they're majestic creatures that are running out of space to live. So let's just, our hearts and minds go out to the polar bears that are struggling at the moment. Hopefully we can sort them out and they're going to be A-okay. But that is not biased towards Canyon, despite what my prediction may say, because Grizzlies are also majestic creatures as well. Humble Life Esports will be on our blue side as we start off our very first match of the day. Dandy versus Acorn here. Kind of a really nice throwback there, as we know. Dandy, of course, was a top laner in the LPL for like a week, but also him and Acorn pretty close, as they did play for the same org all those moons ago. Also, both went to China at the same time, which is, it's just fun facts about our coaches that have since returned, and we get to talk about them being really cool in the past as well. But here we are, into pick and ban for game number 1, Humble Life Esports. What are we going to be changing up here now that we move into 13-12? Pre-show, all about 13-12. We know what to expect. It's mystical trees. That's the synopsis. That's how we do it. Mystical trees now run mainly the ban phase.
And we have already made plenty of jokes about Entmuts, so if you don't hear those, that's the only reason why. We would make them otherwise, but we can't go back. We've already drawn from that well.
We managed to escape Fangorn Forest once, Chronicler. We're not going to attempt to do it again.
Absolutely not. Not going to run that risk. And right now, do see a lot of jungle bans, but it's more the standard affair by Sejuani, and I wouldn't be shocked if Maokai also joins that list. And the Ivan priority is one that I'm really going to be looking for. Ivan both as a jungler, but also there's the extremely cursed PTA solo lane. And if there is a team that I would expect to pull it out, I could see D+. Just be like, let's just give it a go. And it will be open with Nico being the final ban here.
Choose your tree, Humble Life Esports. Which one would you like? I don't think Maokai has been as impressive. I don't think you necessarily need to priority pick it as well, as they're going to take the Azir away from Showmaker. I say it like that because Showmaker has been putting an inordinate amount of priority on this particular champion. See what Deft is going to go with here is, of course, so much of his previous champion pool has now just kind of been unlocked. With the Aphelios indirect nerfs, he's still going to play Aphelios, though, which would be pretty sad for me.
Oh!
Please just, do it. He's been spamming this in solo queue. Static Shiv into Trinity Force. Very excited. And we've got another 80. We're just going back to Season 1. Showmaker is going to take the Tristana into the Azir in theory.
Unless we see D+, go for a crazy swap up here and replicate what Gen G have done in the past. Rotate that Tristana up to top side is a straight up counter pick here, as the Humble Life top side looks great. A lot of lockdown, a lot of team fighting, and 1-3-1 power injects into double 80 carry is always going to feel great.
Is it Ivan?
I feel like it should be. You're running double AD.
Yeah, I feel like we could trigger some seeds right here. I reckon I'm ready for it. I think it's about time. Set up some cozy brushes. Showmaker's still taking some time to think about it here as we're zooming in. There it is. It has to happen. It had to happen. It has to be a tree-off. We have to have the forest in the forest.
Again.
Again.
And I, for one, am
It is
excited.
Grizzly's natural habitat. It is not Canyon's natural habitat.
No, that is true. Yeah. Grizzly playing on his terms in this tree off. The 1v1 going to be interesting as the Kai'Sa taken away, already mentioned by the desk. Incredibly strong at the moment. And Ashe, we probably will see the Varus ban as well. That to me is the other one that like is kind of a no-brainer if you've already gone through the motions of banning away the Kai'Sa. Leaving Varus open would be somewhat counterintuitive.
Also, there can only be one archer in the bottom lane. That's the rule you have to make. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's go. Taken away. This is what I ban whenever I play Ashe. I'm addicted to hooks, though. It's a problem. Life Esports going to consider their final ban here. Probably aim towards Canna once again. Give Kingen the best matchup possible.
I feel like Gnar makes sense. Kingen is not Keen. Keen is the only one that's like, yeah, I'll play either side of the matchup and win either side. That is okay.
Wow,
but no,
what? So denying the Ashe-Varus combo of old.
That is interesting from Hama. So they must have something else in mind. You know what? It might just be Aphelios, even though he has been nerfed.
Imagine like...
We just go Aphelios normal.
No, we see Poppy locked in, and then Viper's like, oh, Zeri Yumi's open. Let's do it.
Oh, no.
Yumi has been picked in the LPL even on this patch. Chronicler, we do have to say that.
No, don't.
Imagine.
Don't will it into existence.
Don't tempt me, Frodo.
And it's gonna be Stridebreaker as well.
Oh no! No! What have I done?
Atlas!
Okay, I'm really worried. I'm like looking around, like, is G-Sun coming? Am I fired like right now? Has it happened? Oh, she says yes, confirmation. So this is going to be my last game on broadcast.
Well, I don't want to be that guy.
Make it a good one.
You know, you've done wonderful, but I feel like you've earned this one, Atlas. This is on you.
This is on me. I take full responsibility.
Oh my God.
And I wish to apologize, as now we're just picking champions. Okay, that is going to be Draven locked in for Deft. So it is going to be Ashe support for Kellen. And we're playing Draven Ashe into Zeri Yumi, and Yumi has been nerfed, and Zeri has been nerfed. How the heck is Viper and Life supposed to do any laning, Chronicler? How is it supposed to happen?
Yeah, I have no idea. I really liked the Hanwha first half of the draft. It looked and felt great. And then we got to the second half, and like, you're going to not a prio.
If we see any refs going over, by the way, we can assume that they're going over to show them the patch notes. To be like, hey guys, by the way, we are on 13.12.
You're aware, right?
Just in case
you
missed it.
There are two options here for the Zeri build. It can be straight up AP Zeri, which has actually gained popularity and is a build that really kind of centered around the ult and the amount of damage that it can provide. Or it's Stridebreaker, Bruiser Zeri, which Viper has in fact played in solo queue a lot.
Yep.
So that's either of those is going to happen here, and then we'll see. We'll see which one it is. It's a cool new Zeri build. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Atlas? We've never had any of those.
Oh no! I was memeing.
I'm looking at what Hanwha have. If you get to late, you know, obviously comp is great, but you shouldn't get to late. You should not be allowed to just or like skip past the laning phase, because when you look at the amount of priority that D+ is going to have, I fear for Hanwha Life, because this comp, it snowballs insanely well, and with the prio it has, that's the expectation.
Well, we'll see what Canyon's going to be able to do, nursing his jungle as well, maybe getting into Grizzlies a little bit also, but let's hop onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here, and half of your screen is still 13-11. The other half is 13-12. So welcome, Ivern, to the jungle. Really excited to see what he can do. We thought that the Ashe was going to be an 80 carry pick. It's something that Deft has been playing a lot of, but of course, you can flex it if you find the right opportunity. And that's precisely what they did so that they could Draven. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Deft is 100% win rate this season on the couple of games that he's played the Draven. I am pretty sure. I can grab these stats myself. I don't
would
rely
make
on
sense. No,
yes.
I really, all I prepped for today were bear effects.
All right.
So
well, no, that makes complete sense.
Out of the 8 types of bears that exist within the world, only one is a carnivore, and all the other ones are omnivores.
Really?
Yeah. And take a guess, which one is the carnivore? Because it's pretty obvious.
I mean, it has to be a polar bear because there's literally nothing else to eat.
Very good. Yeah.
So
they just eat seal.
Yeah, but so
Well,
they're not actually.
you know.
They might be an omnivore. They just have no choice, Chronicler.
Well, I mean, at this point, with how evolution works, I'm pretty sure that they might not have a choice anymore, even if there would be vegetation.
Are you saying that their, what is it, the appendix doesn't work very well, kind of like humans? Wait, we're omnivores. Never mind. Take it all back.
I'm not well equipped enough in biology to have this conversation with you, Atlas.
And I'm
but I do know,
not, yeah.
I do know that when it comes to bears, only one of them, and there are 8 types of bears. That's another bear effect, by the way. That one's a freebie. As the last person to play Ivan in the jungle was Canyon in 2020 spring.
That was the year. So the last time he played Ivern, he won Worlds that year.
Yeah.
Coincidence?
I think not.
That's really cute use of the trigger seed right there. Able to bounce around his jungle quite creatively, and is able to get all of the things that he would like. Ivern is just a real strange champion, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do as far as creating these brushes for all of his 80 carries to shoot out of. Like, it is actually just going to be a shooting gallery, provided for the Tristana, the Ashe, and the Draven. And being able to set up these brushes and then fire arrows out, I mean, you can just be in the mid lane and have that added layer of surprise. It's actually really, really cool how it kind of goes. Is Canyon going to find Grizzly? Here is our first bear fight. And
he's going to get it.
Just says, no, I will have this. Thank you very much. Hops into his brush. And Grizzly is going to throw an alpaca at him. The alpaca himself actually there towards the bottom side. I wonder, is Kellen using Beryl's skin? Because that would be pretty cute. This Canyon's going to move on over. Has a look for Zeka here, but not going to catch the basketball as he wanders on through.
And as expected, as we can see, the bot lane not going super hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, which...
Are we surprised?
Oh, no, we're not. Even so even without knowing that the Ashe was going to be a support, if this ends up being like Ashe Leona, you're also having a very similar situation. So the Draven obviously makes it even worse, which good on D+ for going that ham, as Canyon is just walking up here.
Yeah, wandering towards Grizzly, throwing basketballs around, having a good time.
And yeah, with the... Okay.
It's a bit
Didn't
weird.
get it, but he should be able to now. And we'll see. Doesn't have prio, but doesn't matter. Oh, didn't get to finish it. So
yeah.
Grizzly, fortunately...
Very nicely done.
Very important. And Canyon will be able to still build up a pretty nice lead, thanks to his steal of the Grom.
Well, here in the mid lane, Showmaker trying to get a few extra autos down, but his explosive charge not going to be maxed out, as we can see there. Pretty even, but some low health bars there in the mid lane, which is why we see that both of them going for some resets. Oh, actually, Zeka going to be sticking around for a little while as Def moving towards Viper here. Grizzly wanted to get into position. A gank here could be pretty impactful, but they don't like the lane state. And this ward really going to help out. There's like wards, and then there's mega high value wards. And this one would have been a very high value ward. Still, Grizzly going to go home, not going to give away his position. And Viper going to get the shove. Yeah.
The main point for Grizzly there, I think, is obviously if there is a collapse from Canyon, then they can try and play for the 3v3. But instead, will be just going home. No attention being given over. And that will lead to him now making his way back. Canyon obviously does have a tempo lead, but should not be the end of the world. Zeka, though, laying in an awkward spot.
Oh, basketball going to connect there as Emperor's Divide is going to throw away this Ivern. Looks like Ivan should be able to step over it, as Showmaker just going to jump on top of Zeka here, tries to get a few autos, but hasn't drawn enough beads. Needs to get back to that.
Alan! Thought he might want to apply some additional pressure, maybe go for a volley, but no, he's just going to secure more vision. And this is setting up for a possible Drake, with D+ now moving in, and everyone saying, thank you, Canyon, for your brush.
Just going to place some brushes around and then take down this dragon. I wonder what Ivan has against dragons in general, because, you know, he's a friend of the forest. Dragons are kind of there, and this is the one that he hurts.
Well, they're not in the forest, they're in the river.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Gotcha there, Atlas.
Yeah. But it's now in the forest. Canyon made it a forest. And he's still not its friend. Or maybe he's trying to make friends with it, but he had to fight it because it said no. Why would you ever not want to be friends with Ivan, though, you know? A lot of questions that I have.
don't know. Yeah, he seems like a great tree.
He's definitely a stand-up guy. It's he's really tall.
Because he's,
He's quite lanky.
We'll see. Canyon also, and that's bear effect number 2. Bears can live up to 25 years in the wild. But Canyon currently is a tree, so I don't really know how the logistics of that work. Because trees obviously can live for a much longer time.
Yeah.
Provided that they're given the opportunity. And looking at the game here, so far, Humble Life, you know, they're still just fine. Obviously lost to Drake, but that's not the end of the world. I think the Herald and some of the possible dives are really what I'm going to be looking towards for D+ to generate a large lead. And also, can they get the reset or the kill rather for Deft? Because the setup is not amazing. You know, it's all right, but if you don't have Kana there, then it's really just the arrow or maybe a trigger seed. Yeah,
they don't have a lot of frontline necessarily, as Showmaker comes on over, and speaking of trigger seed, he's going to get the good old shield. And Canyon just throws some brushes around, as he likes to do. No root collar to come down, or basketball, as it is with Dunkmaster skin. Is it Dunkmaster Ivan, or is it Dunkmaster Daisy? Because I'm pretty sure it's Dunkmaster Daisy. It just sounds better. The alliteration just makes me feel better.
I definitely think Daisy's better
at basketball.
Yeah.
But Ivan is very tall, and you do have to be like, that is like the first rule of basketball.
Yeah, but try to get past Daisy. You can't.
Hey, that's true.
Impossible. Can't be done.
Or maybe together, they're the optimal basketball player.
I wouldn't want to face him in a 2v2, I know that.
No,
and right now, we do see the Drake, or the Herald rather, being started up. And we do have Grizzly making his way over here. There's Daisy.
Daisy's going to pop out, and look at that. Can you get past her? We'll have to see whether Chronicler is going to be correct. So far, Grizzly having a lot of trouble doing so, considering heading back, but Kingan's coming down. You've got Showmaker rotating over as well, and Zeka is a little bit late on this play. Kanna's going to move in, and Shelly going to have her eye prodded momentarily, but she will then run back for the reset. Bit of a battle here towards the top side, as again Root Caller comes down. That's a heroic charge, just trying to do some damage here to Kingan. He wants to go for this one. There's the Nature's Grasp as Hanwha Life. They've started off the Drake. They should be able to continue it as the arrow is going to sail by majestically, but not actually going to find too much. Confirmation that it is the DRX skin. Nice work, Beryl, on that one. And it looks like the Rift Herald should just go over to Humble Life Esports.
And even though it is started up by D+, the reset there means that health going to go back to full, and once they're actually in position, really, most of the credit there going to Kingan. Already doing great in the 1v1, and being able to keep Kana on the back foot means that the rest of D+ need to rotate in an attempt to help out their top laner. And not going to be the case. And with current state, Humble Life, they're already going up here, a considerable amount in gold. And we are also, as mentioned, looking at them still having the ability to put down the Rift Herald. So
if Zeri wins this game, Chronicler, I'm going to be very sad.
Yeah, no, me too.
I don't want Humble Life Esports to lose.
But you do want Zeri to lose.
I really want Zeri to lose, and then Viper comes back in game number 2, and then we get the deciding game number 3 where we don't have any biases involved. Are we okay with that? Like a situation like that? Do you think maybe G-Sun will rehire me if that's the case? Maybe that's my only way back in.
Maybe that's your angle.
It might be my angle. I'll have to try something, as I really do want to stay. She says I don't know, so
don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, I guess I'll just continue being sad. And it's her birthday as well.
Kellen?
Arrow is going. Oh, that was really cute from Zeka, but I don't know whether it's exactly what he wanted to do. He's going to have to flash, but that's the root caller. And that is going to be a dead Azir. First blood goes over to Showmaker.
And even with the fake out, not enough CC available there. 4D plus. Kill going over of all people, as you mentioned, to Showmaker as well. And the best case scenario, getting the Tristana fed is wonderful. Obviously, if Deft was in the vicinity, that would have been amazing. Getting the cash out on those stacks, not going to be the case. And all it takes is Canyon going for the flash Q, and now D+ have an opportunity with that kill to set themselves up for a 2-dragon lead.
Yeah, nothing but net. As Viper comes back down towards that bottom side, it looks like Humble Life Esports not going to contest this one. Giving up a second Drake, not the most egregious of things in this current meta. Still, something that you would expect. Not exactly the greatest of news. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh, baby. We're going to groove tonight as I'm packing up my things and going home forever. Very excited about that. Maybe it's September that I'll get fired. That's enough. Grizzly going to get the Bramble Smash. Showmaker going to allow him to leave for now.
I'm really happy that you clarified the joke. Maybe
Thank you.
People didn't get the, the September reference.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our viewers might not be aware of that song.
Yeah, Earth, Wind, and Fire is not exactly new music. Yeah.
So
Zeka successfully avoids the arrow.
Yeah. But does he really, right? Like yes, you don't get hit by the arrow, but as a result, you do get hit by the fully stacked explosive shot. And then even with the flash ult, not going to be able to escape from Canyon. And that does mean that D+ take back the gold lead. And as mentioned, getting early Drake lead is very, very good. Because I do think that Humble Life, when it comes to the side lane, can really cause a lot of problems. Kana's just going to throw a note, get a play. That's a good trade.
Kind of like it. Lollipoppy going to town on this top outer turret. Wanted to get that other plate as well, but I have to just back away. Steadfast Presence to annoy King in here momentarily. And the Poppy, we know kind of just has a good time in this matchup, and Kana is demonstrating to us that yes, she does indeed have a pretty good time in this matchup.
Yeah, you see again that the early levels, King was actually able to pressure, but as Poppy picks up plated steel caps and the best damage item in the game, the equation does somewhat change. As Viper has made use of the changes and buffs, rather I should say, to Shield Bow picking up first here, really kind of a throwback.
Yeah.
With the itemization, and
was an old favorite.
Yeah,
for good old Zeri.
Herald is just gonna die.
Yeah. So Grizzly not exactly going to hit a home run when it comes to his very first Herald, but that's fine. There's too many sports references so far this game. I should keep it to just basketball. So hit a 3-pointer.
Just for sake of clarity.
Hasn't been able to hit it's not a half-court shot. Don't know whether anyone goes for those. Anyway, Kellen going to get hit by this prowling projectile. And you can see Viper and Life ahead by over 20 CS. I think this has a lot to do with the fact that Kellen has been roaming. But still, I mean, you're getting his area ahead. That feels absolutely fantastic. Deft not with the cash in just yet. He's gone for the Essence Reaver as well. I wonder what build he's going to be opting in for this time around on the Draven.
Yeah, maybe just straight up like Essence Reaver Collector. Really going all in on Burst will mean that you have a lot of a tougher time of dealing with Grizzly and Kingen. But Zeka Viper will definitely not enjoy facing you. And yeah, the Herald actually not being successful at all is a pretty big hit to Humble Life's possible attempt at equalizing some of the gold. But to be fair, with these drafts, I personally like double 80 carry drafts, particularly when you have Great Heart Engage in the form of specifically the Arrow, and then what is probably the best Enchanter on this patch, even with Milio existing in Ivern. But I do worry about D+, their ability to actually play out a comp like that cleanly as, oh, Grizzly.
Yeah, he's already used his Twisted Advance, so he is just dead. Going to be thrown towards them as he does flash, but the flash immediately comes out, and Deft, with his Whirling Death, is going to get his first cash in. That's 2.4 thousand gold, and he was behind, I think. He's not behind anymore. That's a 700 gold lead for the Draven.
Oh, and that could be a very, very, I was going to say costly, but possibly game-deciding mistakes. Getting a cash-in like that at this point in the game really changes how a lot of these fights are going to play out. And Grizzly, unfortunate mistake there, giving the kill over to Deft means D+ now firmly in the driver's seat. That back is going to be pretty upsetting, and the fact that Humble Life was able to hold on for a decent amount, not going to continue here, as we'll see what he's able to pick up.
Yeah, it's just going to be a pickaxe and a BF sword. So just having a good time. He's got a whole bunch of weaponry.
He's going hard on the AD, not going, and as you mentioned, yeah.
The Twisted Advance feels really bad, doesn't it?
It really does, and you can also see that Humble Life in general not seemingly ready for D+ to already be in position. So I don't know how they misread that, if it was specifically Grizzly, because you can also see like no one else is moving over to rotate. Grizzly maybe just overestimating the impact that it had on the map. If your mid and top are both catching waves, going for a scuttle like that is not something that really is allowed, and it will mean that D+ are also going to be looking towards possibly getting a third Drake here. Can't give this one up. Soul Point way too strong.
Absolutely. Canyon has so many things here in the vicinity, though, as Daisy. She's going to try and keep herself alive, as it looks like Grizzly might be able to get himself in. There is the Nature's Grasp, but Canna has immediately got rid of this Jax. Can they win the fight? They've taken down the Ashe already. His Deft is going to be closed in on it. Is this just a Zeri moment? Oh no, we thought we'd gotten rid of those, but it's not to be the case. The Dragon is secured, though, for D+. Kingin will tidy up the Ivern, but DK trying to get themselves out of there. 1 kill for 3, but Soul Point comes in. Don't know whether it's worth here for D+ Kia.
Hard to judge. I think it will depend on whether they get the soul, because that will make a lot of things right. But you see the value of Maokai here still very, very apparent. And even with Kana getting an ultimate off on the Jax, this effectively being a 4 versus 5. Once you get on top of the D+ comp, they're in trouble, right? They are not able to withstand the amount of damage that comes through, and with Deft already getting his cash in, the death of Draven not as bad as it could have been, right? If he dies without getting the stacks, it's an absolute disaster. Now it just means that the gold is even, but gold even, and you look at the Hanwha comp, as far or as long as they can actually maintain a level of pressure towards his bot side and ensure that they can contest and not give up this next Mountain Drake, I think they are still in a pretty decent position.
I think a lot of it comes down to Canna's next Keeper's Verdict.
Yeah.
I think the one on Kingin was fine. It's good to aim it there, but if you land it onto 2 or 3 people, this composition chases down the ones remaining very, very comfortably, especially if these root callers start to land from Canyon. And snowball teamfights are going to be a thing that DK are going to be looking for. Deft has built his Infinity Edge as item number, I guess, 2.5, with his Serrated Dirk still there. Interesting choice. See how it is going to work out here. Something that does make a fair bit of sense, given the fact that the Essence Reaver is what he opted in for.
And do agree, we also have, of course, the nerf to a lot of other items on this patch. So Deft opts in for that. I also want to highlight the Viper is just going back to good old Crit Zeri. It looks like.
Is it just Quick Blade Zeri?
Could be, yeah. I was kind of expecting him to go Stridebreaker just because that's the build that he has played in the past, but might not be the case.
I mean, Viper is also a player that does go for the items that he can afford for the next team fight so that he's the most powerful. Like, he built Stormrazor when he was planning to go Trinity Force because he could afford it so that they could do the best they could in the next fight. Like, he is a very adaptable player, does make decisions on the fly, but it does look like this has been his intention. So interested
Feels that
to see
way.
how it's going to go.
Yeah. And as we saw in that previous fight as well, it's not only the fact that Kana needs to hit a good ultimate, I think, for D+ to really have a shot. But if he doesn't, he at the very least needs to make sure that there is space between Hanwha Life and Showmaker and Deft. Because Kellen obviously is going to be very good when it comes to starting fights, but Ashe, once you've started the fight, unless you're winning, doesn't really provide that much.
Nope.
And if you don't use your Steadfast Presence, if you don't use your dash defensively, even with Redemption, Moonstone, and the general healing that Ivern provides, it can be very tough for Deft in particular to stay alive, because like as soon as Zeka gets on top of you, King or Viper jumps on you, you're just not going to be able to win, in part due to the Yuumi as well. We see bot side control is being taken here by D+. If they can set up a deep level of warding in the enemy jungle and deny Hanwha any access and try and make sure that they guarantee themselves the Mountain Drake, I do think this composition gets so much more leeway, because then your AD carries are so much harder to kill.
True. Man, I just realized the combination of Ivern and Poppy is kind of dirty as well. You managed to get that root caller off on someone near a wall. Makes their life relatively difficult.
Oh, it's not fun.
No.
Yeah.
So kind of cool, but does require Canna to be there. He's not going to be able to be a side lane threat on this Poppy necessarily. Right now you can see putting on as much pressure to Kingin as possible. And just farming things out as they are wont to do. 30 seconds on the second Mountain Drake of the game, but it is soul point availability for D+ Kia. They are desperate to get down here and grab that extra shielding and defense. Poppy going to be very happy about collecting one of those as Kellen donates the Prowling Projectile to Deft. Feels dead. That's fine. He avoids it himself. That's what you want to see. Quick lead, speaking of which, completed here for Showmaker. Decent item spike for the mid laner. But there is the Nash's Tooth as well as the crown done for Zeka. He's in a great position on the Azir. Found that incredible scoop onto both Deft and Kellen in the last fight. To
there
honestly
we go.
win it for them. All right, let's see. In he goes once again. The flash comes out from Deft to keep him alive. As there it is, the ult comes through. Zeka just going to be bounced on. Deft picks up the kill. Buster Shot going to be used to get Kingin out of the fight as now Grizzly running for the hills. And DK, I think that's enough space to get themselves a Mountain Soul.
We'll see. Grizzly does have flash, but he shouldn't be allowed entrance to this pit. It looks like it's not going to be the case.
Oh my god, that was too close. That was too close, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, if he gets that, that would be something, but with no jungler, the Smite secure does come through. And Zeka trying to go too big there.
All right, well, Showmaker just going to dive on top of Viper. He takes a lot of damage, has to flash as the knock-up from Daisy does come in, but you can see Canyon, he takes care. Oh, that's the flash forward, and Showmaker says good night, Viper. Okay, well, this guy's got something to prove today, I think. That's an angry Showmaker situation. You can see having a bit of a giggle on the player cams, but I have a feeling we might get one of the punch celebrations like we do sometimes after this one.
And now they're making their way over. D+ looking to close out the game. They can get the Baron here. Grizzly is here in the area, though, does have his flash available.
Yeah, Zeka has his crown broken. Kingin dives on in there, gets towards the backline. Deft in a whole lot of trouble. Grizzly, can you make it happen is the question. Canyon's going to be able to secure the Baron, but it's kind of a disaster. They have a backup AD carry, though. So Tristana starting to get multiple resets. There's the heroic charge, and yeah, you can counter-strike as much as you want, but Daisy don't care. Triple kill for the Tristana.
And that should be the nail in the coffin for Hanwha. In this play, Zeka goes in deep, but the only one he's actually able to get, thanks to a great flash from Deft, is Canyon. And then look at that lockdown that comes through. The damage, more than enough. Showmaker playing Tristana the way you love to see it, like a complete maniac, jumping into multiple people, using the resets aggressively, but holding on crucially to his flash, which enables this follow-up play. As a Viper, unable to withstand the might of Showmaker, getting caught off guard there. And the flash comes through, and then here, it's a Hail Mary, but I love the call from D+ to just let go of this objective and go all in. Even if you do end up losing the Baron, which they don't. Credits to Canyon, the Polar Bear, getting the better hand of the Grizzly right there. As long as you win the fight, the follow-up is enough. And there's no Zeri in this fight. Like, you're not expected to ever win it.
You can't. And there was a backup AD carry. So Deft going down. I mean, it looked a little bit worrying for a moment, and then you think to yourself, oh, they've got Ashe and Tristana as well. It's a very weird composition. Def now has 3 items complete. Arrow going to sail by. That'll be back eventually, assuming that Runeterra's round. And Kingen, he's going to be able to take an outer turret here towards the top side. Congratulations on that one. But it's level 16 for Showmaker, who has so many pictures of beads right now. He's drawn all of them. Well, not all of them. He's still got 2 more to draw, but...
He's drawn a lot of beads.
Yeah, he's drawn a lot. There's a lot of beads that have been drawn.
It takes a lot of work.
Yep.
Conscious effort. Kingen going to maintain his quest to bring this back to maybe a 6k gold lead instead of 7.
It could happen. You never know.
Yeah.
Can they keep their Nexus alive is going to be the real question here, as the Nature's Grasp does come down. Showmaker says, I don't care at all, even a little bit. I'm just going to stand there and shoot your turret, do something about it. Arrow going to connect onto Grizzly, as there is the Whirling Death, but not a whole lot going to come of it.
I do like
that's
this.
An inhibitor turret being taken here for Kingen. I don't know whether he's able to actually take the inhibitor, but he will be able to get himself out. That is a fair bit of money going over to Harmer Life Esports.
Huni would be proud. He would be. Because we do see, look, they're a little bit of upward trend in the gold, but obviously it's D+. Getting the big win. There's a bot side inhibitor going down, means that they have guaranteed shove. Should be able to set up for the Elder that spawns in about 2 minutes time. Baron power play, not mind-blowing by any means, but it doesn't really need to be when you have full control of the map, and with the gold lead this big and a mountain, so it becomes really hard to see a situation in which Humble Life is even going to be able to get through the front line, right? Like, get through any of the health bars.
I was going to say, like, the front line, which is...
Everyone, because of Ivern.
Yeah, this Yordle with ponytails and a lollipop. That's the front.
No. Did you see Showmaker's play? Right? That's a frontliner.
Oh, yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, Trigger Seed. And, oh, Viper. Oh, dear. He's just thrown around, but he's going to stay alive. Thanks to the final chapter. Daisy not able to do it. They're still able to take down the turret, but not killing the Zeri is actually a big, big deal here. D+ Kia going to have to go back to the drawing board, at least for 1 minute and 20 seconds, because after that, it is Elder time. And we'll see how that one's going to go. Last time we were on a desk together, we would be talking about getting a coin simulator, making sure that we can figure out exactly how we're supposed to gauge this. Maybe, you know, asking people's pets who they think, like, eat out of which bowl and who's going to be able to pick it up. This time, I think the D+ should be able to have the setup, in theory.
Yeah,
see how it's going to go.
In theory, this game is done and dusted, but there will be an Elder on the map. And with how D+ have been playing thus far, I would expect them to utilize the vision control that they have, the fact that they have Prio very, very easily with the amount of shove, and the fact that there is effectively 0 map control for Hanwha Live to guarantee that there will be no flip. Because if they don't flip with the Mountain Shield, if Hanwha Live like go for a haphazard team fight, I don't even think you're getting through the front line, right? You see Viper, now he's finished his last Whisper, but he needs Lord Doms. Zeka needs, I mean, he's not building towards it, but like before Void Step is done, it's going to be very hard to actually chew through these health bars reliably. And D+ might not even go for the Elder.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to try and grab map control, which they absolutely have. As you can see, the Red Ward's just littering the area. They've got Hawkshot, they've got Umbral Glaive, they've got all of the things to control this vision, as Viper is going to skate his way towards the bottom side. And just making sure that they're stifling Hanwha Life Esports as much as possible. Kingen not to be stifled, though.
Yeah. Kingen making sure that they have bot side so they will be able to... Oh my god, 4 seconds. That is a lot of shielding.
You can Trigger Seed as much as you would like. As, okay, Hanwha Life Esports, they are prepared to head towards the Elder Drake, but are they prepared to head towards their Nexus? Which is a very important thing. You tend to lose the game without a Nexus.
Okay, but... Watch, they are... seemingly on their way. They don't have confirmation of this, but it would make sense now for D+ to head towards it. Is
Viper going for like the Hail Mary solo of the Elder?
Yeah, but he got spotted. I like that though. This calls for desperate measures, but now can we get Viper home?
Yeah, this is a very dangerous. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, he's fine. Yeah,
didn't even need to do an Owen Wilson impression. He's absolutely fine. I say he's behind enemy lines. He's in his... Yeah, behind enemy lines.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I was confused for a second.
Yeah.
Do love Owen Wilson. That's just Elder.
Yeah, that should be Elder. Somehow, it worked out perfectly for D plus Kia.
I mean,
this whole series of events. It was a very weird one, but fantastically well played and orchestrated here by D plus.
So, yeah, what happened there is D plus just playing it very textbook, right? This is a team that maybe has had some incidents.
Oh, that's a Yumi. Oh, dear. Final chapter does come through as the explosive charge is not enough. Surely. Oh my god, the Elder! Never you mind! The explosive charge wasn't enough, but it was enough to call down the Dragon Lord himself to smite the cat to death. Was that cathartic for anyone else?
Oh yeah. You think you can get away with picking Zeri Yumi after all this? No!
Surely not.
Not allowed.
And I was very nervous throughout a lot of this. I'm going to have to petition
I think we're okay
to keep my job.
I think D plus, they're bringing us the 13.12 meta. And boy, is it full of trees.
Oh, I like it a lot. When we get, okay, that is going to be a dash away from Viper. Keeps himself alive against the giant arrow moving forward. But they're going to lose all their inhibitors. They've lost all their inhibitors. There is an Elder Drake. There is a Baron. There is a Mountain Soul. There is all of the things ever. And D+, they've had trouble closing out games. I have a feeling they could attack move towards this Nexus
on Elder
and win the game.
It's so free.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp going to come down here as Deft. He has Cleanse if he needs it, but he does not. And Grizzly just trying to keep these minions away from the turret. Viper as well, just trying to cut through them as best he can. There's the Root Caller onto Kingham, but he will manage to take down Daisy. Viper in a little bit of trouble here as Canna throws down the ultimate. Do you take damage, Miss Poppy? I guess the answer is no. Didn't need to answer, as it turns out.
They're getting poked down. That's the Nexus turret.
Yeah, and they don't even have to engage. They just wait for this army of minions, not to mention the extraordinary range.
Look at the brush!
There's so many 80 carries as Viper's going to press that ultimate button. He knows he has to do something as Deft takes down his former mid lane teammate from DRX. That is going to be Showmaker taking down the tree as well as he's going to start Goomba stomping his way around this one. The Dragon gets angry. It's a triple kill for the Tristana. And that is going to be the Nexus taken here by D+ in game number 1. We thought the draft looked real good. It wasn't quite fast enough in the early game, but a win's a win.
And the revenge of the forest comes in huge there. Canyon on the Ivern doing a wonderful job, but man, Showmaker on that Tristana, to me, was definitely the main takeaway from that one.
Oh, 100%. And honestly, like, Deft got Flame Horizon very early on in this game. He wasn't the main character by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, no.
It was just Showmaker the entire time. He's got a full collection of pictures of beads, and they are looking pretty happy at this point in time, Chronicler.
And D+ in this game number 1. How my life. Again, I gotta say, even though it didn't end up being about the Draven, the fact that they were seemingly so willing to just kind of give up any form of control doesn't bode well for me. Grizzly not having the best of times. Obviously, him getting caught led to the initial gold swing, right, that we see.
Yeah.
But it felt more like, when it came to team fights, Hama looked a little bit lost. Zeka going in with some over-engages. Really the only one that was able to do something was King, and with Viper it was a case of not a lot of agency and maybe also a surplus of Zeriing.
I think it's just too much Zeri. There was far too much Zeri in that particular game. Hopefully, they have learnt their lesson. We get 0 Zeri moving into the next one. We needed an example of her not being able to figure it out, and so hopefully we are going to be rid of it. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, I might be here, but the space will definitely. We'll see you there.
빼라.
빨리 자, 빨리 자.
빠질게. 네이버 클리어하자.
대리 정화 없어, 대리 정화 없어.
아재 풀토스 생각해.
대리 노정화.
딜러만 써줘, 딜러만.
나 이번에 쳐볼게. 나 제리 스턴 되고. 형아 나랑 붙지 마.
딜러 써줘, 딜러.
나랑 붙지 마.
아래 뺄게 돼. 나 계속 포킹할게.
장로 9시. 다음 라인에 끝내자. 나랑 붙으면 안 돼.
데리고.
데리고
나
가,
아지롱
데리고,
볼게. 아지롱
데리고.
볼게. 아지롱 볼게.
아지르.
나풀 썼다.
이겼다 이거.
살려주세요. 오, 피 많이 차.
잭스 잭스. 너플.
게임 끝낼게.
나이스.
Welcome back to the States, everyone, as D plus Kia takes game 1 here against Hanwha Life Esports. And guys, it was hard knowing what to expect on the side of Hanwha Life, given the fact that they have a new jungler coming in today. But they got smashed here, really hard, I feel.
You know, I'm kind of glad because their draft was like, is it a new patch? Let's just play the same stuff, like Zeri and Yuumi. And also, you know, we talked a bit about this on the Pog State where I was like, cool, Hanwha Life Esports playing like the Yone for Zeka, this is where they look really good. And then they just went for a Zephyrim, which I wasn't a big fan of.
I think it's just a little bit of, meta, like 13-11 meta, tier list drafting. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, Azir's really strong. Oh, Maokai's up, let's take Maokai. Jax is good, you can blind pick that, let's just pick that. And they got Goomba stomped by DK, who are drafting good stuff for the meta. The Ashe comes in, something that you can actually flex, which the casters talked about. The Ivern for the double or triple AD carry even.
Yeah, Ivern looks super broken. The Ashe didn't do as well as maybe we'd hope in the laning phase, then flex to support. Didn't pay off massively, but later on, having all the brushes set up and the Ashe having Umbral Glaive to clear the vision, it was suffocating.
And it shows how strong both these picks can be together, but we've talked about the Green Father in the pre-show, and it was here in game 1. So guys, let's take a look at the first highlight to show you how skilled and mechanically difficult this Ivern pick can be, and how Canyon played it beautifully. Look at this! Look at all
that
this
was slick.
What a play.
That was smooth.
Yeah,
you know, I think it's the mechanics like that. Really, if you want to be high level on Ivern, you have to be pulling slick moves like that off.
Yeah, don't do this at home. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. But okay, let's take a look at the first highlight here, which is the third Drake, I believe. I want us to take a look at the setup. As you mentioned, Ox, the bushes, Ashe hiding behind this, but it didn't go quite as planned.
Yeah, so I feel like in this fight, the structure of the fight kind of broke apart for the side of D+. You know, like their goal is to keep the enemy team at bay, deal with them one at a time, but this great shuffle from Zeka really disrupted that, put Deft in a rough spot, and you can see this is what Hanwha Life Esports were hoping for, that the Zeri could just run rampant in the fight. So we did see D+ get the third dragon here. They were stacking dragons very effectively, but you kind of can see how the comp could fall apart if the enemy team can get on that backline.
Yeah, absolutely. You're running a lot of AD carries that are relatively weak, especially at that point in the game. Like, they had some items, but they weren't like smashing people yet. So I think DK trying to use that early lead to try to secure that Drake, but at least Hanwha Life Esports were able to get something back. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, and I think it was one of the few opportunities they had to do something in the game. As we can take a look at the second highlight we selected, which it is a long boy. It is a long boy, but it just shows how Showmaker was playing here super aggressively. This is how you want to see a Tristana playing.
Yeah, really, really aggressive on this play. Gets the reset on the jump as well. And then, you know, Viper thinks he's safe, goes for the second round, gets this kill, and that is the signal for them to start Baron. And something I do want to know as well is the way Ivan's shield works now, if it doesn't explode and hit an enemy target, it refreshes, and it got to the point where it was on a 4-second cooldown, it's a 4-second duration, permanent uptime, which meant they had these super healthy Barons. And you know, Hanwha Life Esports are trying to approach it, but it's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? There's bushes in your face, you're trying to get wards in. They did have vision, but I want to show this really awesome smite as well from Canyon. He gets it right after it drops below 1200, just all of this craziness with 2 people in the pit. And of course, Showmaker in the meantime is out. He was stomping on people. He was super fed at this point. He was having an incredible game. And this is really the nail in the coffin, right? Hanwha Life Esports, they tried to go for it in that situation. Wasn't really enough. And again, just really huge suffocating gameplay. Very nicely done for this patch, 13-12.
Yeah, I think suffocating is a great way to describe it, because once you're behind and you saw like how the game ended, they had that big line of brushes, they had all the 80 carries just sitting in them with the extra on hit damage, no wards because the Umbral Glaive clears them out. There's nothing you can do. There's no counterplay. And you know, we got to see Zeri lose, and hopefully that's a message to all the LCK teams. Stop picking Zeri, stop picking Yuumi, just leave them alone.
Yeah, Viper wanted to do a celebration dance if he got a pentakill on Zeri. I think he's overdoing it, though, picking the champion just for this reason. We'll see what kind of adaptation comes on the side of Hanwha Life coming into the next game. But for now, let's reveal player of the game, and I feel like, of course, it comes from the mid lane. Showmaker playing like a total maniac here.
The guy was insane. I mean, he had an amazing game. Like, Zeka had a couple of good shuffles, but Showmaker was always there to layer in the damage. Like, this is one of the best Tristana games that I've seen in the LCK. And Many times as well, it felt like Life Esports players underestimating what this champ was capable of. Got a pretty free lane against the Azir, even got that kill to help from Canyon early on in the game, and that just ballooned out of control.
And I feel like Canyon did a fantastic job working with it like that. He jumps away, just as he's leaving range, gets his shield to go on his journey. The duo together doing fantastic work, as we know them for, but really, Showmaker's killer instinct and aggression, you have to praise massively in this one. I feel like the bot lane here was a little bit subdued.
Oh my
Boom,
God.
Beautiful. Get out of here.
Yeah, the bot lane was a little bit subdued, but it worked so well because you had that Tristan in the mid lane, you had the Enchanter in the jungle to make it work.
We'll see if Hanwha Life can make something happen in game 2. Maybe throwing a ban on the side of Ivern could be useful here. We'll see about this at the end of second game. Casters, back to you for now.
Thank you so much, Lore and the astronauts. If you're wondering why it's me opening, it's because Atlas obviously, even though Zeri Yuumi lost, he's gone. Guys, it's just me. I am going to be solo casting. I'm a little scared, so I hope you're all here with me. I got my bear effect ready. So, wait. Hold up.
Jisun, yeah, no, I'll be much better in future. Yeah. No, never again. Not one more time. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Sorry again. Oh, sorry, I was on the phone. Yes, I'm still here.
It's okay.
I'm still here. Thank you very much for taking over there, Chronicler.
I didn't want to do that by myself, Atlas.
Here we are into the draft, where there's no Zeri. Jisun just wants you guys to know that I've been saved by my mercy, and Hanwha Life Esports is lost with Zeri Yuumi. So there we go. Okay, Azir going to be once again first pick as Hanwha Life Esports remain on the blue side. Exactly the same bans that we saw in game number 1 have already come through. And now, D plus Kia. Are we going to mix it up, or are we going to go for something else? It was Ashe Tristana that were locked in immediately this time around. And Tristana still going to fit in, but maybe we're going to flex away from an Ashe at this point in time as Aphelios is going to be locked down. Something that they were considering last time, but they've decided to change it up just a little. And I actually really like this because I think Hanwha Life Esports probably would have reverted back to an Aphelios-based game.
Yeah, they should. Because the Aphelios, even though he did get indirectly nerfed, definitely not in the same boat. And as mentioned, this opening, even though I think that I would much rather see him prioritize the Ivern, is okay. That was not the problem with the draft that we saw from Hanwha last time around. I still think that they put themselves in kind of a rough position where the Plus have the ability to pinch the AD carry pool, take away a lot of the strongest picks, while simultaneously having a very strong, again, double AD carry core. And there's so many champions that you can pick here for Kana, right? Obviously, a lot of them, if you go for frontline, will have a tough time. I love this ban from D+, because obviously, right, like you're playing into Aphelios, and Jinx is one of the picks that can then be picked and be decent. But I'm thinking D+ are also like, you're not going to pick Zeri again. Like, you wouldn't do that to yourself for a second game.
I think it's got to be Jinx and Varus, though. Ooh, never mind. So we are going to see the Blitzcrank banned away. So that Kai'Sa, like you were talking about, is going to be left up and available once again. And it doesn't really fit this front-to-back style composition that Hanwha Life Esports have, but I could see it working if they're able to get their ducks in a row. I prefer, long range with Azir, who can, provide so much peel for the backline and allow you to do so much DPS, but not going to be the case, as that is the Alistar ban against Kellen. Could be trying to ban out one of the oldest bot lanes in the book, which is Tristana Alistar from back in the day, but I don't know where you'd put Aphelios on that part.
So
just not wanting to see that pick.
I wouldn't mind a Nautilus pickup, because I think Nautilus is incredibly strong here for Hanwha. There's obviously the opportunity to go for a Braum or a Renata if either team wants to go in that direction. It's just going to be the Renekton instead here, Kana's comfort pick. Not a matchup that the Jax is going to be super happy about, but obviously will outscale and have a higher impact once we get to the later parts of the game. Now, if they pick Zeri Yuumi again, I will be very unhappy, particularly with what happened. Kai'Sa, Nautilus to me makes sense. I think the Kai'Sa as it comes to power level right now, is a little bit higher. I think the Shiv build really solves a lot of her issues, and particularly the kind of AP hybrid build has a lot of the strengths of both regular Kai'Sa and the old AP Kai'Sa. But obviously the poke not being quite as strong, but it's still being fairly impactful. Now the problem is if you do go for a Nautilus here, I think that the Braum counter pick for D+ is absolutely insane. Renata is another example, particularly because Callan is an incredible Renata. D+ can also say, hey, we're not going to care too much, as the Rel actually making it through was much higher in priority from what we saw in Challengers. But D+, are they really just going to run double Enchanter?
It's got to be the Braum, doesn't it?
Yeah, I feel like Braum or Renata to me make the most sense, particularly because Hanwha Life, outside of Azir, have gone all in on this being a very short-range, divey comp, so incredible Braum value here for D+. Now, I know that our desk is going to watch what Callan is going to max, so I hope for his sake that it's E, otherwise we're going to get a segment on that.
As long as you skip Q. If you skip Q, you're not going to cop too much from Ox. You know, he's okay with a bit of W max. He's okay with a bit of E max. It's totally fine. You can stand beside him. You can be unbreakable. Just don't bite the winter.
No biting.
You don't do that. It's not about it. That's Condom Freaks.
Yeah, that's their thing.
That's their thing.
Can't yoink that.
Yeah, you can't super dive if you're biting it. That's it's just not allowed. As coaches going to bow to one another, of course, Acorn and Dandy could possibly reminisce about things after this particular game, but right now they are on opposite sides. D+ Kia looking to try and turn their hopes around. As Iris, welcome. Hope you're having a good time here at the LCK. Of course, from the LPL originally, just over here hanging out.
And going into this one, I think Hanwha Life really adjusted some of the issues with their previous draft, as the desk put it very, very well. That would have been a great draft, last patch. But we're not on last patch, we're on a new patch. You gotta adapt, and this is looking a lot more in line with what we've seen. I do still think, though, when you look at what D+ were able to do in the previous game, so much agency here for Showmaker and Deft with this Ivern. We'll see if Hanwha can bring us to game number 3.
Yep, and it's all about that jungle 2v2 being so good. Let's hop onto the Rift here for game 2. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a Zeryless game. This time around, Atlas didn't make any mistakes. Please note, G-Sun, that I didn't make any mistakes this time. And we're just off to just a regular time. It's all good. Astro Nautilus, shout out to you if you're in the chat, but also going to be the skin that Life is going to pick up. Cute little chroma there as well. I feel like Astro Nautilus with the chroma is... It's a bit of a strange choice, but they look really cool, so I'm kind of into it.
To me, this is my favorite movement in League of Legends, is that...
No, Space Teemo.
No, I still take this.
Oh, really?
I
kind of like the mini steps of Space Teemo.
No, but he is... It's so true to Nautilus as well, because he is, he's a guy that lives on the bottom of the ocean.
Hey, that's true. He'd be walking like that anyway.
Yeah.
Although he's like... Don't Big Daddies have like
are we gonna have
really
the
heavy?
Belveth, is she swimming or flying conversation?
No.
But now for Nautilus,
we'll save that for next Tuesday, shall we? And that is going to be Challenger.
Lethal Tempo has been picked up here by Viper, as expected. We have seen some Halo Blades as well, but I don't expect there to be any action in this bot side. As Kingen and Viper together at the same time?
Yeah, 300 games. Kind of interesting, because of course Viper did a lot of those before he went over to EDG, and has now come back just to even things out with his top laner. Very, very cool. I believe Kingen was subbing for a bit of the time that Viper was here in the LCK, subbing behind Smeb on KT in 2018 and then 2019.
He went to LPL in 2019, right? For a
I think so. Spent a little bit of time over
and then
came back before Viper did.
As now we get to watch it live. Very nice. Canyon gonna
doing it again.
Making his way. We'll see if he also opts to, again, try and invade Grizzly here, because top lane or top half matchups actually got better, right? We saw Poppy starting to win. I think it was like around level 8, level 9 last time. Into Renekton, it really is only pre-6 that you have any form of early agency. Kingen right now still in a decent spot, but expected to change rather swiftly as Canyon. Yeah, looking for a play towards top.
Nursing his jungle a little bit here, as Kingen will look to dive forward. Cannon not going to be going overly aggressive, but I do like that he's able to fight back against the Jax.
Well, this wave state not great here for Kingen. He really wants to try and get that shoved in.
Yeah, wants to try and find a crash, but now he has no counter-strike, no mana, not a lot of options. Rucall is going to land, and there's the flash. Kingen trying to get out of there, but Canyon, we'll see whether he can actually chase him down. Doesn't have the red buff anymore. Flash available for Canna, but he's not close enough. There's another root caller. It will land. That gives the gap close to the Croc. And him utilizing his shield will be able to catch up. Yeah, a little bit of freaked out Yumi's, but we're absolutely fine otherwise. First blood go to DK.
Oh, and Grizzly might have had an opportunity here to help his top side. Obviously, maybe Kingen thought he was out the moment that he was able to flash away, but could have been an opportunity there to at least get maybe a kill on Canyon. Khan obviously hard to lock down, particularly with flash still available. Not going to be the case, as instead Grizzly will be picking up the double scuttle, but that is not going to really stand up to the comparison of what Kana's getting already now. Getting an early pickaxe, that is going to make the lane for Kingen very unpleasant for a much larger amount of time.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, good timing here as well. Right, waiting it out, making sure, knowing that Kingen wants to try and go, and then hitting the root, making his way over. And then here you see as well, right? Like you see Grizzly path up, and then I assume the call must have been, I'm out. It's fine.
Oh, and Canyon also tanked the turret to make sure that Canna was able to take that last shot and not die, and has a little bit of a giggle.
Oh, that's good though.
I assume that that's because he's like, wow, this champion's really busted.
Oh, yeah. Very well could be the case.
Yeah, we already saw in Challenge of the last couple of days, the Ivern priority being pretty ludicrously high. In fact, both of these trees have been receiving a lot of nerfs elsewhere. Not so far in this particular series, but it might be a sign of how things may eventuate, especially when we have a look to these teams' next couple of games, or especially DK's. I don't know whether Canyon's going to be allowed to play very much more Ivern.
Yeah, that seems questionable. We also see that Deft with a call is in a great state in this lane. Obviously not picking Kai'Sa to try and bully early on. And into Braum. Level 6 also not really going to give you a lot of avenues as, oh boy.
Yep, there's a Dominus. The ult does come through from King in here, but let's see what Cannon's going to be able to get done. There's the flash forward. He had that from before, and the Dominus is just going to cut him down. But Grizzly's going to be here. It's a lot of fury. Gets a Culver Meek out. There's a slice. There's a dice. And there's Grizzly with a Bramble Smash. Takes down the Crocodile. 1-for-1 for the top laners.
And that is going to be flash for flash. And unfortunately, Grizzly not being able to save Kana, but does pick up the exit kill, which otherwise it would have been a real disaster, because that means Kana could have shoved in the next wave, picked himself up a plate as, Canyon.
Gonna stand beside Life there as he tries to block the hook. He's not gonna be able to, but man, the cavalry all just show up, and Showmaker's like, I'll grab a kill here. Sounds pretty good. Zeka will be able to get some priority in the mid lane. That is 300 gold going over to the Tristana.
And I don't even know if they needed Showmaker, which is the best part of that.
No, he just kind of like danced in on top. He's like, I just kind of want some money, guys.
This is my kill.
Yeah, I hard carried the last game. Let me do it again. That was fun.
And right now we see D+ through great early game action, actually pulling ahead. And yeah, just Kana hitting level 6 here off of the cannon and immediately realizes it has a level lead. And even though Kingen hits level 6 afterwards, he's not going to win the level 6 all-in because it's Renekton. And Kana, just with the damage, gets himself the kill. Or rather, the Dominus ticks down, takes the kill, and tries to flash over, make his way out, but not going to be the case. And then, yeah, here, Life and Viper, as mentioned, I am very certain that life would have perished here nonetheless with Canyon right there. So not the best read from the bottom lane, and D+ again off to a stellar start here.
So far, so good for D+ Kia. This time around, Hanwha Life Esports less reliant on waiting for an ultra late game.
Yeah.
Of course, mid-game Kai'Sa pretty powerful. We heard from Orcs already. You only need your first couple of items as well as level 9 to get your Q evolved. And you also, I believe, get Supercharger evolved along the way there as well with the amount of attack speed that's in the early build.
I don't think they know that Canyon is doing Herald here. Don't see any pings go down. They might be aware of it, maybe pinged it earlier, and obviously Contest not looking so hot with the fact that there is a very fed and angry Crocodile towards the top half, but that means that D+ is just stringing together objectives here.
Yeah, having a pretty good time, and it feels like Hanwha Life Esports not quite as in it as they were in the last game. There was a sense of we can just scale, as Canyon is going to come over and look to steal away this blue buff. Should be able to do so as Life takes so much damage here from a whole bunch of Chakrams that were in the area. Canyon being very annoying, and does have now Daisy on the case. Grizzly gonna have to get out of there in this tree battle. I have a feeling who won this one.
Well, I'm pretty sure there
Daisy waves goodbye.
There was a brush there as well as Canyon makes his way over. Grizzly did get the blue buff, but does have to pay pretty dearly for it, as this time around Canyon gets the Grove activated before the reset.
And, ooh, Cannon not quite able to get the stop on the back. That means the teleport is going to come through here. Cannon will take a turret shot on his way out, but I don't think he's under too much threat right now. A couple of waves in the lead for the Renekton. Being half health against a full health Jax this stage is still a little bit of a worry, even though you are a level above. But yeah, this is feeling a little bit different to the vibes that we were getting in game number 1. Definitely DK off to a great start in this game. We'll see whether Hanwha Life Esports can find themselves one play. I think they just need one play that's going to work to get them back on track. Not quite there just yet, though, as Winter's Bite is going to barely go wide. Supercharger available for Viper to allow himself to reposition, but still takes 50% of his health bar. And there just isn't a lot of avenue for victory that I'm seeing.
I think that this composition can, if the teamfights are played out well, still do wonderful. The Braum, to me, is really the big difference maker, because it makes it so hard to reliably engage on a single target. And with Even Shroud, with Nautilus, that's kind of an ideal scenario, right? You just pick a target on D+, blow them up, and Ivern makes that a little bit harder. Braum with Exhaust makes that a whole lot harder. So we'll see how Hanwha Life is actually able to deal with that. The Drakes that are still available are pretty amazing here. Camtech already out of the pack.
Yeah.
And I also think it's important to remember that up until, or in the last game, we actually saw that Hanwha Life was able to do well in the team fights. And I think even after giving over like a 2k gold swing to Deft's Draven. But then after that mid lane play by Zeka going in too deep, that was kind of the end of it.
Yeah, a bit of a backbreaker. Also, Viper overstepping against Showmaker was a big problem as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, I think the things were already
the ship may have
beyond
been somewhat
dire.
out of the harbor at that point.
Grizzly is looking to gain access and maybe look for a play here. There are double sums available for Deft and Kellen. They don't know that he's there.
All right, there's the flash forward. Deft going to cleanse, try and get himself out of there as Kellen. He can put up the door, but the Nature's Grasp is still going to come through there as Viper finds the Killer Instinct. Let's see whether Deft can survive. He cannot. There are too many people here, and now there's a giant crocodile. Kellen will go down, but now Viper is on the wrong side of the rift. He should be taken down. Already, it is a 2-for-1 in favor of Hanwha Life Esports. They need to get Grizzly out of there, and he is not going anywhere. The tree battle is on once again. This crocodile just getting gigantic, larger and larger by the minute. As Daisy will be taken down. Kanna gets rid of the minion wave. DK move back towards this Drake, and they should be able to take this one on their way out.
And I want to say it's a relatively even trade, because you do get 2 kills on Viper here, which that's nice, but you are going to have to give up the Drake, and obviously 2 members of Hanwha go down as well.
All right, over the wall goes Showmaker, and Zeka says, back you go. And he says, all right, I guess I'll go.
Kingen?
As Kingen's flashing on top of Deft. Is this just a solo bolo? Does manage to get his Gravitum. That will save Deft's life. Can he be baited in for a little bit more as he tries for an Infernum Q over the wall, but doesn't quite get there? Kellen's going for the 1v1. That is just Braum things, guys. That's how that one works. Cute flash. Gonna try and escape, and Kellen gets the kill. It's a solo in the end. This is the silliest game ever. But I want to go back and see Showmaker's flash there again. That was a cool flash.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I want to see what Kellen leveled.
Yeah, all that. That might have been a Winter's Bite level moment.
I think so as well. Kellen proven right. And with that, no longer is a win. If you get the kill on Def there, then maybe you can feel pretty good. But now, Kana absolutely popping off here on the Crocodile. Gonna get a bunch of plates here as well. As we take another look here, and crucial is the fact that while this initial play setup I think is quite nice, right? Having the amount, given the amount of CC that's available, there really isn't a way for Def to stay alive throughout this one. But the teleport advantage, particularly for the fat Renekton, is such a big difference maker here. And you can see as well that the moment teleport and the roam comes through, Humble Life seemingly realizing we're not going to get out of here, right? We're not going to be able to win this a member down. And Grizzly not going to get out with his life, so tries to get some damage down on Canyon. Not really going to be that eventful. And then here, it's understandable for Kingen if there is no Kellen, then you get the kill here. But oh man,
he was so close.
Yeah. If he gets that, because if he gets that kill, that's the end of it, right? He is able to get away. He gets a kill on the Aphelios. And he might be able to turn it around. Instead, he ends up getting 1v1 by Braum.
Yeah. And look, that's understandable. Braum is a very powerful champion. We know this. He can hold that gigantic door, which is sometimes also a fireplace. It's all sorts of different things. This time around, looking very, very powerful. I believe that's Pool Party Braum as well.
It is, yeah.
I think that's the strongest of the Braums. Like the family of Braums. It's a very strong Braum.
They're definitely a strong family.
Yeah. He's not perturbed by, like, held back by clothing.
I mean, I don't know how their family ties are, but they're, you know, they're all very capable.
Are you in a family with yourself? That's
heavy weights. Well,
True.
Maybe. You know, we all become different versions of ourselves throughout our lifetimes.
True.
So you could argue that, particularly if you are as into costumes as a lot of the Elite community, works. I could see it.
All right.
So game state, very favorable for D+. Infernal also being set up here. And trying to fight dragon fights when there is a 4-1 Renekton on the cards it's really tough, guys. I'm not gonna lie. You have the double Kraken Spike as well for Showmaker and Deft. You have, again, the best enchanter in the game, and you also have Kellen to kind of dissuade you from singling out anyone on the plus. So we're gonna need to see some heroics here with Showmaker.
All right, Grizzly going to find a Tristana. Looked like Grizzly kind of wanted this, but now he definitely does not want it anymore as the explosive charge comes down. He is in melee range, so he can't actually fight this anymore. There's a teleport forward, and Deft is just swiped up from the ground. Kellen in a whole host of trouble as well. Viper looks to try and grab that kill, but it's yoinked away by Kingen. And yeah, I'm not sure about that play there from D+. A little bit of an odd one.
Ooh, although if they can pick up this inner, it might still be worth it in the end, because teleport was invested there from King, but it looks like Zeka will be in time. So important play there from Humble Life to pull it together a little bit, and it looks at first like Grizzly is just going to be abandoned and taking down in a very short manner of time, but actually tanks a lot with the Aftershock. Teleport is committed as well, and Deft and Kellen can't make their way over, and with Viper also being in the general vicinity, looks like the rest of Humble realized that contesting this is not going to be the case. Now, fortunately for D+, this is outside of the Dragon Timer, so they are still in a great position to contest that one. With Herald especially, can just throw that down mid, get guaranteed prio from there, and keep Humble Life away, because if you set up an Infernal Soul Point this early in the game, doesn't matter that Humble Life has great team fighting, it's going to be really hard to make use of it.
Yep, and Canyon just setting up his court here in the mid lane. Pretty good champion to have if you're just A-ramming the whole time, being able to put brushes everywhere and have a really good time. Root Caller going to allow the Crocodile to get in there a little bit faster.
They're just going to give it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Well, I mean, I don't know whether it's necessarily a great thing to do. Harmolife Esports still feeling like they're pretty far behind, and they are, but it's not a gigantic margin, right? I think that you do still have an avenue to try and find some sort of team fight, especially with the champions that you have. But not going to go for it. Had flashes on everyone. Cleanse on Viper, you know. Pretty good, but looks like we're going to get a flash out from Grizzly, who avoids the Glacial Fissure. Viper taking a little bit of damage here as well, as Shirley's going to pop down. Daisy gets a little bit aggressive, but Grizzly's just going to smite her down. And that is going to be enough of a defense of this outer turret, but still takes a lot of damage from Shirley.
And haven't mentioned it yet, but Viper actually just going again for the classic AD build. So no Shivs, no Nashers. Instead, opting, as mentioned, for a very early Q evolve, as we'll see whether the turret can remain standing here.
Yep, so far, so good on that front. Red-white guns for Deft. Feeling pretty comfortable as this continues. Almost a 50 CS advantage here for Canna, more to the tune of about 40, especially after these minions are going to go down. Black Cleaver and Merc Treads now to augment this Gore Drinker that he has put up. And yeah, it's just a very scary Crocodile as we're looking for a little bit of a dive attempt here. Nature's Grasp going to be tanked up as they do secure the outer turret, but can they actually get out life? He definitely cannot. He's really dead. Showmaker a little bit upset about not being able to pick up that kill, but that is absolutely fine. Now D+ Gear, they lose their turret, so it's still good news on that front, structurally, for Harmolife Esports, but losing life is a problem.
As long as they can maintain the defense of the turrets, which I don't think they will, it was a great trade, right? 1 kill for 2 turrets and a teleport. Wonderful. Now leaning more towards neutral, as the immediate response from D+ is more than sufficient. Kingen is, I want that red buff, and D+ say no.
Yeah,
not happening.
Yeah, the Friend of the Forest is going to be able to secure that one as he tends the Grove, picks that one up. So Deft also is going to grab his as well. So no Bramblebacks were harmed in the making of that play. We'd love to see it. Scannion's just going to continue just collecting his harvest. That makes it sound more sinister than it is.
It does, doesn't it?
Just makes friends. And then they go, they run away, and then they come back again, and then he makes friends with them again. Because he's Friend of the Forest.
Is it the same in Ivan's case, or just the same creatures, the same critters every time?
I think so.
Would be, right?
I would assume so. You wouldn't need to go to the next wolf or the next raptor.
Yeah, because, well, I don't know, maybe they've permanently moved. Maybe
we can actually give them like first names if it's Ivan's jungle.
Yeah, that works.
We'll have to think that up, because there's a lot.
And here we see the power of Maokai Ultimate, able to pick up the quick turret, but then the follow-up from the Plus is more than enough. No teleport available for the Jax, so as soon as Showmaker teleports in, everyone on Hanwha just wants to get out of there ASAP. And as we get towards this crucial fight, we have double mask from Zeka, and I like the first mask, second mask I'm not the biggest fan of, because there is 1 health stacker on the enemy team, and it's just Kana. Outside of that, 2-item power spike being hit for Viper specifically, I think is huge, because looking at D+, their position right now, if they win the fight, if they get Infernal Soul, like double AD and Renekton with Infernal Soul is not really playable, regardless of comp. And I feel like the D+ comp will do very fine until the really late game, where it'll be a bit more of a toss-up.
Unless they get an Infernal Soul, in which case
they're completely fine. Yeah. In that case, life will be tough, as Kana picking up the stopwatch here. Showmaker actually finishing, as will Deft. So incredible spikes coming through here for D+ as well. With back timers perfectly done, should be able to make their way over to the Dragon Pit. And we're going to have our game-deciding fight here. But Grizzly, in all his barely wisdom, finishes his Sunfire.
Hey, there we go.
He knows.
That's a huge damage spike for Harmolife Esports. See whether it's going to be meaningful. As, of course, they do have, you know, like, we've seen this draft so many times. I mean, it's not normally a Kai'Sa but you know what it's supposed to do. You're supposed to find team fights. You're supposed to provide space for your AD carry. You should be able to do that. As Zeka with a fair bit of poke with the double mask build, of course.
Yeah,
but
as well.
Still not everyone's favorite build. As Kanna is looking for Kingen, he'll find him. Showmaker wants to come down as well, gets the flash out there. Does Kanna. Not going to overextend though, doesn't bring his flash into this fight as Daisy hops over the wall. She's engaging. We'll see whether D+ are going to join her.
Being an SCP. That's the back first.
Yeah, Kanna is actually going to be able to push Kingen away and then get into a flanking position. Puts down a control ward there as well.
No dominus.
This is a difficult one here for Humble Life Esports. Grizzly dives forward, but there is the Infernal Soul. And now Zeka's been found on the backline. Kanna will be taken down. It is going to be a lot of work done here by Viper, but it's only a single person ult from Zeka. He gets into the backline, but he's still going to die. And now they're all going to be massacred in the Dragon Pit. And it's a quadra kill for the Tristana. Showmaker just pops off.
And D+ repeat their feat of the previous game. The team fight from Hanwha, not even close to sufficient. Baron gonna get started up here immediately. Canyon can easily stay alive. The brushes, a nuisance, a thorn in the side of Hanwha. Grizzly doesn't get the crucial smite. It was 43 health.
Are they blackberry brushes?
Could be, yeah, sure.
They're really thorny.
Yeah. Roses also completely adequate.
Could be roses.
As it starts off with Kingen not having a great day here, going in too hard on Kana, trying to extend the trade. And then the reason why Humble Life has to completely back off is because they lose Prio. And then again here, I want you to keep attention to the health of this dragon. 43 health as Canyon picks it up. And then the only person that they're actually able to take down is the Renekton. And then Zeka goes in. He actually finds Deft, who was already over the wall, but Deft just is completely fine. And with the amount of DPS plus the Infernal Soul.
펜터 까비.
He wanted the Penta.
Yeah.
As we could assume, it was stolen away by Ivan. It was in fact Canyon's only kill for the game. He's been so good up until now, and he says, I'm sorry, I've got you an Ardent Sensor. Next time you can get a Pentakill, because you're going to be extraordinarily strong.
Yeah, this one feels very over, and D+ revitalized after what was a very rough week for them when we look at last week.
Oh yeah, and the week before, right? Losing to Bro cannot feel good.
Yeah.
This is a team that should be winning a lot more than they are. Haven't been able to find it on stage, which isn't an excuse. You have to be able to play when you need to. That is part of what makes a professional player good, is being on-demand good.
Hey, one day you'll be able to buy things for Scrimbox, Atlas. I don't know
true.
when or what.
I don't know. I've said that with so many other currencies as well, and I'm yet to see the value.
Been stung by that one before.
Yeah, stung by that one before. As Daisy is going to come down, tanks the turret for a little bit. As you can see, we're just trying to counter siege on the side of Humble Life Esports. It's buying time, buying space. But it is once again every dragon picked up by D+. That's 8-0 in Drakes so far this series. It does demonstrate a little bit of prowess from the jungle, but also just a little bit more of an aim towards the early stage of the game.
Oh, they're looking for the flank.
All right, let's see whether Zeka can find it. He walks over all of the vision, as that is a rocket jump buffet already. And Zeka not going to be able to find the Tristana. I have no idea, but Canyon is a broken champion, so I guess we can give it to that. Also, maybe the fact that he's really, really good at the video game might play a part. As Kingen was looking for a flank, but everyone's dead. Life and Zeka, at least, have been taken down. The turret also exploded in seconds. And now D+, I don't think they're going to wait for an Elder this time around. They are looking to take down this first Nexus turret. Grizzly is going to try and stop it, but it's not going to work out. The Meek have been culled here, and Zeka is a ruthless predator. And Kingen, he dives in, he goes gold, and he tries to buy space, but Viper is just swatted like a fly, standing next to his Nexus, and that is going to do it. D+, with a very swift 2-0, will dispatch Humble Life Esports.
Quick 2-0, nothing to see here, and Showmaker and Canyon, let this be a lesson. Maybe don't give them Tristana and Ivory. Maybe we should have learned from game number 1. Humble Life did not, and D+ said, oh okay, that's cool, I guess. Sure, yeah.
Hey,
that'll do it.
They adapted because they didn't allow the poppy through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for D+ fans, you're going to be very happy after that one. Showmaker having the best of time. The saddest he was in that game was that he didn't get the penta, which, you know, that's a little bit of a first
Oh, no,
problem.
maybe that's going to create some infighting over the next couple of days. And T1 are going to have an absolute field day taking them down.
And
you can see Jay and Acorn there congratulating Canna on a phenomenal performance in game number 2. Honestly, very stable performance from Canna just in general. Having a good day here today, and we'll hope that that is going to be a sign for a good week here for D+ fans, because it's a tough week.
And they need it. As mentioned, this week is pivotal for the trio of Hanwha, T1, and D+. KT looks to be sailing ahead of them, right, with their performances recently and their opponents that they have had. Gen G, self-explanatory. But between those three teams, wins matter so much as we near the end of round robin 1, and D+, a 2-0 victory in which they show that their read on the meta is light years ahead of what Hanwha showed here. And something that I think a lot of other LCK teams will have to get up to speed with as well.
And I have a feeling that it's not going to be everyone playing much like this. Of course, they did have a very recent roster swap, things like that. Other teams probably going to be a little bit more ready for this particular patch and the changes that have come through. But there are different reads on different patches. It might mean that the scrims for Hanwha Life Esports have been going well with things like Zeri, Yuumi and stuff like that, much to our chagrin. But I'm very happy to see the Zeri Yuumi lose. Not so happy to see Viper and Life lose, because they have been playing very, very well, especially last week. As Callan, we're going to watch this highlight. Of course we are. The Braum taking down the Jax.
And Grizzly, he's a young bear. You know, he still needs to learn the ways of the forest.
He's still a little bit cuddly. Needs to get towards that ferocity.
He's got some of that baby fur.
Yeah. Needs at least to be an adolescent bear, I think. But in the amount of time spent playing in the LCK, he is certainly still a very young bear.
Yeah, you can't really fault him coming into Academy last year in 2022 and then playing in the LCK proper a year later. So it's going to be a tough ask. What is more of a letdown, I think, for Hanwha fans is Zeka and Kingen, who after having some great weeks, Zeka in particular, the Azir was anything but convincing.
And also, like, seeing them be so stubborn in this draft as well.
Yeah.
The Azir Maokai Jax didn't work in game 1. Do something else. Do something different. Like, it's one thing to say that, oh, but we practiced this, it had been working. It didn't work, and if it doesn't work, then maybe try a different strategy instead of just falling down in even faster fashion in game number 2 to something that you'd already shown. But this is still a phenomenal look for D+ Kia, and it's about time that we see a bit of a bounce back for this team. They take the 2-0 here in this game. Canna doing a whole bunch of damage, but once again, it is Showmaker who got the POG for you.
You know I had to go for the tree, man.
Oh, where my vote would have been as well. Look at that. It's like him and Life with like basically 0 damage.
I mean,
you know that so much of that damage came from standing in those brushes.
Kellen actually doing like
almost
8k damage. That's got to be the Q-Max, man.
I think
really popping out the
might have
damage.
had something to do with him chasing a Jax down a river for most of the game, is what it kind of felt like before Kingen died in that moment. It was a crazy game. Swift 2-0 here for D+ Kia, and now it's time to hear from the space and what they thought about the series.
Thank you so much, guys. Absolute dominance here on the side of D+ Kia against Hanwha Life Esports. It was a tough series to come into, I feel like, on their side. But let's focus on the winners, let's focus on the positives. But let's take a look at the draft first, because I was expecting an Iron ban, didn't come through. But I'm really happy of the bot lane improvements of the side of Hanwha Life. Kaisa not to do something we've foreseen in pre-show, and I feel we're gonna keep on seeing this duo.
Yeah, I do feel like it was matched well by D+ though with the Braum. Like, if you wanted to dive in, it really got a good job of disengaging. I just don't understand why you let this Tristana Ivan go through, especially when you're playing the Azir mid. Like, you know, I can give them the benefit of the doubt. Game 1, maybe you haven't seen on the new patch, you haven't seen how good Ivan is. Maybe, like, let's give it over, test it. You saw how good it was in game 1. There is no reason to leave it open in game 2. It's so obnoxiously strong, and we saw that in the later team fights. They just couldn't kill anyone.
I will say, kind of saw this coming. You know, we just had that Pogsy episode. This is what Life Esports does. It's like against the lower teams, they have a lot of confidence. They're willing to try new things. They're willing to like throw in some new picks. And then up against D+, not even like our tippy top team, but still it's like, oh, we just got to do only what we practice. We're not sure about this Ivern. We don't really know. Doesn't seem that strong. I think we can beat it. A little bit of stubbornness coming through. And then D+ are like, well, it's really strong, so we're just going to build this again. And they got a lead. And once you get a lead with that, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
You're not going to lose.
I mean, of course, having a new jungler plays in the confidence that you can bring coming into a matchup like this, and also maybe scrim results, scrim data not being quite on point for Hanwha Life. We'll see how it develops, of course, later this week. But I'm really, really happy to see this side of D+. This is what I was looking for. A comp on the same page, playing together. And I was talking about the fact in pre-show that we didn't see a unit on the side of D+. That's what I want to see, especially coming into the T1 matchup later this week. But let's take a look at the first highlights, because Hanwha Life was trying, but it feels like the TP, Diffy, and the fact that Kingen can't join the fight later on didn't help, but also D+ fighting back here.
Yeah, this was like a relatively even fight overall, but you can see that Hanwha Life Esports are trying to make things happen. But the fact that there's been such a lead established in the top lane because of Kana, because of Canyon, when you have this Renekton TP, there's just nothing you can do. He's so tanky, so strong, doing so much damage.
Yeah. Turns out the Croc was able to hunt down the bear by the end of it all, and he ended up with 4 kills after this replay. And what happens is they turn it around, you know, the teleport diff comes in, and then they get another Drake, and they end up getting the Infernal Soul so early on in this game because you're winning the early game, the Ivern's doing everything, and then you get that free Drake, and even the third Drake as well. Hanwha Life Esports just kind of like let it go. They're like, you can have it.
Hey, it's just Infernal Soul. Not a big deal, I guess. You know,
it's fine.
Very confusing. Yeah.
In terms of composition, let's put ourselves on the side of Hanwha Life. When you see that the early game goes this way, what would you have seen? What would you have done? Is there any opportunities to come back? We're gonna remove the nameplates and everything, but just what do you want to do when you play against a composition like this?
I think you need to try and break it up and find individuals, find good flank angles, try and pick people off. Compositions like this, they bolster the strength of the carries because you have the shielding from Ivan, the protection from Braum, the CC passive applying. But if you find opportunities where, you know, you get an engage in and then Kai'Sa flies in, that's your window. But I think in a structured 5v5, you're going to struggle. And I think it really hurt that they didn't have any dragons, because it meant the time at which they have to 5v5 got closer and closer.
Yeah, and in that sense, I want to point out Canyon in the early game, setting up his laners, offering them a good early game, leading into a comfortable mid game. And we can roll the second highlight here to talk about the Drake quadra kill, because again, D+ Kia playing the way we want them to play. But what do you make of this highlight?
Yeah, so I mean, the fight starts off pretty badly because the Jax is already basically out. But the way it ends up playing out is we see D+ get on top of the dragon and potentially end up in a situation where they may be corralled into the pit, but you get so much value from the Ivern in this situation. You know, they look for the engage with the ult for the Maokai. The Azir follows up a little bit later, but they just don't actually have the damage to take anyone down through all the shields. The redemption comes in for a heal. They're still full HP, you know, Shuffle comes in, Aphelios still healthy, and it's just an easy cleanup with all that consistent AD damage.
Yeah, like you were saying, Ox, if you're going to win with this engage comp, you have to either, you know, pick someone off, engage right into that back line, all as a 5-man unit, and get it done while they're not set up. This fight was, you know, 3 Ivern brushes. You've got them all in the pit with the redemption circle perfectly around 4 of them. And then right after they got that kill onto Grizzly, Viper's isolated. He's not able to get away from Showmaker. Showmaker wins the 1v1 easily as the Fed Tristana, and it all kind of crumbles from there. But really nice team fighting from the side of D+, and they absolutely killed it in that one.
Definitely, and as I was saying, looking at the next matchup for D+, playing against T1, let's put ourselves in T1's shoes right now. What are the learnings from this series and understanding of D+?
Well, I think if I'm T1, I'd be really looking at what's available in the new patch. What is strong. We've seen
Ivern.
Well, Ban Ivern definitely, but we've seen like a big shift in the meta, probably the biggest we've had so far this season. And T1 historically have been sometimes slow to adapt. We've seen them have issues in their long list of finals they've lost where there were some questionable moments when it came to draft, or they didn't put the priority on the right picks. A lot of things like the Aatrox, the Gwen, where they left it open, which was their downfall. So I think they need to respect D+, have really leapt into the new meta, and they need to be prepared for it and up to speed on what's strong on 13-12.
Yeah, I think that you'll learn a lot from this one as well. And it was interesting to see the Ashe play in the support role because Keria, historically at least, has been one of our best AD carry support players. So on the side of T1, they might be licking their chops like, ooh, we get to play this kind of meta. And I would assume that, knowing how good Gumayusi is, knowing how good a Faker is, they could easily pilot this comp as well. So I think that draft is going to be really interesting when we do see these two teams fight.
And when it comes to D plus Kia themselves, when you look at last week, coming into this week, where do you see the biggest improvements from the team?
I mean, I think cohesiveness is a big thing, but I also just like the drafts because there's a lot of drafts where it looked questionable. I was like, what is the purpose of this? You have this really inactive, like mid-jungle, things like when they had the Sion jungle that Corki made that just did nothing. But here you had like a really strong 2v2, good lane matchup for Showmaker, and then everything really came together when it came in the team fights. It's like you have these strong carries that you can just lean on in those 5v5s, and their setup for the fights was so much better. I felt like they had a very clear understanding of what their comp needed to do.
Yeah, also felt like multiple win conditions as well. Like when you are running this kind of composition, you've got the double AD carry, you've got the Ivern who's helping out. He's very broken, as we all saw. Yeah, it just felt like really great cohesiveness and great drafting from DK.
Staying focused on the mid-jungle duo, I want to take a look at the player of the game here because I think this... Oh, no. Okay, I was wrong. It's for the Renekton here and Kana on the top lane. What do you make of this choice?
Well, it wasn't our vote. I mean, I think he had a good game.
He did TP that one time.
He did have a good TP.
Yeah.
He did very well in the 1v1 against Kingen. He did get some assistance from Showmaker as well. But overall, he had a solid game. I think anyone from the top side, I could really understand getting a vote because they all had pretty stellar games. Personally, I went for Canyon just because he really helped out in the top lane, and then also in team fights was just such a monster, being able to provide all that safety to the team. But I think Kanna's Renekton performance was pretty solid.
There were a lot of like individual moments, right? Like he got a lead and he did a lot with it, right? Like that's something you can say, right? He was able to get the solo kill onto Kingen. He was able to dive into the bottom side. 3 media votes doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, he did a great job, and I understand why he could see a lot of focus, even though he wasn't our vote.
But I think also, like I said, anyone from the top side, and all the votes are for split between jungle, mid, and top, which kind of makes sense. All three of them were
very
playing well.
Specific division as well.
Yeah, very specific. Yeah. What to make of that?
Whatever. Yeah, thank you, Jason. I just heard that the interview is ready, so we'll stop talking about the player of the game. Helen, take it away, please, with the translation. We'll come back right after this.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Showmaker and Kana on the side of D plus Kia. Congratulations. How do you feel, Showmaker? We were in a losing streak slump, so this match was really important. I'm really happy that we got a 2-0 victory. What about you, Kana? Same here. We were in a losing streak, and we were our schedule only had a lot of strong teams left, so it's really nice that we were able to break free from our losing streak. And Showmaker, you had perfect games, so how are you feeling? It looks like you're in a good condition today. I didn't feel like I was in particularly good condition, but I felt confident playing Tristana, and I think it went well. And Kana, this is your first POG, and I'm just wondering, was there any special effort you put in? I feel like in scrims tend to go pretty well, but it seemed like we were actually faltering on the stage, and I feel like we're finally able to show our full potential. It's just that whenever my team wins, I feel like everybody does so well that I didn't really get a chance to get a POG before. In Game 1, with the new patch, you guys drafted Ivern with 3 AD carries, so how did you prepare this comp? Ivern got a huge buff this patch, so given that Canyon has a wide champion pool, we were able to utilize this champion. So we noticed a lot of synergy with jungle Ivern. So what are your thoughts on Ivern this stage, Kana?
근데 저도 잘 아이번에 대해서 잘 몰라가지고.
I honestly, to be quite honest, I don't really know much about Ivern. But given that Canyon is utilizing him really well, I feel like, you know, maybe Canyon's just a good player. Or Ivern, he just makes Ivern look really good. So I think you can definitely expect him to play Ivern again in the future. And Showmaker, most players tend to buy Static Shiv as their first core item. And as a Static Shiv lover yourself, what was your reason for not going with Static as Tristana? So comparing Tristana, Static Tristana and Kraken Tristana, there's a bunch of different pros and cons, and I feel like the pros with going with Kraken Tristana was kind of a lot better for this match. And your performance as Tristana was phenomenal. There was a scene where you jumped forward to get a clean pick, and here's the replay. At the time, you guys were backing off as a team, so how did you make that split decision to go in? I feel like in practice, you know, it actually went well, a lot better in practice, but I felt like our growth in game was kind of stunted. So it was like a split decision where I thought that we have to make a play to come back, and it worked out. And Kana, in game 2, the team kept Ivern and Tristana and changed the rest of the picks. So tell us what you guys discussed as you revised your comp. So the enemy's 4th and 5th ban was a little different compared to game 1, but I feel like based on what they did, we were able to get a good drafting done. In game 2, there was a moment where Ivern roamed top early and got a kill, so it was such a swift gank, and we're wondering if this was your call to bring Canyon for that kill.
제가 딜교를 좀 잘 해놔서
So
상대 와드 위치
it
예측하면서
was
여기 잭스가 많이 불편할 것 같다 라인을 좀 잘 걸어놨었거든요. 그래서
it was the timing that Ivern would come top, and I thought that we could actually harass Jax and sort of take advantage of the positioning there. So
저도 사실
is there any advice for laning against Jax? I feel like I've been playing really well against Jax lately.
말을 잘 못하겠다.
I'm tripping over my words right now.
네.
숙련도에 나온 그런 플레이인가요?
뭐 잘하면 될 것 같아요. 죄송합니다.
I think you just gotta play well.
정답을 말씀하신 것 같습니다.
As long as you play well, you can lane against anything. There's another replay that we prepared. It's in front of the Drake fight. Let's take a look. And wow, Tristana had such a huge damage output here. Did you even breathe here?
숨을 안 쉬긴 했는데 좀
Yeah, I held my breath here.
숨이 가빠라지더라고요.
But yeah, and after the team fight, I caught my breath.
다시 봤더니 아니 이게 데이지가
And then
펜타키를 뺏어가지고
after the game, after the team fight, I got to look at the damage, and I was like, wow, that is a lot of damage.
근데 데이지는 뭐 건부의 그게 아니니까 건부 탓을 할 순 없고.
And
yeah, I mean, I can't really say much about Canyon because it was Daisy who took the kill. I feel like Daisy should really start reading the room better.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 마지막으로 돌아오는 금요일에는 T1과 맞붙게 됩니다.
And your next match will be against T1. I'd like to ask you for your resolution into going into that match. We don't have a lot of preparation time, but we'll make sure that we display good performance, prepare very well for that match, as much as important that match is. I feel like this season we haven't been able to beat T1. We get to challenge T1 again, and I hope that we win. This will be the end of the interview with Showmaker and Kana, and back to space.
Thank you so much, dear. Wonderful translation and really interesting information here on the side of D+ Kia, who are looking still to beat T1 for now. How do you rate their hopes when you look at how T1 has been playing, D+ Kia today, and do you stand by your prediction also?
I don't know, I saw some tension between Showmaker and Canyon, because obviously Canyon stole his Penta, so maybe that's gonna... I think D+, this was a series they need to look good in, and I think they did. I think a lot of fans are sort of losing hope. This has revitalized confidence. It's hard to say how the matchup will go from here, but it definitely makes it look like D+ will put up a fight. As for T1, they have been in a bit of a slump, so it's hard to judge where their form will lie in comparison.
To me, it just feels like D+ didn't really get challenged at all in this match. Like, Hama Life Esports didn't really step up to the plate. D+ got everything they wanted. They had a fantastic composition. They were kind of allowed to play confidently and freely, and they looked great, which is definitely a good bonus. I would still slightly favor T1 going into that next match, just based off of that, because T1 absolutely will challenge them. Even if T1 has been struggling a little bit themselves, they did just go down to K2, who's looking like maybe the strongest team right now. So can you really blame them? Yes, T1's not 100 out of 100 right now, but I would still put them slightly ahead of D+.
Really important matchup for these two teams looking to aim at the top here. Next matchup we have KT Rolster versus Kwangdong Freaks. Any first takes on this matchup? Can they? Yeah, of course.
Good luck to Kwangdong Freaks. Maybe they can bring out, maybe they get the Ivan and they, that could be, no, I think it's rough. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck and have fun. We'll see about this in about 30 minutes. Start time for the second series at 7:20 KST. Until then, take care, go grab some food, do something else, and come back in 30 minutes. Ciao.
코람대 선수라든가 다들 활약이 잘했다 보니까 꺾이지 않는 DRX 점승 신고합니다. 선수들의 미소나 이런 웃음을 얼마 만에 보는지 기억이 안 날 정도예요. 여름의 서막이 드디어 열립니다. 오케이 우리 되네 되잖아. 오케이 브리오 꼼짝마. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the
Hello, Poggers, and welcome to another episode of The Pog State. I'm Atlas. I'm once again joined by Valdez, but we have some new faces that we'd like to introduce to you. If you've only been watching The Pog State and you haven't been watching the LCK, this might be a new thing. That would be a very weird thing to do, though. So just, watch some LCK. We thankfully have Orcs and Law with us here on The Pog State to just give us a bit of behind-the-scenes information on how it's been transitioning to LCK caster and LCK professional first time in the LCK host. So excited to have you guys here. Law, let's start with you because I feel like I feel somewhat responsible. We had a conversation and it had nothing to do with me, right? Because I was just talking about the fact that G-Sun was already talking to you, but it makes me feel like I helped.
Yeah,
I
mean, it's all thanks to you, honestly.
Yes,
it all started at Wells in New York last year. When I had an informal joke conversation with Ji-sun, she was like, yeah, everything's going well, but the guys are really overworked, and having a real host could be really nice.
Nudge, nudge.
And yeah, I think that's when she went to talk to you, and you came. So Ji-sun told me that you may be interested in joining, and you know how much I love you guys and how much I love Korea, so it was meant to be, and for me it made sense. And yeah, I'm happy to finally be here also, because visas and everything made everything so much more complicated than what it should have been. But yeah, finally.
I know, it's amazing. And I like that you mentioned that, you love us and you love Korea, but actually you're only here because you love KT.
Yeah, right.
And I think we can be honest about that. I think that's allowed.
Yeah, I mean, they started winning again lately when I came back. So yeah, we take this. We are finally you're here, guys.
We are going to be peering into some predictions for these two new additions to the Pog State, because of course we all have to predict what the standings are going to look like at the end of the season. Theirs is going to look a little bit different to ours because they have a little bit more information.
And because we're better.
And
yeah, that as well.
Well, yeah, I'd hope so. Otherwise. After 2 weeks of extra information, Orcs. By the way, how has it been? Getting over to Korea, you've been here for a little bit longer, and how's the transition been? Has it changed your life a lot?
Yeah,
living in Korea instead of the UK.
It's a lot better. Brexit did a number on the UK. No, Korea's been lovely. Food's great. Been able to hang out with you guys, which has been fun mostly. Brendan's great. Mao's great. Wolf's great. Ji-sun's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's been fun, and I feel like, for me, last year I was working on the LPL, which was all remote, and I had a pretty long commute from my bedroom to my office of about 2 meters.
Yeah.
And especially, it's just so different working remote. You don't get as connected to the league and stuff. So being here, being in person, seeing Faker walk past and being like, that's been pretty cool.
Poggers. Yeah, you don't get used to this.
The first time I saw T1 walk by, because I don't know what it is. It's I've seen pro players before as a caster, but when it's like the OG ones, like seeing Faker walk by, I think I was speaking to Brendan. I was just kind of like, and he was like, "Are you there?"
I find that doesn't go away.
No, it doesn't, because we've been working international events, and we use in a way to sing these guys, but it doesn't go away. But I had the same thing as you recently. I was waiting for the elevator because broadcast starting an hour after that, and they come in, and I'm like, what should I do? Should I go in the same elevator? Should I just let them go and take the next one? I ended up taking the next one because I was like, okay, I'm going to let the
Should
Royals.
You apologize for being in the presence?
I'm sorry for being here. Breathing the same air.
Down, looking at shoes. Yeah.
No, but it's great. It's great seeing this.
Actually, I took an elevator up, and I actually really like taking elevators with pro players because you get an idea as to what the vibe of the game you're about to commentate is going to be. Yeah. I remember I was in the elevator with Chovy, Peanut, and Doran.
Yeah.
And Doran looked like his pet just died. He just looked very upset. But Chovy and Peanut looked the happiest they'd ever been in their entire lives. And it was that's exactly how the series went. Doran was inting, and Peanut and Chovy were just hard carrying. And I was like, wow. Elevator information is very important to know. And because my Korean isn't great, I didn't really understand what they were talking about. But getting the vibe, doing the vibe check, it certainly worked out. So Valdez, how has it been? Still being in Korea.
It's been great.
Give us an update.
I've been having.
We haven't had a Valdez life update for a while.
I've been having a good 11 years here. things are relatively the same, you know. Not much
You
has
got a new
changed.
cat?
Yeah, I was going to say,
I got a new cat.
cat amounts have doubled.
His
since
name
last we spoke.
is Bobby, so now it's Charlie and Bobby, and I'm also Bobby because my middle name is Robert. And
There's some lore. We're
doing some backstory,
Origin
some
story.
introductions, right? So maybe something that people don't know about
So
me. you know?
DY lives with Charlie Bobby Bobby.
That's
Yes,
actually great.
That's true. Yes,
That's really cool.
yes. And yeah, that's been fun. Been casting the LCK still. It's been fun having 2 new people with us as well.
And one new day off.
I've really loved having Laura around. She's been really fantastic, and I think she's really made a great change to the LCK.
It's been really great to have a dedicated host.
The mood is great, as you guys can see. Like, we all like each other. It's fine.
And Ox is okay, cool, I guess. Yeah, he's
We can edit that
that
awkward silence. We'll edit out. Don't worry.
Yeah, we can fix that in post.
I forgot.
We talk about fixing things in post a lot.
Do you?
And you guys know that because Ian just leaves it in. We look stupid. And I think that's become part of the show, which makes me sad. But that's okay. All right. So we've done some esports, some career introductions. Maybe for pure LCK diehards, you guys could give us a bit of information as far as like backstory and where you came from and what got you into
Origin
esports
story.
in the first place.
Where did you
So
come
I go
from?
first?
Where did you go?
I reckon
All right, go ahead.
Law went first last time, so
Yeah.
Orcs, you can go first. As long as you say nice things about me this time.
I'll try. No promises.
Atlas inspired me to be a pro. Sorry, you can. You. It's your story.
Not really. Yeah, no, I used to play as a pro player for XL. This was before they were in the LEC, and we won the UK National League. And then, yeah, pretty cool. You know, Faker's never won it, so
You're a champion. Wow,
yeah.
cool.
And then,
True.
you know, I had an offer to go to uni, and I didn't think I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it as a pro player. So I went to uni, and then I started casting because I was like, you know, I want to keep involved. And then casting went really good, and uni didn't. So I dropped out of university, and I cast the league I used to play in, which was the UK League, and then that's now the NLC, and I did some EU Masters. And then I got an offer to cast the LPL, which is remote, and that started like 1.5 years ago, well, actually 2 years now as a guest, and then I transitioned to full-time, but still remote. And then, yeah, now I'm here in the LCK, which has been great, because back when I was a player, I used to, like, every morning, because it was obviously morning when I was in the UK, I'd wake up, I'd watch the games, I'd be like, oh, look what they're doing, look at this sick stuff. And then, you know, I would try it out, wouldn't go well. Like, what am I missing? What's the difference? Kind of the process for, like, every aspiring pro player. But, you know, I guess enough of it worked that I won.
there you go.
And then quit while I was ahead.
And then now you're here. So you're at the pinnacle that you were watching and being inspired by beforehand.
Yeah, and
I
I
call
think-
that success.
I think realistically, if I was to continue as a player, I don't think I would have made it to the LCK. I don't think that was in my career trajectory. So
They haven't had a lot of European imports.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, technically, I'm from the
Yes.
UK.
Yes.
So.
Ah, yeah, true. There's always time. I don't know how many UK imports they've had, but I'm not going to look at that stat. I'm
we
just
don't-
going
do
to
we have that
focus on the
data available?
positives.
It's very niche.
We did import an entire team that one time in 2012. When
How did that go?
I mean, it went to 5 games.
Okay.
You know, like CLGEU did pretty good against
That one, yeah.
against Frost. Oh my goodness, that's
was
a
there.
lot. Yeah,
That's
you,
a long
you
time
were
ago.
there with Mole Trap and Double Lift.
Yep, we cast that final. 2012.
Wow.
That's a tricast.
Yep.
That is a tricast. If you guys were there and you watched
Speaking
it,
of,
oh geez, true.
You know, meeting your heroes.
You were sitting
That was
right
one of them,
next
right?
to one.
Yeah, I was like, what am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. This is weird. I don't get it.
That's how I feel in the LCK.
Yeah.
Isn't that when you were like still on the side doing like Diablo content for Azubu and stuff?
Yeah, pretty much. I was someone who spoke English and was good at League of Legends, so they were like, we need a fill-in now for Torch, and that's
So
how I got
cool.
it. Yeah.
So
Origin story in episode 4 of the Pog State, by the way.
cool. Yes, so you can definitely go back
Back in
and
the
we
day.
can, yeah, do a little bit of a.
It's like 3 years ago.
Yeah, we I was trying to remember. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that episode. No, I don't. I definitely don't have absolutely no recollection. It's back there though. You should just watch all of them if you haven't watched all of them and you want to see
Right now.
Valdez's backstory, you can go there. But now it's time to hear about Laws. So what got you into KT fandom?
That's a question that every KT fan should be asking themselves. Honestly,
We all ask ourselves this question.
Yeah. Should have been therapy instead, I guess. But no, I mean, it was, I think before KT, it was the LCK as a whole, or OG, and back then, Champions. I started following Korean League before Western Leagues, actually. So it came pretty late, 2013, 2014 by then. And yeah, I mean, I was playing the game. I was really bad. I'm still really bad. But I wanted to see how people who can actually play the game play it at the highest level. And I just got hooked. I was never like a sports fan or anything, but esports is what got me into competition in this sense. And yeah, I just fell in love with League. It was a hobby at first. And then I realized that it was a hobby that could actually become a career. Because, I mean, back then, you know, I was a rookie journalist and we were not getting paid. And it was just, hey, here's a keyboard for the 200 article you wrote for us for the past 6 months. And it was fine. And it was fine. And
keyboard?
Yeah, right?
Did it glow?
Right, yeah. It was like shiny lights on it. Yeah, and I loved it. But yeah, over time, it became my job. And then I met you guys when I came for the first time in 2018. And I think that's the moment I realized that I wanted to work here at some point. And I was like, it's cool to watch the LCK from home. I wake up, I have my breakfast, I watch the LCK, I watch you guys, it's great. But I wanted more. And so yeah, when the opportunity came last year, I was like, okay, might as well seize it. I think it's been enough waiting. And yeah, working for a loser's region for 6 years, it didn't bring me anywhere. So, okay, yeah, we won MSI that one time. Yeah, that was great. Half a year, yeah. We don't.
They made it
talk
to
about
the
this.
finals.
You won Worlds. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like,
does that count?
At one point in time, you were the only region to have ever won Worlds.
True. Yeah. No one can take this away from us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
True. I still use that Janna skin.
ones.
All right.
Well, that makes one of us.
You play Janna?
Yeah, I was going to say, no one's picking up on the fact that I never play Janna.
Yeah.
If I was to play Janna, though, or like, that I do
Janna.
like the Gragas. It wasn't the Suche Gragas.
Yeah.
That was his
that
skin.
was-
There's a lot of good
And
skins.
Karthus.
I know, but like, if you want to mix it up, it's got a good belly on it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think Scuba and Hillbilly are my
I love Scuba Gragas, man. It's so great because it's such a rare skin.
No one uses it.
And then when you use it, it's terrible.
The splash is awful. The in-game animation is disgusting. Just don't play
Spooks
this game,
used to
guys.
use it all the time.
Wow.
All the time. And I respected him for it, but it was terrible. But still, Hillbilly for life, because we're score fans, here, right?
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Is it difficult, as a KT fan, to, like, separate fandom of players who were iconic to the team at lots of different moments in time and fandom of the team?
I think it was at first because I always was like a biggest fan of Score, Arrow back then, up until the point he went to NA. And then I kept on being a fan of the team, but also maybe because of the players who joined the team, I looked up to them, and it's players that I really liked. I think for me, there was like a break when the team from 2018 split up, when Score stopped, when they all stopped, when Mata went to SKT back then, I think it was.
Yep.
And yeah, I think it took me a while to just stay on the hype train, also because they were not doing that great after that. But yeah, I don't know. I think last year I had this realization of, hey, you don't follow a team just because they have success and players you like. It's more for the vibe of the team, even if it's a toxic relationship, as KT fans may know here. But yeah, no, I think it took me 2-3 years. I was like lost in a way, but I found my way back.
So actually, now we've realized that KT's success relies on Law's dedication to the team.
That's going to be my narrative, honestly. Like, I really believe this.
Working well so far.
As far as it works, I mean.
It's actually working so far.
Because I was thinking about this as well, because I loved the KT from back in 2014, right? Like Rookie, Kakao, Score, like the whole gang. That felt like OG KT. And then I just went, oh, screw it, I'll just follow them to China.
Yeah.
Score stayed behind, but I got Kakao and we got Rookie there as well.
Yeah.
And then, Rookie made an absolute career of it. Absolutely amazing work transitioning to an LPL player. But then IG became my KT to follow.
Oh, wow.
when we were in China, because Rookie I felt like was just such an impressive player to watch. But then Deft moved back to Korea, so then KT reignited.
Yeah, that was a great team. But I tried to do the same when Mata left the team and joined SKT, and I was like, no, it feels wrong. It feels wrong. Like I cannot. Not this one.
Okay, so this is enough about about KT and just fandom in general. What we need to do is have a bit of a conversation about what life is like in Korea, because it's been a long time since, as we mentioned before, that Valdez and I have been to Korea. How has it been transitioning into Korean life now that you've been here for, a little while?
Should I take this one?
Yeah, you can start.
Right. Yeah. I think for me it wasn't that hard. I mean, it's the 5th time that I come here. I mean, I came in 2018, 2019.
I feel like it has been
COVID.
an annual thing.
Yeah, no, but that's what it was.
Law comes over as an annual thing.
And then COVID ruined the whole party for us, and then I couldn't see you guys for 2.5 years. And yeah, and the second I could, I came back. But you guys were in Europe for MSI when I was here last year, so it was anyway. But I've been doing enough sightseeing and being a tourist here for the times that I was here. So I'm actually happy because I know where I like to go. I know what kind of food I like. I'm still discovering some stuff because, of course, I have just visited here. But yeah, the fact that every visit and tourist stuff is already got out of the way, I'm actually having more of a living here experience, groups of friends. And yeah, it's been hard in the sense that it's the second time that I've moved country, originally from France, hence the accents, moving to Germany, and then...
Whoa.
No.
What? That's why her French is so good. Wow. Mind blown.
I can do the rest in German as well if you want. But yeah, living in Germany was great, but I mean, like the food, not the best, I think, compared to the UK. But yeah, moving here has been great. Honestly, it has been a great experience because I know what I'm getting myself into. And I'm trying to learn Korean, which hasn't been the easiest, but yeah, it's getting there. It is getting there.
If you learn it before me, then I'll be truly
I will learn it before you.
You will, probably,
yeah, definitely.
Actually, and you're also better at languages in general. I'm just hopeless. Dan, how about you? How's it been settling in?
Yeah, it's been good. I think there's obviously a lot of getting used to, a lot of cultural differences as well. But Brexit kind of ruined the UK, so it's nice being in Korea.
Just let it out.
Every time. I keep bringing it up. I can't help it. No, it's been nice hanging out with people. I think as well, with the LPL being remote, all my coworkers were in different countries or far away, so it's been nice be able to hang out with my coworkers. We got to do our little board game nights and stuff, go out and the meals as well. We have when we had meals after the finals, that was really nice. And I really enjoyed the country. I've been going on walks and stuff, which has been nice, just seeing everything. It's just really pretty and a lot of stuff to do, which where I'm from in the UK, there is stuff to do, but it just feels like once you've been there for a while, you've done all the interesting stuff, and there's so much more in Korea, especially in Seoul.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you've chosen a beautiful place to live. I'm not going to out you exactly where you are, but you've got that gorgeous little river walk that you can do.
Oh, yeah.
It's lovely around your area. So nicely chosen. Also, just a few doors up from where yours truly is as well. It's like a little community that we have here in Korea. It's gorgeous.
I don't live there.
I don't live there either.
No. And
that's also why they like it so much. Yeah,
Valdez is going to be further away.
That's why it's so nice, by the way.
So certainly looking good. Baron trying to get them a fair bit, but the apotheosis into the backline. Caster Curse may have just happened as Taeun once again going to go down. Now Dundun looking to make it worse as Bulldog, on the flank angle. No rocket jumping out of that one, my friend. And oh God, I feel guilty. It's just going to be set up by the depth charge as Jiwoo's going to try and fight Taeun. Oh, the slipstream is just beautiful, but Bulldog might be able to find an opportunity. The explosive charge still does the damage, and Bulldog just going to stand his ground. It's not going to be enough, and he's whipped into shape.
Storm comes in this time, and they might just be able to get this pick comp off with the blast away from Canyon, but so much is used trying to get in there. Phase going man mode into that backline, and he knows he's going to have follow-up as Kana is in their backline and is looking for kills. will be able to take out Doran. He's pretty low as well, but crazier. They don't know on this fight, and yeah, Peanut is behind enemy lines. They're looking for Def. The flash charm comes in. He is just dead. Def does 0 damage in the fight. He does nothing with this one for DK, as it is a total rout, a full ace going in favor of Gen G, a clean one.
Keen standing at the ready.
All right, there's the Destiny. We do have it behind. That is a massive Malphite ultimate. Guma is so low, but he's staying alive, but he does go down to the Viego right at the last second, as BDD behind enemy lines is just kiting it out. He takes Owner and Keria out of the fight, and the front line of T1 is toast, as Lahens doesn't even go down in the fight. All 5 members of KT survive, and it is a very straightforward victory in the fight to KT. I almost guarantee it. That's a another double knockup, rather, as both of them get extremely low. Guma holds on to his Feather Storm for about 5,000 years, and down will go the both of them, as aiming is just sniping him down, is now 9-1-9.
Squid kind of by himself in the pit now. There it is. The ulti is going to land on Arcus, trying to keep himself alive, but no. Zeka says you are dead. The Blitzcrank is going to go down as well, as Clit does manage to find the dragon, as my god, the Killer Instinct into the backline, and Viper does eradicate the Varus, and it's Zeka with a triple. Home Alive Esports come alive. Back to the rest of his team, but can he stay alive is the question. They dive forward. The explosive damage from this area is massive. The tank 80 carry mage everything Empress Divide is going to pull them back, as the Zeri does grab another kill. But the Gragas is going to go down, and there's the flash over. Will is in trouble, and Viper, he gets the Quadra. He's looking for the Cassante, but the sneaky devil is going to find the back. Well, there's the all out, and the all back in.
I think he's okay.
Viper's in melee range. Okay, Life, are you going to be out of? Okay, there it is, the pentakill, okay! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. We're up to our second series of the evening here. I'm Atlas, still joined by Chronicler here. Thankfully, I kept my job, and it's all thanks to our benevolent leader, G-Sun, whose birthday it is today. Happy birthday, G-Sun. Happy birthday. Feels birthday man's in the chat, please, from everyone. We appreciate you so much. And also, just thanks for letting me keep my job. Absolutely fantastic. Let's jump into this game, because this should be a pretty rocky road for the Kwangdong Freaks, but there are a lot of stories here. As we see, Kwangdong Freaks very close to making it towards that top 5, but KT solidified in second right now. They are currently 8 games in a row winning streak. It's just been 2 zeros across the board here for KT. Most KT thing to do here would be to lose 0-2.
Yeah, and we got to bring up, it might even be mentioned in points match as well, we got to bring up the fact that that's what happened in spring. Now, in round robin 1, I want to be very clear, that is not what we expect to have happen today for a myriad of reasons. But it is KT, and you know, the new KT fan might be like, oh man, they're doing great, this is wonderful. But every single old KT fan that I talk to looks at me when I say, yeah, it's a clean KT, obviously, with a mix of fear, dismay, and disgust. So we'll see whether KT can maintain the form, because as you're saying, they have been looking incredible. Everyone fire on every single cylinder. And while Kwangdong, to me, are, I think, a team that can make playoffs. If we look at the struggles that Sandbox and Brion, which right now are their closest competitors, have gone through, The expectation is that they should be good enough to maintain that spot and maybe make the playoffs. But yeah, it happened in spring. We had to mention it.
Yeah.
But, it was a very different situation. This KT roster was not looking the way that they do right now.
They certainly weren't. And sometimes, you know, you got to throw a bone to your old team.
You have to.
Both Aiming and Keen wanted to give them a little bit of something back. Of course, Lehens and Youngjae playing together last year as well. So definitely a lot of overlap between these two squads. And the fact that it's Keen playing against Kwangdong Freaks is a big one because he had so much of his career on that team. But the top lane matchup gonna be just huge anyway because Dudu, absolutely fantastic here for this team. And Keen is probably the best top laner that we have in the LCK. And at the moment, it's feeling like the margin is absolutely ridiculous. He is our OP player of the week from last week as well, with some great performances against both D+ and T1. No slouches as far as the competition was concerned. Really, really impressive stuff as we're going to have a look at some of the trash talk between Lehens and Youngjae. A reunion of the teammates, as I mentioned before. He's so arrogant that I want to crush him, says Youngjae, and Lehens says he's still too young to crush my arrogance.
Yeah, actually, the best part isn't even put on there, which is Lehens saying, I wish him good luck, which is in of itself.
Encourage,
yeah,
I want to encourage
Youngjae. You got this, buddy. Which is in of itself a taunt. And Lehens has earned it. He has been looking amazing, and this KT team have been incredible. And my expectation is that even with the meta shifts that we'll see on this patch, it will be no different because it doesn't feel like KT is relying on specific champions when all the parts are working together. Aiming has stopped dying randomly, which, I mean, to be fair, like was one of the few consistent weaknesses that KT had, has been actually been looking incredible to the point that even Augs voted for him for Player of the Week. And
I know, it's insane.
That's how you know. I mean, the KT top side, like, do I even need to mention it? Obviously, are absolutely smashing everyone right now. And a quick and a merciless 2-0 is expected here with the struggles, I think, also that Kwangdong have had against teams that they are worse than. When it comes to Kwangdong actually being able to dispatch of the West side teams, it just hasn't really happened.
It hasn't, but there is one ace that they could potentially have up their sleeve. And it's not just Dudu, although he is definitely a part of it. They also have the CV Max factor. It can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing, but we are on a brand new patch. And the man likes to cook. He likes to come up with his strategies, and he likes to stick with them. If they are on a winning lotto ticket with their current read of the meta, it could mean they could find themselves some surprise victories here at the beginning of our time on 13-12. Could be something to keep in mind, but I think that is some pretty high-grade copium that I'm on right now. I'm not going to lie to you. It could be a really, really tough match here for Kwangdong Freaks, like you mentioned.
And upsets happen all the time. It's tough to see the angles here for KT, and I agree with you, because if we go back...
I see what you did there. Yeah. Tough to see the angle for KT.
Sorry, tough to see the angle for Kwangdong against KT.
Freudian.
Yeah, well, if it ends up being...
Ominous.
We know who to blame as... it's the key player matchup, and Dudu has had a great split. But you know why Keen's damage per gold is so low?
Why?
It's because he has that much. No, because he has that much gold. Like that's.
Oh yeah, true. Too much gold problem. I mean, your team has taken all the turrets. So hard to do enough damage.
Obviously, has also played a fair share of tanks, right? Malphite, Tank Gragas. So that will also play a part. And Dudu has been amazing, but I was actually backstage like, guys, you know, that top lane matchup is really cool. Only to get immediately shut down, very justifiably so. But everyone's like, yeah, the 1v1 could be cool. I mean, obviously, I think Keen has a huge edge, but Dudu has shown that he can at times really rise above himself and do well. But then when you start factoring jungle and mid, which will have, without a doubt, given KT's playstyle, an impact on the top half of the map, things become a little bit less interesting and more, oh god, how do we deal with this?
Yeah, that's the thing that's really difficult. KT have just been playing as a unit. The hive mind is in for KT Rolster, and I'm hoping that it continues, because consistency has been plaguing this team for as many years as I can remember. So it is a tough ask to see whether they can rise above it all and find themselves a near perfect round robin. The only loss, if they are to continue the trend, which they should, their opposition is theoretically of lower skill level than that they've already faced. If they continue at 8-1 in the first round robin would be pretty impressive.
So they're definitely going to drop another series,
Oh, 100%.
Right?
I don't know who it's going to be to. I don't know whether it's going to be both matches this week. Maybe it's just going to be one of them. But I don't know. As someone that's been following this team for a very long time, I just get worried, as you know. And I don't like to, because I really like what you're doing. You know, you're just like, you're sticking to the facts. This is what we've seen from the team. That makes sense.
But
KT.
Yeah.
And that's all you can really say.
I think this is my biggest upside of I wasn't necessarily a KT fan of old. And also, I haven't been in the LCK for that long. So those two factors combined have made me impervious to the emotional roller coaster that this.
As long as you got here after 2018, you're probably going to be fine. You know.
Yeah, we're good. No problem at all. And I do want to highlight, if in case you forgot what happened, the reason why Kwangdong won 2-0 was indeed straight up draft. Like it was the Tristana counter pick actually.
Yeah,
that was brought up
Bulldog's
way back
first,
then.
Like real pop off.
Yeah. And I need to see Kwangdong get similar edges in draft here today because that KT was a considerably worse playing team. And I think Kwangdong are effectively very similar to what they were back then. So the draft edge needs to be colossal. And oh, BDD, he remembers.
Oh, they are first picking Azir. You best believe it. As the mystical tree is going to be left up and available. And this is something that I wanted to talk to you about KT specifically moving to 13-12. I feel like the bottom lane changes, absolutely amazing for this team. Kai'Sa, Ashe, two of Aiming's best champions historically, and Kwangdong Freaks, they are going to ban the Ivan away from Cuz, because this is my question mark, is can Cuz get on board with all the crazy new shenanigans that are entering the jungle? And this might be the test right here, as Nico is going to be left up and locked in for either BDD or Cuz, or the Hens. I don't know.
Do want to highlight that the Nico has been of varying success. It was actually, if I remember correctly, KT themselves who left it open against T1 and were able to get a victory against it. The LeBlanc has been very high on the ban priority. Obviously, the Shiv build is of great importance there, as Kwangdong making a read that we've seen a lot of our challenger teams make as well, which is that Rel is at the forefront at the moment. Expected to, of course, just go straight into the support role here for June, but we'll see. And Maokai might make sense. Mid lane matchup, of course, kind of known, but this is still technically a flex. Cuz could play it as well.
Yep. And Youngjae, not wanting to take any risks on the Maokai front, is just going to lock away the LeBlanc, guarantee that matchup for Bulldog if it is going to be the Nico in the mid lane. Could be now that Aiming just picks away the Kai'Sa. We've seen Kai'Sa Rel, in Challenger at least, used predominantly as far as the Rel bottom lane. But this is what KT have been gifted with, and that is the ability to pick topside and then let Aiming and Lehens find something to play afterwards. And it's been working out so well for them. Renekton and Sejuani, both of them locked in, will confirm that BDD is playing that Nico in the mid lane unless Lehens is doing something absolutely insane. Poppy going to be locked in for either Youngjae or Dudu. Still a lot up in the air as far as what Kwangdong Freaks are going to do with these champions.
And looking at the initial setup here, I think what KT have gotten for KT is amazing, particularly the Sejuani Renekton combo. But I do like what Kwangdong have gotten for themselves thus far. I think Rel Poppy in particular is a really strong hard engage combo. But it does require you to get a really consistent AD carry here. Like, you're looking at something that can reliably output enough damage to cover for the fact that Bulldog is going to be mostly burst, because this is the Shiv LeBlanc build, right? So we're not going to see... and LeBlanc in general is bursty, but I feel like the Shiv variant
weird
even
because
more so.
It's like, it's burst, but it's actually less damage than going all in with a combo. But it does feel like it's more burst. It's very strange.
It really is. And when you look at the damage on everyone, right, if you get some good change, then obviously it will pull ahead. But I agree, it is a build that we're still kind of getting a feel for. But it does mean that Kwangdong might be looking to picking up maybe just Aphelios, right? Pick has been nerfed, and I think it's good that he's been dropped, but it's not like the pick is unplayable.
Yep.
And Kai'Sa is the other obvious choice, not in the last place, because I think that if you don't pick the Kai'Sa away, then KT is going to 100% run Kai'Sa Nautilus. Because Lahens loves playing Nautilus. Aiming has a large amount of games on Kai'Sa, and even though some of his most memorable moments are not necessarily the best, there was also a lot of games where he was able to just do great on the champion, and it works so well with the KT comp. So yeah, I think you're locked into this. I have to pick it away here.
Well, Varus is still up if Aiming wants to head towards that one instead. There is a bit of a danger to this very all-in composition. One of them is red-white guns from Aphelios. That is still very, very worrisome if you are going to try and dive forward. But Nico's Pop Blossom is... Oh, sorry, Varus has been better. Never mind. So it is going to be the Aphelios.
Yeah, so
or the Neo that he has used before. Used it in playoffs last season, but not going to happen this time around. But yeah, Nico pretty good at counter dive.
Oh yeah. And the team fighting from KT has also been great, right? This is something that I think is important to note. As much as they've been a topside focused team, I've actually been extremely impressed, and I think it's the biggest difference between the team now and then is how they approach team fights and the consistency of Aiming as Lahens locks in Alistair here. And this is where I wonder, is there a chance that we see them pivot and play the... No, it's just... Okay. I'm like, are we going to see maybe Rail Jungle? But that's not going to be the case. It's just going to be the Cassante here towards topside due to pick that one up. Cassante has really dropped in priority. Then it's going to be Poppy Jungle. And no real surprises here when it comes to the lane assignments for Kwangdong, and their composition is a little bit all over the place. I feel like the dive is great, but LeBlanc really doesn't fit as well. Obviously, you can try and like poke to then set up for the dive. And for KT, feels a little bit similar. You know, it is a front to back comp. The engage is really good. There's a lot of team fighting power. The 2v2s are okay, but we'll have to see how KT actually play it out here. I do think the Alistair in the early game might struggle with some of the skirmishes that I think Kwangdong is going to be looking for.
One of the classic picks into the Rel from years gone by, but we'll just have to see whether old tech is going to work now in a new age, Chronicler. That is going to be the test here. We have seen Alistair's picked, I believe they were picked yesterday in Challenger, if I'm not gravely mistaken. I don't know whether it necessarily worked out over there either, but we've seen Rels win and lose. She's not necessarily completely busted on this patch, but she is very, very strong. As Bulldog, Young J being represented here by the fans at LoL Park, going up against KT Rolster, a team that has not lost in 8 games in a row. They head onto the Rift and they generally kill a Nexus, is the thought process, but last time they faced Kwangdong Freaks in round 1, they lost. So, we'll have to see exactly how this one's going to go. It is Dudu on his Cassante. He's hard carried before on this particular champion.
Oh boy!
Completely ridiculous. They also have new and improved Kai'Sa alongside the Rel that we have seen be quite successful. As yeah, it's taking us a little bit of time to get into the game because we're not in the game. We're in sepia mode. It's a little bit of a pause. We've kept the music going, and I wonder whether this means that there is a swap bug, room bug, or something that's happened to stop us from getting there, or whether we're just delaying it so that we can watch Bulldog prepare for a little bit longer.
Get ready. And that is the crazy thing, right? Upsets, they always happen. Well, they happen consistently enough that we need to be aware of the possibility of KT suddenly dropping. Even a game dropping at this point would be somewhat of a statement from Kwangdong. Could be seen as a win in and of itself. It's just hard to imagine. Cuz also still on his Sejuani pick that he has not been allowed to get for the longest time.
Yep, and we've had a little bit of a setup issue or something like that, but we're going to be getting into the game extraordinarily soon. Was just Jin struggling with something. Can't quite remember. Like I was struggling with charging my laptop, which I have now sorted out.
Good
thanks
for you.
Thanks to the pause. And you know what? I think it's time to get into the game. Man, absolutely amazing. Thank you, Pause. Gave us time to sort things out. Let's get onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are. We did it. We made it to the fan chants, and now BDD has transformed into 2 things already. We'll have to see his use of the trickster that is Nico. See whether he's going to have the mindset for it. We've seen teams succeed and fail at making the right use of this ability. And I think it requires a certain level of intellect and a certain level of, like, Shaco main.
And restraint. You know, we talked about some Lord of the Rings references in our tree versus tree matchups.
Uh-huh.
I think it's the same with Nico. You should not be tempted by the power that you have with your shenanigans and your trickery. You can't fly too close to the camouflaged sun. You gotta respect that your opponents are going to be on the fence.
What would you have
constantly.
to use if you were going to camouflage the sun? Because I hear it's pretty hard. I haven't been there.
So another planet is the thing. It's like the only thing that does it, I think. You need like to put a planet in front of it.
Right.
And then the planet should not move, which doesn't really happen. So there isn't really a consistent way to do so with our current understanding of the universe, as far as I'm aware.
Or you put your own planet in front of it.
Well, yeah, that's just night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't see very much sun at night.
Well, no,
so it seems pretty camouflaged to me. I'm glad we got to the bottom of it. I appreciate it.
I'm glad we figured it out.
Yeah,
you and me together?
Yeah, there we go.
There's no problem we can't solve, Atlas.
We are leaning towards a challenger conversation here in our LCK game, which we need to try and move away from. As Taein and Jun looking for a little bit of an opportunity here as Taein walks forward. The Acathian Rain not exactly doing the most, but they will still hit level 2 first. And look to get some pressure down. It's a lot of Void Seeker damage. There you go.
Yeah, and we're looking at Taein going for both the Halo Blades as well as the Doran's Blades, so really going for a setup where you're looking for early aggression, you're looking for as much all-in power as possible. Aiming, picked up the call, as we might have a setup on Keen here.
Yeah, that Q not going to connect. As the Crocodile feels pretty okay for the moment. He's taking a fair bit of damage, decides he wants to go for the dice. There's the flash forward though as he flashes away. Youngjae looks for it. Keen trying to be tricky, but it's not going to work. And Youngjae picks up first blood against Keen.
And it is free camp into topside play here. Very nicely done by Youngjae, helping out his top laner, picking up an early kill himself. And that's a great start. Neutralizing Keen is something that a lot of teams have not been able to do. One gank isn't going to do it, but it's a good start off here
Definitely
for Kwangdong.
Is. As now you can see Kwangdong Freaks actually looking to go a little bit more aggressively, but see Jun getting a big old speed boost. He'll be feeling absolutely fine. That one got a little bit buffed on the current state of Rel. That's going to mean that you're going to have all of that mobility as now not very much mobility at all. Because as soon as you get off the horse version of yourself, you're not quite as fast.
It's better than it was, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Playing Rel really did not feel very fun as Kaz just going to say hello. It's going to get a little bit of damage down, but obviously this is LeBlanc, so you're not really expecting to get that much done.
DDD still doing a fair bit of work there with the Blooming Burst, which just does a fair bit of damage, even if you only hit it once. As Keen does a bit of damage to Dudu, still trying to claw his way back, and clawing he is doing. He is a Crocodile, and also still going to be relatively strong at this stage of the game. Oh man, able to use that Cull to make, grab the cannon in perfect timing and do damage. Love to see it. Jonas Strong's proud. Let's just say that.
Didn't need to zoom in to be reminded that you need to get every cannon. So mana consistency is like
that is a two-man pulverize as the crashdown does come through, but Taeun's in so much trouble aiming. Not able to get over there though, was still slowed down And it will mean that Lehens takes a lot of damage, but so does Taeun. And as a shorter range AD carry, you're going to be feeling a little bit rough about this whole situation. And aiming cancels an auto attack. Not great, but it's fine.
And wouldn't be surprised if June is looking for something here. This was a summoner trade down for Kwangdong. Taeun forced to cleanse. And again, if KT gets through this lane, like being slightly behind, it's a win. With the call, with the fact that you're playing the Aphelios.
That's a flash pull. There is a headbutt back, as Youngjae does have the steadfast presence. Lehens is just dead, and slightly over-aggressive was the play here from KT. Jun's going to be able to make it out. The power of the Rel, and the Poppy especially, going very, very well here for Kwangdong Freaks. Hello, history, my old friend. Nice to see you again.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, we're not gonna talk too much about it. Remember the T1 game number 2? KT fell behind a little bit early, and
yeah, I remember. I went to dinner because I wasn't working that day, and I was like, "Oh, we're going game 3. I can go to dinner for this one." As Pop Blossom does come through, as BDD does try and hit Bulldog. Is this going to be a solo kill? Is the question, and for whom? As the distortion will allow Bulldog to back away. Both of these mid laners at approximately 0 health, and by 0 I mean 200. Youngjae moving into position. Looks like BDD is going to opt out of this whole scenario. Hex Flash, definitely Lehens' biggest strength and weakness at the same time, because it means that he does a lot of things, for better or worse, as we just saw. I do hope the KT continue to make plays, though. That's what we love this team for. And so far, the plays haven't necessarily been working.
Gang timing here for Cuz.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Jun. Not a lot of summoner spells remaining. He does crash down, though. And Taeun's going to be slowed momentarily. Going to have to flash as well as Jun takes the Winter's Wrath. And they are going to back away. So not a lot of summoner spells left, but they hold on to their lives, which is very important.
Successful gank there from Cuz. Gets himself the flash. Youngjae in the area before, but no longer at that point in time. And KT keeps looking for opportunities here. Once the Shiv is done, I think BDD is going to have a much tougher time, even with how good the wave clear is of Nico. Obviously, the LeBlanc with Shiv is as high prior as it is for a reason. Meanwhile, on top lane, as we saw, the gank has merely delayed. Keen is Dudu.
Yeah, we're going all out. There's the Dominus, but Youngjae is going to be here once again. It is a 2v1 as Dudu has to flash away. Keen doesn't have the dice available. And there's the smite from Youngjae, finds a Q, and that is another dead crocodile. But whoa, that was almost a disaster.
Oh, ganking Renekton as a jungler always feels a little bit scared. And that's not even a Keen, that's just any Renekton.
Yeah.
Keen showing his mastery of the champion. They're almost able to turn around the play. And with a second kill, again, want to note, the gold goes over to Youngjae. So the reason why Dudu is still struggling in his lane, like if he got 2 kills, would be a completely different case. Bulldog
playing this lane very well. As, all right, Chain's going to land, and Pop Blossom going to come forward. Looks like BDD is going to have to flash, and he does so. Youngjae just happily tells him to go home, and BDD is going to acquiesce.
And man, Youngjae on the Poppy is going crazy in this game.
He's everywhere.
Making plays, starting at level 3, and he hasn't slowed down since. Now should be able to pick himself up the Herald here. We do see KT thinking about maybe rotating, but it looks like instead they'll just go and make a play for the Dragon here. This is of course in full vision. And man, Kwangdong Freaks opening way stronger than I think many of us expected coming into this game.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. Rift Herald going to be picked up. Some plate money is available somewhere on the map. We'll see whether they decide to put it as Dudu. Just trying to weather the storm here towards the top side.
Good vision setup here for KT. Entire bot side is warded up, and they will be able to take themselves the Dragon. And here we have Dudu. The all-out comes out, and you're like, oh, I don't know about this one. But crucially, even with the amount of damage that Keen is able to put down, Dudu is able to flash out the extra damage that he takes in the all-out, obviously being a little spooky there, but Keen not being able to be slammed in the wall means that it takes Youngjae a while, but we'll be able to get the kill in the end. And that topside dominance has led to the Herald now being available, and I wonder where it's going to be placed down. Bulldog has been doing a decent job of maintaining some pressure on the plates here in mid.
I want to say as well, from that play, it was perfect steadfast presence timing that denied the slice, which is why it was a dice that came through afterwards. BDD is now in a little bit of trouble here. Takes the Q as Cuz back in his rightful place in the top lane, trying to kill a Cassante, but there's the all-out. Dudu trying to get back to his turret, but unfortunately, it's not going to quite work out. He almost did the Cassante funny business, but in the end, the Sejuani Renekton will come out on top.
Oh, I wonder if they want to try and look for a dive here. They know that Cuz is nowhere near. Keen does have teleport available though, but looks like they might not want to risk it. And the wave isn't that big, and it is Alistair with exhaust. It's aiming with cleanse, so it's the win
unfair
for KT.
Isn't it unfair that this is happening? Like, Kane is still just like gets 2 plates topside, farms behind the turret, and Cuz is incredibly late to the whole situation. Like, Youngjae's been up there twice. He's died twice. And it still feels like Kane's in the lead.
Yeah, as mentioned, I think the key thing was that Keen didn't miss out on that much XP in either play, although he is somewhat behind, as we can see here. As Dudu does a great job of isolating. The problem here is, like, if you try and walk away to your Krugs, the same thing is going to happen. So tries to go to the turret instead. But
he does miss a cannon on that play, so
okay.
We have to really count the good things and the bad things in equal measure.
I'm glad that you're here to hold him accountable.
Yep.
You and Jonas Strong.
Together.
Teo now has his Shiv finished. I'm very happy to see the, in my opinion, much stronger build on the Kai'Sa. We'll see if it's Rageblade next or whether we're going to go into an early Nashers. As the crash does come down, gold going over to Bulldog and Youngjae.
Yep. BDD also really keen to be Aphelios. He just really wants to be Aphelios this game. I think likes the auto attack animation, I guess. So pretty psyched about that. We'll see whether he can actually create some shenanigans with it. Because, of course, it's about luring your opposition into a false sense of security. Like, they're like, oh, yeah, but that's not the real one. But then what if they switch, you know? Also, it's not like aiming's going to be pressing his E, you know? So he doesn't need to use that button, for example. A lot of mind games at work here. Haven't really seen too much from the Nico just yet, though. Mainly defensive play. So I'd like to see whether we'll get towards some of these team fights where the Pop Blossom can really find its target. Bulldog does have, like you were talking about, the static shift done, as does Taeyun. So static shift advantage, 2-0. And see whether that is going to work out. Of course, slightly buffed in the early game on this patch. Does fall off a little bit later, but later you're actually scaling it a little bit more as both the Kai'Sa and the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think in particular the early impact of LeBlanc with this item feels a lot more lackluster. Your wave control and your roam opportunities are obviously still great, as Cuz might be making his way towards the top side again. Wave state looking pretty rough here for Dudu, and Dudu's like, nope, no. I am just going to peace out at this one. And he's making the right call, and this is important to note. If we look at where the goal is, aiming, thanks to the call and the bot side attention being played, and just him and Lance playing well, currently sitting on a sizable gold lead, whereas the gold for Kwangdong, a lot of it is on Poppy, and as well as Youngjae has been playing, if that was on Dudu or on Bulldog or on Taeyun, they're going to be feeling a lot better, which means this game very, very close. But that in of itself, I take as a win.
Yeah, aiming going to cancel another auto attack. It's that second time that we've seen that happen so far this game. Let's get on the board. Maybe he's far more used to playing with more ping. Because I remember when we got our own servers in OCE, I could not last hit to save my life. I just did not kill any minions. All of them lived.
The Atlas OCE reference.
Oh, I had to. And everyone was playing Vayne because they're like, oh man, my ping's so low now. It's amazing. But no one was actually killing any minions. As now Lahan's looking for an opportunity here as aiming finds a Gravitum. As Jun's going to be pushed back. He crashes down, flashes over into a Renekton who decides that the Rel wasn't even worth his time. Cuz going to be able to lock down that kill as KT look for their second dragon. They should be able to get it here too. Going to be a Cloud. We'll have a look at what the Soul's going to be. Could be Chemtech, but also could be a good one. Just have to find out, as it is going to be Chemtech. There we go. So never mind, not a good one.
Yeah. Well, KT, a little bit sad about that one. And I want to commend the ability of KT, something that I think they've been doing better than almost any other team on their teleport timings, right? Keen going for the play there basically guarantees that Kwangdong can't actually go in. And even though the individual kill on June, not the end of the world, the fact that Aiming is subsequently able to pick up a first turbot is huge.
Yeah, that's a Pop Blossom just onto the Kaiser as PDD not wanting to go too aggressive. Wants to rely on his turret for a little while longer as Jun. He was tanking the turret. If he had to hit another one of those blooming bursts, it would have taken him down. And Youngjae will secure second Herald. So Shirley going to be helping out much like her sister did earlier on. But it's so interesting, right? Kwangdong Freaks are so close in gold. They are down 2 Drakes, which is bad news, but it really feels like KT are in complete control of the map, just like they've been winning the whole time. You know that feeling? It's a really interesting situation here. KT just demanding the respect, I guess.
And a lot of it comes down to how they're able to play around side lanes, right? The moment that Keen teleports in, plates drop, so Dudu's counter potential isn't even that great. It's not like he can trade gold. Now the Herald is here, and there should be an opportunity for Kwangdong to start. And I don't even... Okay, I guess it's just going to go down here. Yeah, they want to deny...
local gold, I guess?
Yeah, the local gold here to Kwangdong.
They didn't want the turret there on 0 health to look like a false sense of security.
Oh, the anti-self curse.
Yeah.
I mean, SKT, it would make sense to me.
I don't know. I think Aiming is positioned perfectly every single time I've ever seen him play. I don't know what you're talking about. There's Youngjae going to be able to get a decent little charge into the wall, but Cuz going to deny it with an Arc of Assault. Very, very cute interaction. As Snare going to come through, looks for Bulldog, but does not quite find him, as now Lehen's wrapping around Taeyoon and Jun. Possibly overextended. But the Angry Cow not going to find the opportunity. They do have this relatively deep ward up the lane. So Kwangdong Freaks with a fair bit of information, as we can see. And Lehen's is just permanently looking for it, isn't he? Always looking for that angle.
He is just peak Alistair. He's always ready to go in, and it's that threat that Kwangdong is really trying to respect as much as they can. Double shift done though, and this is, to me, one of the reasons why I think this game has the potential to really continue being very interesting if Kwangdong is able to deny plays like this, right? Because this is just straight up teleport coming through, and June can't be that far up in general because the opposing top laner already is backed, and Dudu still had to go back. So like either he teleports in, which is kind of a disaster, or without buying, or he has to back first, and in that case, obviously, June gets taken down in the meanwhile. And mistakes like that mean that KT still gets to equalize the gold here mostly. Again, small lead, but a lot of that for Kwangdong is on Youngjae, because I think at this point is caught up pretty well.
Yeah, Cuz doing fine. You can see that it is quite a large lead now for Bulldog, utilizing his static shiv very well. That's certainly good there on that side lane. We haven't seen too many of the big plays from the Nico, as BDD hasn't really quite been able to find that. It's been largely picking up all the mess that Bulldog's kind of throwing around the map due to the fact that he is this LeBlanc that just executes waves and goes about his business.
And we'll see how the setup for Kwangdong run fights is, because I think their composition skills insanely well. You have 2 really high damage threats and an incredible front line. Remarkable amount of CC that's available. There's also a lot of CC that is kind of hard to itemize against, right? We've seen this particularly with comps that rely on like a lot of the stuns and roots and whatnot. Merc treads really get an insane amount of value, and still we're gonna have 6 in the game, so it's still obviously.
And Chemtech.
Great boots. Oh yeah, I forgot about the extra tenacity.
Oh man, they're gonna be so tenacious. We're going to need to let a few of those Chemtechs go over to the other side just to divvy out the amount of tenacity that everyone can have this game. It's very important. See whether we do get a fight over this Drake that's going to be spawning in 22 seconds. Looks like Bulldog will be able to get control of this bottom lane very comfortably.
Oh, the collapse!
Yeah, they're looking for it. All right, Bulldog, how tricky can you be? It's going to be hit by the ulti as Keen diving forward. BDD looking for the Pop Blossom. He'll find it there. And Aiming is going to be very happy to grab that kill for himself. 400 gold there as Keen's getting to work on Taeyun. It's a great keeper's verdict, though, as he does get snared against that wall. And now Dudu just trying to play defense. The Drake going to be a reward for whoever wins this fight, and it looks like KT have already taken care of it. They will be able to grab this dragon, move on to Soul Point. Yeah, it's Chemtech Soul, but they're happy just to progress this game ever further.
Big mistake from Bulldog there, getting caught out inside. It's again the teleport flank that does it. Could have possibly gotten away if not for the fact that there was a crocodile behind him. And this is, to me, one of the biggest differences as well between Keen and a lot of other top laners is how much impact they've actually had on the map, right? Like, obviously the laning is a large part of being successful, but as Keen is gonna find Bulldog here, but it is still LeBlanc, even without Flash, hard to get on top of. And I think Bulldog just desperately trying to finish his next item. I wonder what he'll end up going for. It looking like,
I mean, it's Night Harvester, right? He has to get that.
Should be, yeah. I mean, the Wisp being picked up.
Well, maybe he's just building parts of things because he wants Lichbane as well eventually.
Oh, he will, yeah. I mean, it's going to be what I assume Night Harvester into Lichbane. Probably just wanted to spend the gold, but that is, again, a win. And what I'm very worried about for Kwangdong is that their comp should be better when we're actually fighting. But every fight has started with KT killing someone, and that being the end of it. And it's not even guaranteed, right? Because like if you look at the KT comp between Alistar, Sejuani, and your Renekton, you have amazing frontline. And then a lot of it comes down to how good can Youngjae ult as BDD. Oh, no, never mind.
Count the minions. Oh, they don't have to. There's BDD not going to find an avenue for anything. Lahen's just playing around with his Hex Flash. Really likes pressing that button, as we know. BDD once again lying in wait. Look at this melee minion. It's bugged out.
Or is it?
We don't know. Okay, that's a Graviton. That looked like a Void Seeker. It did so much damage. But aiming isn't Kai'Sa. Atlas.
Oh, God.
Oh, man. Taeyun is just taking so much damage. Okay, BDD looks for it. There's the Pop Blossom flash out from Taeyun. Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. There's now the Keeper's Verdict charged up and then let go. And Kuz says, nice heroic charge. I will just walk this way.
And that is going to be a flash for flash trade, but getting a flash on Taeyun, definitely very valuable. Raises the threat of, say, a Lahen's engage by a considerable margin. And we go back here, it's, again, the TP. It's really hard for Bulldog to get out here in general, but the moment that he sees the Renekton as well, he's like, yeah, I gotta try and get back. And then we do have the teleport coming in eventually, but it's very far off. And the only member that they try to quote-unquote collapse on is an Alistar. So
yeah.
That is never going to work out, unfortunately, for the Kwangdong members.
It did work out once, because you can see he died.
That is true, but that was, I think, pre-6 and mostly of his own volition.
Okay, well, Steadfast Presence going to get a little bit of value here as Kuz going down extraordinarily low. The Yukathian Rain doing some work, and now Keen is going to turn up. Kuz will be taken down, though, as Bulldog helps secure that one. Dives back in one more time. Taeyun is exhausted. They get a bunch of value from that, and now Keen, they're trying to kite him, but this Crocodile is so angry. Hepa Pulp comes forward. BDD looking for even more. As, yep, he'll be able to find it. Oh, never mind. Dudu's just doing Cassante things. We'll see how many slices, dices, and slashes we're going to get. And Keen will be able to mop that one up. Bulldog, though, back to business. Grabs an inner turret in the mid lane. And trying to ignore that things aren't necessarily going well in the fight. But still, Quantum Freaks are ahead in gold, so I guess something's working.
Yeah, not too bad of a trade. As we see, it starts off on Lahen's. He obviously feels very safe. And then Youngjae getting a really nice cancel there, actually rooting down Kuz, and then some disjointed communications it looks like here, and then crucially look at the re-engage that's about to come through. Bulldog doing a lot of damage, and then they go in here, but the problem is that Jun is amidst it all, and Taeyun goes down. But they do not even remotely have the damage. Keen, again with a great flank angle, is able to get a ton of damage down. And these type of choke corridors are something that Renekton loves to play in. They will pick up the kill in the end there, but because of the kills being relatively even, and also the turret going over, it's not the end of the world for Kwangdong.
Yeah. I think Aiming may have his Gale Force license revoked after that particular play as well. Heroic charge into the wall here, though. Cuz is just going to walk it off. He's absolutely fine. Merc treads, as well as everything else. He'll be able to keep himself alive, no worries. Drake going to be spawning in 20 seconds' time. That's why we see a bit of a scuffle here on this bottom side river. As Voidseeker, I mean, Keen just seems addicted to them. As B2D in position. Oh, Lehen's going to take one. Taeyun not missing very many of these, as he does have a lot of his AP built up. Nash's Tooth is done as KT are getting corralled. Keen takes another one. He's just trying to back. Not really working, as the blue buff gets involved as far as soaking these abilities is concerned.
Should be Drake, right between the poke from Taeyun and Bulldog, and the priority that you can generate instantly with Shiv. I'll be shocked if Kwangdong are not able to just pick themselves up a Drake. Now, again, it's the value of this specific soul and individual Drakes, we're not going to overstate, so I don't think KT is going to be too heartbroken about it. But it does show us that Kwangdong, as more AP is going to get stacked up, this is going to be more and more of a nuisance, right? We're playing on the patch where the Shiv AP ratio is very much intact.
Oh yeah.
And Bulldog has hit the famed 3-item spike, clearly playing very forward aggressively. Is Youngjae?
I'm not sure about that one. He does get pulverized. Lens trying to question exactly what's happening here, is aiming with a couple of good guns. Just going to spray and or pray. He's not Twitch, but it's going to work out here as Glacial Prison comes forward. That looked very, very cute. They are going to have to settle for just the Rel here as BDD's Pop Blossom not going to find too much more, but they'll take it and they'll grab a Baron.
Oh, and that is a bit of a heartbreaker for Kwangdong fans, because that really felt like a over-aggressive play in KT. You can't make that type of mistakes against this team. Immediately capitalized. The double TP comes in, or rather the TP Keen, so TPing to side to ensure that they won't lose too much.
Inhibitor bot side in trade for the Baron?
They'll get a turret, but
yeah, they'll grab the inner. They'll grab whatever they can, to be perfectly honest. And we're saying that. This is Kwangdong Freaks with a slight gold advantage at this point. They're not behind by any means, but you make plays like this, and it's going to lead to really rough times.
Oh, it's such a tragedy as well, because his ultimate actually gets cancelled, and then he's unable to knock them back. And with the immediate TP from BDD, June also gets caught completely off guard. And this is, I think, really where you see the difference between Kwangdong and a lot of our other teams towards the more western side. Mistakes like that get punished very, very aggressively and rapidly as Taeyun.
BDD is going to look for him, but not going to be able to get the kill. Gets the cleanse out, though, from the Kai'Sa. So next time they go for the play, it will be a lot more difficult. Plus, it's only Dash Cannon in trade for the cleanse. He'll take that as BDD. Still with his Pop Blossom in his back pocket. He's also got a really cool hat. Went somewhere. I think Boris got some pretty cool headwear. So now that one's a pretty expensive one. He's still down by 60 CS. Like, Bulldog is doing the Shiv LeBlanc things, you know? He's nailing it. But they have to get on the same page as far as their lives away.
That was really cute. Observers taking away the health bar so that we also don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm worried with Baron buff, the shove is just going to be too much. Youngjae looking for a possible play.
Yeah, X flashing. We'll get on in there. Alrighty. Keen still taking too many Void Seekers. He's going to have to eat a lot of honey fruit. And at least it's buffed honey fruit.
They're holding on though.
Yeah, they are. Buzz finds an Arctic Assault. That is going to be Bulldog finding the flank angle as BDD gets into that back line. Jun, once again, going to be the target. His Magnet Storm is down, but they're staying alive. Keen, down to 50%. Taeyun, up and available. And Kwangdong Freaks, like you say, standing their ground.
They're holding on. They're able to mitigate most of this Baron push thus far.
All right, now they're on the front foot. You love to see it. Okay, Kwangdong Freaks saying that we will not be bullied by your Baron buff. As BDD doesn't have Pop Blossom, but he can be a cow. And that's pretty cool.
Decides not to do anything.
Yeah.
You know, he's just being cool.
As BDD, as himself and Aphelios, just going to stand in the mid lane and dance around. Aw, Jun says goodbye to him. And oh yeah, I like that from Taeyun. Just encouraging. As BDD's a cannon, there's another cannon.
It's also, he has Baron buff.
Yeah.
So, like,
Imagine if Nico got the Baron buff that you get like on the minion by turning into the minion. And that would be really cool.
That would be awesome.
I feel like it might be a little bit unfair as BDD is going to place himself as a ward. I think BDD is now just having a really good time and not actually caring about
Well, this is what I was saying earlier. This is when we reach the point of, do we fly too close to the sun with our shenanigans? Or is it fine? Is it okay? Is it no problem at all?
Well, it depends where this ward that BDD could be is going to be.
Well, he's no longer a ward, so unfortunately, it's not happening.
Would have liked it though, as BDD is going to be discovered here by Bulldog. Nicely done, yeah. Gets taken down extraordinarily low. BDD's like, I'm having less fun now.
Yeah, and they need this poke as well.
Well, Kuz going to look for an angle. Doesn't find the ulti, but Taeun loses half of his health bar. It's a couple of auto attacks from aiming. Aiming is just terrifying. On this Aphelios right now, 3 items plus a Zeal. As now KT back together again. As there's the headbutt pole. They look for the Cassante. Pop Blossom onto 3 this time for BDD, and that sets up for the Moonlight Vigil. Aiming locks down Jun first, and Keen is a big crocodile that does just melt at the hands of this AP Kai'Sa. Man, tanks don't do anything against this champion, do they? It's just absurd. But Bulldog, I don't know whether he's going to poke his way out of this one. That is going to be Chemtech Soul for KT. I say that excitedly. I'm just, I'm trying my best to be excited about it.
And yeah, I'm a bit baffled. I think the choice of who to focus on for Kwangnong there really not working out, kind of backfiring, as it starts off here with them trying to engage Sante. Obviously not going to be the end of it. It's just bait. And then BDD gets the pop loss. If they focus on aiming here, I think they have an opportunity, but instead so much of the damage goes down into Keen. And eventually will end up going down, but killing the Renekton with Gore Drinker and Dominus and Sterix means that there's plenty of time and KT still get the better end of the trade.
That looked painful.
He is literally slamming his head against well, it's a metaphorical wall, but a wall nonetheless.
And the sound effect makes it sound way more solid than any real wall. In my opinion, anyway. As Jun walking quickly towards Kuz. They were jousting for a moment there. I feel like it's not all that even when it's, in this case, bear versus horse.
This game
not
is
even necessarily a horse.
Still could go either way. I'm still very surprised that this is the game state we find ourselves in.
I know.
At 32 minutes.
And I mean, that's another Pop Blossom. Oh, Taeun! He's just going to be taken down. Chroniclo! Well, you had to go and say it, didn't you? As the keeper's verdict comes out. It's a bit of KT's verdict at this point in the game. They'll take the outer turret in mid lane. They'll head towards this inner. And maybe they're going to be breaking open the base off the back of that play as well. Opportunistic move there from BDD. Beautifully played, though. And that's why Nico is just so ridiculous. You can spend your entire game searching for just one moment to win the game. And you need to be aware and be ready for all of them as the enemy team. That's the thing that makes it so hard.
I mean, obviously, the response time for Taeun is so minimal, right? You have so little time between when the ult is actually revealed, and it does look like they're going to contest. Do you mind? Taeun has ultimate available.
Oh, that's a flash from Lahens, but he gets all outed. And Dudu, presses all those Cassante buttons and does things as Kuz looks for Bulldog. Tries to deny, as they are just chasing after this LeBlanc. They're getting really annoyed by all of the poke. They have managed to take the inhibitor, so their control of mid lane should be pretty guaranteed from now.
Well,
this fight over the Baron's going to be an honest one as Taeun's up and available again.
If this was a normal game of League of Legends, I would agree, but there are 2 Shivs.
Aha!
And I think that it's just not fair.
Yeah, that is true. And there's a Shiv plus a...
it's a whole lot
another
AP.
few items on top of that.
But Bulldog isn't actually able to reliably get damage on the backline. And with the amount of health and MR that they've been able to build up, because
Bulldog is like
Lands
full
don't really
levels
care.
up on BDD.
Oh yeah, no, he is. He's Flame Horizon.
Well, actually, not 2, just 1. But still, feels like it feels like he's been level 18 for a really long time. Oh, he's level 14. Never mind. No, he's level 17.
Oh, it's
he was pretending.
We're getting pranked by him.
Getting very
taking
pranked.
on.
But BDD was
fine.
level 17, but he only had a little bit of mana. Sorry, a little bit of experience. Atlas's brain really struggled.
Man, imagine like we know Nico is in the game. We're still having this tough a time. Big poke.
Ooh, how many Cuzes are there? There's one. As BDD wants to turn into a melee minion, is going to. And I think they know that that is in fact a melee minion, but he's going to switch into a couple of versions of himself. There is the Pop Blossom, still lands onto 3. Still Taeyun is going to explode. They look to take down aiming, but he's got a GA. Dudu has no health back, and aiming, he's got chakrams for days. He'll tear them apart. The LeBlanc will fall down in the end. BDD's going to go down as well. Honestly, he deserves to after what? That was just crazy. You're not allowed to do that, Chronicler.
And twice in a row, BDD finds an incredible angle, and that by itself might have been maybe recoverable for Kwangdong, but then Keen comes in, the crocodile out of nowhere to seal the deal, and that is going to seal a game number 1 here, unless Dudu can do something heroic, but no, not going to be the case.
Dudu cannot do very much at this point in time, as Lehen's just demonstrating that he still has an unbreakable will, and they'll take down the Nexus for the 9th time in a row here. KT rolls to poised to put another 2-0 on the docket.
And as good as Kwangdong, their early game performance was, as much as they were able to hold on and I think overperform, what is important is what we mentioned. It's not like KT has to win early game. They don't have to snowball this composition.
They were barely winning throughout the entirety of that game, but it felt like they were absolutely dominating. Isn't that a weird thing?
It is, and it's the same feeling of inevitability we've seen with a lot of our other teams when they do well. Think back to D+, or back then Damwon in 2021. Think back to T1 last year as well. The double shiv not going to be enough, and it's a couple of mistakes, perhaps born from inexperience, right? Some of the catches that were found in the mid-game, some of the setups around teamfight, a lack of confidence from Kwangdong, and a beautifully set of executed teamfights by KT, BDD and Keen, having incredible games yet again.
And as you can see, the majority of that game was held in a Kwangdong Freaks gold advantage. Most of that was because Bulldog was farming like a madman all around the Rift, but if you then can't transition that into any ability to wrestle map control, because they were able to kill minions, you have to do things after that as well. You have to play around that extra power that you've picked up. Didn't quite work out here, but Kwangdong Freaks definitely showing they have the power to stand toe-to-toe. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space in game number 2.
카이사 카이사 좋아 나 안 죽어 나 날라왔고 얘들아 나 르블랑 나 가인 야 르블랑 봐줘 르블랑 맞게 르블랑 까봐줘 나 르블랑 잡았고 게임 끝내자 라인 게임 끝내자 라인 지켜야 돼 이거 라인 막아 아니 미드 가도 돼 오케이 미드
좋았다 모성아 킥박스냐
스태틱 오브 레전드.
네.
예, 라인
빡셌지만 우리가 급할 필요 없었어. 이거
라인
살아있어. 크한테 살아있어.
스태틱 풀 모르겠어.
할 건 없어.
노크리야. 예, 노크리야.
몸댐경. 몸댑니다. 몸대는 중. 다행이다. 나이스. 우리가 잘했어 근데.
잘했어.
별로 못한 거
맞아.
별로
딱히
없어.
딱히
처음에
없어.
좋은 거 말고는.
맞아. 딱히 없어.
So certainly looking good. Baron trying to get them a fair bit, but the apotheosis into the backline. Caster Curse may have just happened as Taeun once again going to go down. Now Dundun looking to make it worse as Bulldog on the flank angle. No rocket jumping out of that one, my friend. And oh god, I feel guilty. It's just going to be set up by the depth charge as Jiwoo is going to try and fight Taeun. Oh, the slipstream is just beautiful, but Bulldog might be able to find an opportunity. The explosive charge still does the damage, and Bulldog just going to stand his ground. It's not going to be enough, and he's whipped into shape.
Storm comes in this time, and they might just be able to get this pick comp off, but the flash away from Canyon, but so much is used trying to get in there. FaZe going man mode into that backline, and he knows he's going to have follow-up as Kana is in their backline and is looking for kills. Will be able to take out Doran. Pace is pretty low as well, but crazier. They don't know on this fight, and yeah, Peanut is behind enemy lines. They're looking for Def. The flash charm comes in. He is just dead. Def does 0 damage in the fight. He does nothing with this one for DK, as it is a total rout, a full ace going in favor of Gen G, a clean one.
Standing at the ready.
All right, there's the Destiny. We do have it behind. That is a massive Malphite ultimate. Guma is so low, but he's staying alive, but he does go down to the Viego right at the last second as BDD behind enemy lines is just kiting it out. He takes Owner and Keria out of the fight, and the front line of T1 is toast as Lahens doesn't even go down in the fight. All 5 members of KT survive, and it is a very straightforward victory in the fight to KT. I almost guarantee it. That's a another double knockup rather, as both of them get extremely low. Guma holds on to his Featherstorm for about 5,000 years, and down will go the both of them as aiming is just sniping him down, is now 9-1-9.
Squid kind of by himself in the pit now. There it is. The ulti is going to land on Arcus, trying to keep himself alive, but no. Zeka says you are dead. The Blitzcrank is going to go down as well as Clit does manage to find the dragon as, my god, the killer instinct into the backline, and Viper does eradicate the Varus, and it's Zeka with a triple. Home Alive Esports come alive. Back to the rest of his team, but can he stay alive is the question. They dive forward. The explosive damage from this area is massive. The tank 80 carry mage everything Empress Divide is going to pull them back as the Zeri does grab another kill. But the Gragas is going to go down, and there's the flash over. Will is in trouble, and Viper, he gets the Quadra. He's looking for the Cassante, but the sneaky devil is going to find the back. Well, there's the all out. There's the all back in. I think he's okay. Viper's in melee range. Okay, Life, are you going to be out of? Okay, there it is, the pentakill. Okay.
And welcome back to the space, everyone. I hope you're all awake. We are. We definitely are. I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. That was not a great game. That was not a great game. And that's not what I was expecting, especially thinking of what we saw from KT last week. I expected them to be more decisive in the early game, just take the lead and not let it go. But we're going to talk about the compositions first, and then we'll review the early game, because the approach was simple here.
Yeah. So
Dive composition. I'm sorry, you want to say?
Sorry,
All right.
I was going to say.
Dive composition on the side of Kwangdong, lots of front-to-back team fight on the side of KT roster, and I let you go now.
Yeah, okay. I think a big thing was the fact that there was this K'Sante Poppy duo.
Yeah.
It really shuts down what the Renekton wants to do early. They had this Sejuani Renekton that they were hoping to get some power through, but Keen really got shut down in this game, which hasn't usually happened for KT. That's been their big strength. And then it kind of just meandered a bit, you know. We saw Kwangdong Freaks not able to get momentum with their composition, and then it came down to that first pick for KT, the Nico, which we've seen banned so much, and I think this game was a strong reminder why there just isn't that much counterplay to this champion.
Like, nothing happened, and then a couple picks happened, KT got a Baron, and then there were 2 team fights where Nico hit an ult and the game was over. That was it. And KT, like, looking at their comp, I was like, I don't know, they're really drafting themselves into a hole here. I thought the Poppy was great. I thought the Rel pick up early was a nice read on the meta, on the patch at least, from Kwangdong. But really, as always, it just came down to execution and the fact that Nico also was on the Rift. And yeah, it was a wonky one for sure.
I am wondering, and I will ask you, of course, if the damage distribution on the side of Kwangdong was not the nail in the coffin, because when you see that you have too much AP and the Poppy actually becomes the main damage source. Sunfire, we can talk about this item, brilliant, once again. But yeah, I'm just wondering if it was not an issue here as well.
You know, I think it could have been if the game had gone on longer, but honestly, it was kind of like, I think the biggest issue was that Kai'Sa running out of health at the start of the fight, which...
Yeah, her HP bar hit 0 multiple times, and I was like, man, that's not good for the team.
Generally speaking, that's a bad thing, you know, for most teams, so I think that might have been the major issue.
All right, let's review the first highlight here, because as we said, Youngjae, lots of impact in the early game with the Poppy, leading to the mid game. As you guys said, it came down to execution, because when I see the fight starting this way, I'm thinking KT is not gonna have a good time here, but I'll let you review what happened.
Yeah, I think it's super hard playing Alistar when you're being initiated on, losing most of your health, and the Poppy is just so suffocating to try and re-engage on. You see Cuz also losing so much health, and the way the fight breaks out, KT just not in a good position.
Yeah, it didn't start out well for them. This kind of felt like the entire game end draft for me for KT. It was like a little bit lackluster, and they're like, oh, okay, I guess we're just better, and we're gonna get over the line just barely, like they do eventually. Get Dudu here, but it was like, it was not the best fight. It was not very confident. They kind of got caught, and they're like, okay, let's kind of rely on our hands to win this one, and they did in the end. But it kind of just, I liked that team fight for just shaping this entire game, because it really showed what KT and how they're playing, which is very different from last.
It was the story of the whole game where, like, the fight started off pretty good for Kwangdong Freaks, and then in the end it was just hand stiff. It's like the whole game was that same journey.
Then is it execution, or is it not picking up the fights where they're supposed to pick it up and actually plan to make the action happen? Like, how do you see what happened here?
I think maybe they need to learn how to count how many minions there are on a wave.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there's an extra minion there. Oh, I'm dead.
It's hard, man.
That would help.
Like, math is so difficult. But let's roll the second highlight here, please, because there's been 2 sides of the Youngjae coin, if I may. The early game was great, and again, forcing plays on the second half of the game, being caught mispositioning. I don't know what happened here for him.
So this is really important. I think that Kwangdong Freaks, they're a great team. They got a good lead. Well, they're a good team, right? They got a great lead in this game. They were able to snowball the top side. Things were going really well. But as you were saying before, Ox, things really stagnated, and they couldn't really push their advantage. And then one silly mistake leads to KT gets the Drake, or the Baron rather, they get total control, and then they just win the game almost for free. So that's a big moment for one of our weaker teams to really work on, I think, for the future.
I think ideally in a game like this, they would have had better control of dragons, and then not gotten Chemtech Soul and got a good soul, and then I could have seen Kwangdong Freaks, because that's like the normal path to snowballing. Is that, you know, you get a lead, you stack up those dragons, you get a sword that isn't Chemtech, and then the game's easier from there. But they obviously let KT get all those dragons, and then even like the fact it was Chemtech means it wouldn't have made a difference anyway, which is, you know, it kind of takes the wind out of your sails. But at the end of the day, I think this is kind of seeing also some of the issues with like the LeBlanc as well.
Yeah.
Did a ton of damage, very effective pick. But also, there's a lot of nuance to it. You can't just start a fight and expect to win. Like, you need to chip and poke and put that work in. And if you don't, then it's kind of just like, well, okay, I do a little bit of damage to my Shiv, and then I'm just waiting.
And then your team gets engaged upon and you lose.
And your AD carry dies.
You're like, well,
oh, I got another Shiv proc, you know?
We saw during the pre-show that OPGG players of the game were mostly KT roster players, but who was the player of the game here for this one? Let's reveal, shall we? And it is BDD with the great Nico. A hard champion to counter because it's not seen too often, and again, counting minions.
Right? When he's down 4,000 gold.
I don't think he honestly did that much damage. He didn't have that much gold, but he hit the big ults, and that was all he really needed to do. And I think we're going to see in these clips those critical moments where the Kai'Sa failed to count the minions in the way. Look, they're right next to each other. Something's up, and then it's like, oh yeah, Kai'Sa ran out of health. GG. Go next.
Yeah. Taeyeon, I feel like if the fight can start kind of on an even plane and it doesn't start very suddenly, I think he actually can play really good team fights, but I feel like he does kind of struggle when things happen really, really quickly, like if he gets flashed on. And so that's definitely something I want to see him work on in the future. I think that BDD was able to take advantage of that multiple times here in this game.
We'll see if they can have, let's check the votes here. Yeah, not too surprising. Majority of mid lane. I really want to see KT more decisive in Game 2, playing against a weaker team. This is expected from them. We'll see if they can make it happen, because that's all for us here. On the side of the space, Casters, back to you for Game 2.
Thank you so much, Law and the Astronauts, for the breakdown of that game number 1. I can agree with Orcs. I think losing your entire health bar is generally in the cons column when it comes to League of Legends. And so I feel like I learned something here today.
That's why we hired him, for deep hitting.
Yeah.
Amazing high quality analysis like that, right?
Yeah.
Don't run out of health.
And do you know what? I was accused of saying too many E words, Chronicler. You may have brought this to my attention.
I had to.
And I think you'll have noticed, if you pay very close attention, that I was using E words around KT, not for KT.
I feel like I've been guilty of this for like half the split.
I'm very good at this, okay?
You have years of experience.
I've done this before, okay? So you have to trust me. When I use the word, it is not used directly at KT. So KT fans, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Well, actually, don't. You're about to play a game number 2 against Quandong Freaks, and so maybe the relief can come after this if you happen to take a victory. Otherwise, you're going to have to hold on for just a little bit longer. As we do have KT on the blue side once again. Quandong Freaks electing to head over to the red once more. And so we are going to see the same bands outside of a Gragas that has now become a Renekton. And I very much like this adaptation. Adaptation, not something in draft that we see from Quandong Freaks a lot.
Please ban Nico. Please ban Nico. Please.
But the Ivern.
No, please. I mean, yeah, I know. Ivern is also busted, but... Or leave him open. No! Because if you trade them, if you trade Nico for Ivern, I feel like you're feeling a lot better about it. But look at BDD. He's like, wait, I get to play Nico again?
Yeah.
Two games in a row?
I guess they just don't really mind. And remember, theoretically, Nico is a flex as well. So we could see Cuz pick it up if we want to get a better matchup in the mid lane. The Tristana, of course, being banned means that BDD can't move over to that one and play that in counter to the LeBlanc. This was definitely Quandong Freaks' winningest lane, was the LeBlanc into the Nico. I think that Bulldog still played very, very well. Just wasn't actually able to turn that into any sort of significant enough lead to get them over the line. I do think that Keen's Renekton was a huge problem. I was with you on that vote, even though BDD did manage to pick that one up. Young Jay on the Poppy one more time, and he ran the early game. And if he doesn't just Hex Flash to his death and give over a Baron, then I think that they'd be in a much better position to win. You want hard-hitting analysis.
I
locked it down.
I was just thinking back of how I was gonna accept that one, and you did it for me. So thank you. Don't do this.
Oh,
don't
do it, cuz.
to us. No, he's not going to, because it's you know, we're not allowed to have that.
But it's cuz.
Have that happen? I know. I have heard you talk about him getting a quadra kill in his first game on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I've said it too many times.
I love it, and if I love hearing it, and I hear every LCK cast, and I'm sure that our viewers appreciate it as well. But it will just be Vi, nothing too crazy. Although I do think picking the Vi into Poppy not gonna feel amazing.
Love this.
Yep, I think that Vi Kai'Sa is gonna be feeling great. Varus already taken off the board here. And Kwangdong, what are you going to lock in here? Are you going to go for maybe something like an Ashe? Could be an angle, because otherwise that AD carry pool is getting pinched, and you might not get the opportunity.
You can see Taeyoon having a few conversations about it. Neela would be really fun.
Do it.
Something that Aiming himself hovered last time around, was considering it into the Kai'Sa. And we're going to consider it again and then move to something far less interesting. Xayah versus Kai'Sa. Anyone enjoying League of Legends a few years ago?
Yeah, that's a 2019 throwback if I've ever seen one. Kai'Sa and Xayah. Xayah obviously great into the Vi, but I do think eventually you kind of reach a point of saturation of like Featherstorm forcing ultimates, and just Vi and Nico, you're not quite there yet. You might get there down the line depending on what else KT picks up. As the Alice, this is a...
I think
they want to pick Rel again.
Yeah, I think they might want to pick Rel.
It's bold call.
I know.
I agree with you, actually.
I know, it's pretty out there, but I like to say out there things sometimes, you know? Quantum Freaks, what is the next one? They could just get rid of Blitzcrank or Nautilus or something like that. One of Lehenz's more niche but very strong picks, but instead they'll head towards that top side and look for the Gragas ban. As Gragas, that passive did get nerfed a whole bunch. Doesn't feel like quite the, I guess, neutralizing force that he was.
Yeah, so I think that the AP Gragas build didn't get hit as hard because of the fact that it trades pack a lot more of a punch. Obviously the Q, which often will be the Q max, also has been nerfed. And yeah, I was actually going to lead up to this. To me, feels like they want to maybe go for a Jax. Jax is a relatively safe blind, and AP Gragas is one of the very few bad matchups. And I think that the nerfs didn't really change that one too much, as Kwangdong, to no one's surprise, are going to pick the Rel. And I'm just, I was going to say, I'm waiting for Lehend to straight up pick Janna and make the life of June miserable, but might just be something like Braum comes to mind. Is it's a Cassante here for Keem?
Ooh, Lehend's first Cassante support game. Love that.
Okay, we'll see.
I typed it into the support column. I don't think it's going anywhere else. Lehend's going to think for himself about what he wants to play. Singed, probably. As far as what he wants to play. He won't actually play that. We'll see where his mind actually is. So it is going to be just Nautilus. Kai'Sa, pretty classic lane. There towards the bottom side as Sejuani makes it to 5th pick on red side. Insanity. That's what happens when you leave the Vi up and available, and then you focus on banning away combinations of champions in the second ban phase. Really interesting that Youngjae, of all people, gets a last pick on the Sejuani. Of course, they probably expected him to play Poppy again, but Dudu can play that towards the top side. And it means that this is very possible. Cute little flex here from Kwangdong Freaks. Allow themselves to have a pretty high priority jungler for what feels like free.
And looking at what Kwangdong have drafted, I quite like it. Again, I think it is a very straightforward front to back. You have a bigger diversity in damage, a safer pick for Taeyoon, which hopefully will help, because if I look at KT, the roles have basically flipped around. Playing a dive comp into Xayah and Poppy, though, does not sound like a good time. But if I look at last game, to me, it really feels more about how well does Kwangdong actually play. Because it feels like Kwangdong is slowly getting better and better, but there's still the point where come mid-game, people will be out of position, right? People will get caught. Bulldog got caught at the time in bot side. Youngjae obviously made a couple of key mistakes. Taeun got caught multiple times.
Yeah, especially
by
towards the
BDD.
end.
And I think mistakes like that I don't expect to be fixed. But for Kwangdong, to me, it would be enough if they are able to showcase a similar level of early game control like they did last time around.
Yep, seeing some fans of Summer KT before there, and some Kwangdong Freaks fans just hoping they can bring us to at least a third game, if not a victory. This is the first round robin. This is the time Kwangdong Freaks are supposed to take victories. It was a 2-0 last time. It can't be that this time around. But they can at least fight back in this series. It's going to be against Keen on the Cassante plus the Vi for Cuz. Two very high priority picks towards that top side of the map. We'll see whether they play around it as Dudu, very sneaky Poppy, going to be picked alongside this Sejuani. Nice stuff and adaptation in the draft. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Keen walking on over, stepping on a buckler already. Dudu has broken the first rule of top lane, which is just don't hit each other. It's not very nice. As BDD, he just really likes emote spamming, I guess, on his Prestige KDA Kai'Sa skin that was purchased for him by aiming, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
I want to highlight something, Atlas, that is just so interesting to me, and it continues to be true.
It is Prestige KDA Kai'Sa, right? I am.
I didn't watch, but I'll keep an eye on it. We have 2 Kaisas at the moment, so we have extra ease of checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is indeed Prestige, because the blonde Kaisa. Very good, good catch from you.
Thank you. I think it's the green hue that's going on that confuses me.
No, I understand.
Yeah. As PDD back to his old ways. Thinking about picking up a melee minion, likes that.
So when we look at the teams who have the highest gold differential at 15, just to put in perspective, Gen G, for example, who aren't really like an early game team, right? They're more about mid game team fighting and some decision making in the mid to late. They have an average gold lead of 800 at 15. So T1 used to be up there and still is with 1202. And then KT is sitting in first place with 1600. But in between KT and T1 is Kwangdong. A team that's free and free has, on average, the second highest gold leads at 15.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like every time I see it, it baffles me because it isn't even like they just draft for straight up early game. Their early games are just consistently good.
Or their late games are just consistently not very good.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is also true. But the fact that they get a gold lead consistency that consistent, I think is really impressive. But then, as soon as we leave the early game, like post 15, everything goes up in flames.
It's a bit of a disaster. And we'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks have found an answer to that. I think that they played more stably for longer in this game. And if you're watching this and you're like, Atlas, no, they didn't. It was better than when we saw them against Halma Life Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just say that, because this was a team that got a huge advantage in 2 games in a row and lost 0-2.
Yeah. No, they are a lot better than that, but they need way more than what they showed in the previous game to actually beat KT. Also see if KT has been able to maybe shore up some of their early game mistakes. Looking at you, Lahens.
Yeah.
Bit of a double-edged sword, as he always is with his very aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, just in general, if you don't like him at his worst, you don't deserve him at his best. Chronically.
I don't know if any of us deserve Lahens, to be completely honest.
Yeah, no, it's just too good. And he does definitely have some moments, as we've seen over the years. He never fails to entertain us. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage as Bulldog going to take another airy there, but once again, just going to get his health back by pretending to be...
Young Jay's on vision.
Yeah, and BDD looks to try and clear this one out, and Cuz should be able to stop this one from being an issue. Yeah, just tells Young Jay to leave. And Shape Splitter
did you have
fly forward.
Yeah, do you have top prio though, so I expect... I don't know about this one, because also it's gone for Aftershock, so that is currently on cooldown and does really reduce your early skirmishing power, so it's going to be a double scuttle here for Young Jay, enabled by the prio from his solo lanes.
Nicely done. Once again, the early game working out here for the young Kwangdong Freaks jungler. So Lehens, here towards his bottom side. I'm waiting for a hook. It's time to go in, I think, as it's Jun that's going to answer that. There's that hook that we were asking for. We do manage to get the passive proc. And KT just standing their ground. Meanwhile, some Biffo towards his top side. Q avoided there by Dudu quite nicely. And, man, it's just some low health bars, just from regular laning.
And it's Cassante and Poppy, so are they really low? Or
Well, yeah, well, like, no one's ever going to die. But, I mean, they are hitting each other a lot. And that's
they are, yeah.
Oh, all right, cuz. Going to look for his way around.
Wow.
Well, there's
just a ward in the in the brush though, but they are very far up. We do have Youngjae making his way over. Gus spotted now.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get in there, and already Lehens has started off the fight. Taeyoon is running as fast as he can with his Ghost activated. And there's the hook from Lehens! Oh my god! Okay, that's the double kill on the bottom side of the map. Youngjae turns up a little bit too late. And sometimes if the Nautilus is going to do that, there's no amount of summoner spells that you have to get yourself out of that one. Although maybe a flash could have helped.
Oh, nicely done there by KT. As Cuz dodging the vision. By the time he gets spotted, it's way too late. Perfect timing as well, as Taeyoon and Jun are looking for the crash. Gonna be denied that. Instead, both of them get taken down. Ghost invested as well. And it is the early lead for KT this time around.
Really nicely done. Let's have a look at this one more time, as the engaged timing actually just beautiful here by Lehens.
Yeah, so flash auto, immediate ignite comes through, and then here looks like they're just going to go onto Jun and Lehens. Oh, Taeyoon still at flash as well, but
yeah,
he didn't see that hook coming.
아, 지렸잖아. 그래.
Oh, Lehens.
Yep.
He's just talking himself up.
Yep, there's only one way to respond. And he's pretty awesome. Pretty much what he was saying to himself. He is just the best. And look, can you fault him?
If
it says 2-0 at the top of the screen.
If I could have, as might hold on this one for a second.
Yeah, BDD, he's going to find a Pop Blossom as Youngjae's going to turn up once again, just a little bit too late, as another hook is going to come through. Jun trying to escape, and Youngjae's like, all right, good luck, buddy. See whether you can get out of there, and he's not going to be able to. The Acathian rain is too much. And that is a 3-0-1 Kai'Sa this game, Chronicler.
Yeah, this one is over. So, as I was saying, if I could only have like a tenth of Lehens' confidence, man.
Uh-huh.
Like, can you imagine?
No,
the
I
things
definitely
can't.
No, I don't even want to try. And,
it's too far from a reality.
Yeah, that's a step over the edge.
Okay, no, Guangdong, it's only 2K, 7 minutes. If they can get a shutdown on aiming, which aiming has had some killer instincts in the past that have been suboptimal.
Oh, okay, so that's the angle we're going.
That's come on, it's like almost 2K at 7. I need to throw some curveballs.
Aiming could hint this one away, guys. Don't worry. I mean,
he's had some killer instincts that were questionable.
He has.
But yeah, I don't know about this one. As
Taeyoon, he has flash, but like, what is he supposed to do? He's like, Nico's got no flash.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's not okay. When you see it from Taeyoon's POV as well, right? Like the guy walks up to you and you die.
Yeah, I think that was like BDD feeling like he's done him dirty.
Yeah.
You know,
he's like, oh God,
I shouldn't have been able to do that. Oh, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and it goes down to something we've talked about a lot, which is just leaving open the Nico.
Yeah.
Again.
And it's leaving open Nico and Vi, and they didn't ban champions that are like illegal, right? Like the bans make some sense. Even the Viego ban, which is probably the most questionable, but it's Cuz.
Yeah.
And he's really good at Viego.
I do agree, but I think that the Viego ban or the Renekton ban, to me, given what BDD was able to do in the previous game,
I mean, it shows a little bit of a problem, yeah.
And I mean, you were mentioning at the top of the day as well, right? This is something that is not the first time that we've seen CV Max do that. And I don't think that it's going anywhere. But with being this far behind already, life's tough.
That is a cease and desist order onto Bulldog, who is going to flash his way out. Doesn't want to have to deal with Cuz. And aiming is ganking Youngjae in his jungle. Able to throw out a Q, grab some plate gold. I guess that's something you can do if you're Kai'Sa. Which kind of Kai'Sa? Is this a bottom lane Kai'Sa? What kind of Kai'Sa is this? Going to stop Bulldog's back as well? Amy's everywhere. All over the Rift. All right, that's going to be 2 plates. Taken down, BDD or aiming. One of the two is heading towards that bottom lane.
So top lane is even, which is nice. For that's something.
Ooh,
that's going to be a
land.
plate.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's game over.
Not even a plate.
Well, I mean, it's only 2,000 gold at 10 minutes, right?
It's a mad world, Atlas.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen Donnie Darko.
That's just what I imagine playing as like Dudu ults him away.
Oh no.
Okay. As Dudu's just trying his best, and like Taeyoon and June. I mean, the first one was a really good timing from Cuz as BDD.
Yeah, or Cuz. No, it's BDD. And Lehens going to miss the hook because a distortion does come through. I believe it was a mimic distortion, so he at least gets the R version of the ability.
Yeah, the one holdout last game outside of Youngjae's great early game.
What do you mean holdout? They were winning. Actively winning.
Who, Kwangdong?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Sorry, the player that I felt like was one of the biggest problems for them to deal with was Bulldog. So KT has said, no more video gaming for you, Bulldog, because they've done like multiple multi-man ganks. Oh, Dudu might be setting up here.
Yeah, Kane is gonna walk away.
It's only a 1.5k gold lead. You know, this is manageable. Kwangdong's comp skills amazingly.
Yeah, I think they're back in it.
I don't know about that, but I'm starting to see the possibilities, you know?
That's true. As Hook, he really wants to kill that minion. And Lens is going to be able to do so there. Just makes his presence known. You'll love to see it. And Rift Herald going to park itself into the mid lane. Bulldog grabbing some of those plates. Youngjae grabbing the other half. And Snare is going to miss onto the LeBlanc. Cuz just lying in wait once again. Got more fighting here towards the top side.
Look at them go.
Yeah, as BDD is going to find Bulldog once again. There's another cease and desist. There is only so far you can go. As which one's the real Bulldog? They are going to be able to find him here. And BDD going to be able to get the auto. And that's Cuz that locks down the kill.
I would not be happy if I'm Kwangdong in this one, man. That doesn't feel fair.
Nope. Not at all.
Bulldog gets knocked up. Cuz obviously great extension here. Good early game again from the KT jungler. And in the previous game, Youngjae was able to get some early game going. This time around, not so much. And the entire bot half of the map has been put behind here as...
Yeah, we're going to see it again. And
look, the melee is also
look
behind,
at his spacing.
so it doesn't even look fake.
His spacing is absolutely fantastic. Sometimes it's about spacing yourself in the minions. Other times it's about spacing yourself away from opposition. Yeah, it's a tough time. And I think that Quantum Freaks players are going to go to bed tonight just thinking 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Well, yep.
And if there's a 4...
But like that, no, but that's my point is, oh, he might be dead again.
Well, he's going to get hooked. As Depth Charge was invested in that one as well. So Bulldog lit on fire, but is allowed to escape for the moment.
Yeah, like my point being, by the time the 4th minion showed up in that wave, he couldn't react to
No, it was actually...
because of how the wave was spaced.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but also the 4th melee was actually closer to the casters for some reason. They just wiggled a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit awkwardly there. And right now, things are looking dire for Kwangdong. We're going to need to see some amazing team fighting here for them to get back in this one. What if we gank Keen?
Yeah.
Keen is not having any of it.
Imagine if Youngjae like goes over the wall and then Keen immediately just all-outs him back over the wall again.
Like that's what we're looking at here, because Keen's not walking up to the wave.
Here we go.
Hey!
We thought that the game might be like not as interesting and like it's pretty one-sided in favor of KT, but now we've got a Cloud Soul. And so that means good things are on the horizon. no matter what. That's how it goes. That's just, we've been blessed with a Cloud Rift. As BDD doing his best aiming impression. Doing his best aiming impression. And he looks like aiming.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've heard aiming's impression of himself is actually really good.
It's quite good. As over the wall goes Jun, just to pair back up with Taeyoon once again. Haven't really seen enough out of this bottom lane from Quandong Freaks, who have been definitely up and down. But when they hit their highs, they are very, very powerful. But unfortunately, this hasn't worked out in this particular game. And so much of it is all just down to KT's game plan that they've had, right? They set up for what they want to do each game. And this time it was, we're going to get bot lane ahead. Keen, you just deal with your whole situation up there in the top lane, mitigate. You saw he was standing so far away from the wave. Doesn't really care too much about pushing an advantage or anything like that, creating pressure, because he knows the rest of the team is playing around mid and bot. That is the priority.
It's also...
And Hook going to land once again. Hold your point just for a moment there, Chronicler, because Jun is dead. He's Magnet Storm, he's crashing down, and he's surviving for a moment. Never you mind. BDD pop blossoms, and he picks up 3. Oh man, he's really got his eye in on this particular champion. He's aiming, feels the killer instinct, and launches himself into the river. That is going to collect a kill on the Xayah. Young Jay trying to escape, but there is the flash. The rain is looking pretty Acathian, but it's not quite enough to grab the kill on Miss Piggy, and now they've even got a Rift Herald to add insult to injury. And that will equal an outer turret in the mid lane. Mathematics mid play-by-play, as that is going to be a Hook missing, but they are going to get some of the spells left, right, and center. Double charge for Shirley. High value on her, and aiming just transitions his little excursion towards the bottom side jungle into an outer turret in bot.
And the start of this fight is not as one-sided as initially it looks, right? Jun is able to stay alive for a long time, and a lot of cooldowns go down, and he doesn't actually end up getting taken down. But there he is, once again, BDD with an incredible combo there. And the key thing is, because of the knock-up, by the time that the Feather Storm comes through, Taeyoon is already dead.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have the health, aiming doesn't get the 5th shot, but it doesn't matter, right? He was able to get, I'm pretty sure, a bot lane turret. The entirety of the mid play was successful. They get the kill, they get the turret, they get a 2nd charge.
Oh, what's aiming doing up here? Snare going to connect. Blooming Burst, a whole bunch of value, but Dudu is, you know, pretty durable. He'll be okay. As Young Jay, he knows this part of the map. He's going to back away from it. I respect that decision. As aiming or BDD, based on how this game is going to turn up in mid lane from Quandong Freaks' perspective. Mahen's just going to back away from Jun for the minute. So far, it is 1 Herald away from perfect game territory, as Bulldog's looking to try and change that, but Hook into the wall will allow Lahens to get himself out of there. Shape Splitter, there's a Pop Blossom, as okay, Dudu going to get snared once again. A lot of damage here from this Nico, and Kuz is just going to say, no, you're not going to be able to knock me away. I'm Vi.
Oh yeah, Dudu, unfortunately on that one, can't ult away to Vi. Unstoppable once that button is pressed. Dudu just goes down.
It's a bit ironic that it's called cease and desist and you can't cease and desist, even if you want to.
That is, wow, I never thought about it. I was still thinking about Mad World and the fact that the first line is all around, you know, all around his familiar faces.
Hey, it's true though, isn't it?
And it's Nico! So we see familiar faces all the time!
And it's also Quandong Freaks and KT, and they have a lot of overlap in the teams that they've played for. Yep. Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Yeah. As BDD...
It is a mad world today, isn't
I know! As BDD sets them up, and then, yeah, unfortunately for Dudu, there is no outcome where you live in that one after that point and time. And the previous game was competitive. This one, not looking so hot.
No.
As Young Jay, maybe this time we could get Keen.
No, this is his safe place. This Tri-Brush up here, this is where he goes to reflect. And he's been there quite a few times.
Surely this time they'll get him, right?
Yep. He's up there reflecting, as now feels like he's
just
ready to go
just where he goes to think, okay?
Yeah.
He's just blasting some character and calling it a day. Thinking about what happened to him.
Yep. Probably some Bryan Adams, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. Some Michael Bolton.
Oh, yeah. That's what you need. especially as a young person. Obviously, Michael Bolton and Brian Adams are what they're going to go towards.
Hey, you know, maybe
even
you were
I'm
young.
too old for that.
Maybe you love the Hercules soundtrack. You're just jamming some Golden Distance by Michael Bolton. There's no shame in that.
Absolutely no shame in that. Or you like the Three Musketeers soundtrack.
What happened?
It's some Brian Adams for you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so all that remains now for Kwangdong is to 100-0 BDD before he can do anything. That is the one... Like
I think if they like
angle.
walk into a fight and BDD and aiming both fall down, then they win.
I mean, maybe
like,
BDD isn't there. Maybe he's busy.
Maybe he's
doing
not
something
BDD.
else.
Yeah. He might be like practicing being a Gromp or something like that. As Hook is going to connect onto Young Jae. This isn't his safe place. He's going to Arctic Assault his way out as Jun. He's not going to be so lucky. It's going to pay for the sins of his jungler. And Taeyun just has to watch on in horror as his bottom laner is taken out. Bulldog will find Keen, or has Keen found Bulldog? I'm not entirely sure. And Cuz going to transition into doing a Baron. Because they can. It's 20 minutes into the game. Baron has spawned. And that means it kind of belongs to KT. They are so far ahead, Chronicler. It is difficult to commentate this game in a way that makes it feel competitive.
Well, you know why that is, Atlas.
Is it from lack of competition?
It's from lack of competition.
Oh, not again!
Yeah, and again, I think the core issue is that often in games like this, you can look to points of supreme scaling, right? But the reality is, the KT comp scales very well. Like, if you're talking like late game, then maybe some of them can fall off if you're talking like full build, but I don't know how we get there. I don't see the lines, and I don't think Kwangdong right now see the lines with being down a Baron, 3 Drakes.
Mate, Dudu doesn't have a Mythic yet.
Yeah.
Maybe the idea is to switch to Trinity Force Hullbreaker.
And he
just go
okay, but they have
split-hopping.
Nash. They have Nash.
Not forever.
They're killing the base, Atlas. The base is being sieged. They're gonna lose their inhibitor.
If somehow their Nexus doesn't explode, they can win this game.
Yeah, I feel like you need an unreasonable number of Bard ults to keep the Nexus alive in this one. And he's
just
done
buy
in
it
the
a
game.
stopwatch. Buy
it
my
a stopwatch.
There you go. Convince your inhibitors to come back. All right, we're flashing. We're looking for an angle as Lahens is just by himself in the mid lane for some reason. He had a stopwatch. Was this the engage the whole time? Surely not. He finds the hook. What the heck kind of 7-head play was that, Lahens? That's not allowed. That's wallet diff, right? He doesn't just have a huge brain, right? Surely he didn't mean that.
Bold of you to assume Lahens doesn't plan every moment of this game from start to finish, Atlas. Lahens is a genius and will have it no other way.
Well, look, you've convinced me, Chronicler. And by you, I mean Lahens convinced me with what he just did.
A very convincing man.
Yes. And they do have a very large advantage, and there's only one turret that has been taken by Kwangdong Freak so far as anything else is considered on the map. And a couple of heralds, I think.
So the key takeaway from this game is that we don't really know how good KT is, right? We shouldn't get excited. I don't think that...
Oh, no, we're definitely not excited.
There's any reason to... Yeah,
but, I mean, this was just...
No, it's beautiful. Yeah,
absolutely repugnant, to be honest.
They're up 10k gold. And what I'm really happy to see, and this is something that we keep giving KT credit for, and we're going to remain doing as long as they keep playing like this, is that they are the best at pushing leads in the LCK at the moment. There isn't really a team that matches them in the way that they're able to reliably turn small leads into completely game-shattering deficits.
Oh, Bulldog going to be able to press his distortion once again. It's okay. They will be able to take down Cuz. He is going to lock
one.
At least one here as Jun is going to be put up in the air as that's another hook. Lahens going in one more time. They do have very heavy wallets and they are going to use them. As Bulldog, there's a killer instinct. He finds him. The Acathian Rain's not enough. The calculation not quite there.
Oh, even with red buff, that must have been single-digit health there.
Oh, man.
On Bulldog.
You'd have to say, calculated on Bulldog's part.
No, not even close. He knew.
Oh, yeah.
Like Lehens, he was aware from the beginning.
KT just look so clean this season. It is absolutely amazing. And I think that it makes sense to consider this the best team in the LCK, even with Gen G and the run that they've been on, and the fact that they beat KT in the first round robin. That had some extenuating circumstances and things like that I don't really want to talk about, but I'm really looking forward to the rematch between these two teams.
Yeah. That's what we're looking forward to. That's what we're waiting for.
Don't really want to see that kind of engage from Cuz, as we're going to have a look at Lehens getting caught yet again. Don't know how genius this one is, though, as he's going to flash away. There's another cease and desist to come through here as the rest of KT are barreling forward. K'Sante has joined the fight. Lehens this time is not going to find the hook.
Wait.
And Keen taking a lot of damage as Jun, he's going to get singled out. And KT, they keep themselves alive, and they do manage to take down the bottom lane. Glacial Prison comes in as Cuz once again going to find more Killer Instinct from aiming, and it's exactly that as he flashes on top of Dudu. They're going to be able to grab the kill on the jungler and the top laner, and now Bulldog is the last man standing. Looks to try and kill aiming, but he's got a stopwatch. And BDD just celebrating, just pressing his ult button, and Bulldog, you're a great player.
Trying, man.
He is actually just really good at this game. He's making them work for it. And eventually, he will say, all right, KT, you've got me this time. But they do manage to at least get one kill before they go out onto Cuz earlier on. And KT, they will close this one out. 10 games in a row for KT Rolster. The roller coaster hasn't come down just yet.
And up and up and up they go. Game number one was a little bit dicey at times for KT. There was actually a considerable amount of pressure being levied as Lehens and Youngjae share a smile as they hug it out. And KT, game number one, game number two, a complete and utter stomp.
It really was. And there are a lot of young players on Kwangdong Freaks, but both of the veterans have played with Lehens, of course. That's why you see Dudu getting a little bit of a hug there as well. Viper and Lehens on Harmful Life a couple of years ago.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, so
it was not a good time.
It was not a good time, nor was this for Kwangdong Freaks. But if you're a KT fan, you're feeling pretty good about the performance of this squad. And if you're just an LCK fan in general, you've probably been following Keen for a long time, wanting him to succeed, following BDD for a long time, wanting him to succeed as well, making it to semifinals at Worlds, making it so far, and yet not all the way so many times. This is a guy that has been on some of the best rosters we've ever seen and never quite made it over that final hurdle. And if KT keeps performing like this, then it could be a real fairy tale.
We should definitely keep our expectations.
Oh yeah, no, it's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to. But like, if there's ever a time for you to talk about it, it's right now after 10 games in a row, right?
I agree.
And so you got to say it before, like, it's a roller coaster. You know, gravity exists.
Well, if they time the descent well, they can go back up by the time we hit playoffs, Atlas.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Like, keep building track. Keep building track.
And what I want to highlight as well, which makes this roster so cool to me, particularly for Keen and BDD, Keen really looked like a shadow of himself for like the last 2 years on Afrika/Kwangdong. And it wasn't necessarily that he himself looked rough, but it was just not the level of consistent performance that we've come to expect of him. Yeah. BDD, obviously, and not necessarily due to his own performance, right? There were a lot of circumstances, but with Nongshim last year really going through what I imagine must have been one of the hardest years in his career, and then coming back in this fashion with a KT where it just looks like everything comes together so beautifully. The top side is playing amazingly. Lehens is just Lehens. I don't we don't need to really discuss him any further. And then aiming, having lost so much of his inconsistencies, seemingly the kill force left or right notwithstanding.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. And honestly, aiming just needs to be there and capable of dealing with having Lehens as support. I mean, that's his job.
It is.
I think he does so absolutely beautifully. I think his playstyle has always been like a secondary carry on every team that he's played for. And those kind of players win world championships in certain metas, right? Like Ghost is a world champion for exactly that reason, because his facilitative play is so good. And I think aiming certainly fits this topside playstyle that KT have, whether it's meta or not. I think it's just really, really cool to see.
And in a lot of the recent games, and this really speaks to me, to KT keep performing the way they do, is that it hasn't actually been keen on carries. He's actually been frontlining a lot as well, right? Being able to go from a Quinn game to then being a Malphite and getting...
He's also the only one that's allowed to play Malphite in our league.
Which, the comparison that comes to mind, right, is a player like 369, who just seems to be the best at both. When it comes to carries, when it comes to tanks. And seeing this KT play as well as they did in this game number 2 is just a pleasure.
It absolutely is. And also, top lane has, like, if you're talking internationally, if you're talking about the LCK as a whole, top lane has been a weakness of ours for quite a few years.
2021 comes to mind.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, Keen is certainly, he has been one of our best for so long. As Bulldog really trying his very best here. It's just not quite enough. But still, shout out to Bulldog. I think he actually still had a very nice game. You could see there as well, making a bunch of gold. Gets that last sidestep and then dies on his own terms.
Just to prove that he could do it.
He's like, by the way, my hands are real good. And we agree. Lehens is saying sorry. Looks like KT still having a very good time here, aiming over double the damage of Taeyun, as you could expect, because that bottom lane was absolutely bullied this game. And Kwangdong Freaks, yeah, they have had decent early games. They had a decent early game in game number 1, but it really felt like they'd ran out of energy moving into this.
Yeah, it was a great start, but after that, the longevity just wasn't there.
Yep, sometimes you run out of fuel, but you know who hasn't run out of fuel? Our Spaces. So let's throw it over to them to break down this series.
We were born ready for this review, Max, and there's a lot of things to say here. I wanted to see KD Holster more convincing, more convincing in this game, and that's what we saw. Really one-sided game on their side. Can we review draft and see what was the improvement on the side of each composition? Because I feel like the theme of today's games was let's leave the broken champions open. Feels like it's working well.
Yeah, you know, Series 1, getting blasted by Ivan game 1 and thinking, let's run it back. And then this series was Nico clearly being a major problem, and they were like, you know, I could go for that again, which...
Let's run it back, guys.
Not the greatest play. I do think it's interesting that they, well, I think it's a good call that they decided to pick up the Xayah. Obviously, if your AD carry is struggling to survive in team fights, that ultimate is super valuable. Unfortunately, you need to be level 6 before you get that. And at that point, Taeyun had already died twice, so...
Yeah, I liked how KT Rolster, they got not only Nico, but they also were able to get by on second rotation. Poppy, generally good against dashes, but not ones where you're unstoppable, which we did see once they got ahead. They used that to very good play. Also, the Kai'Sa pickup early I thought was really good, and it did also kind of suspiciously feel like Kwangdong Freaks were not paying attention to the other side, and were only focusing on their own draft. Like, what with the Xayah, they're like, okay, well, we're gonna do this, we're gonna, like, feel the pressure. I don't know, it just didn't work.
Yeah, and also the fact that, you know, the Kai'Sa was picked up, and then they left Nautilus open was a bit of a weird one. You know, I don't know if anyone knows, but Kai'Sa and Nautilus was like a big duo back when Kai'Sa was Still is.
Yeah,
I remember,
I'm not sure about that one.
From like, not too long ago.
Really dominant, and that's what we saw actually in the first minutes of the game. Bot lane didn't work out so well on the side of Kwangdong here. Let's roll the clips, please, and see what happened here, because Kai'Sa got fed a teeny bit too early, I would say.
Yeah, and I love the engage here from the Hens, flashing for the auto, and then it actually, the hook is kind of hidden here, because you expect it maybe to hit the Rel instead, but it connects onto Taeyun, didn't flash in time, and suddenly 2 early kills for the side of KT. And then you may be thinking, well, flash not used by Xayah, Taeyun will have it for the next skirmish. Well, we'll have it for the 3rd skirmish at least.
Yeah, and he did. I mean, it's not really... We joke, and, you know, it's not really all about him, but definitely not the best day for Taeyun. And also, like, some of those engages really, really good. Like, Lehens was on his game, BDD was on his game. certainly KT very far ahead of Quantum Freaks, and those two reels were really like, after that everybody's like, okay, pack it over, it's Jover. Like this is it.
It was so Jover.
Pack it up, like this game is just done, because you could tell that KT, even though they took a little while to get online in game number 1 and the fights weren't that clean, game number 2 they came in with a vengeance, perhaps.
I mean, you can have bad days on League of Legends. Sometimes I'm sure some people can relate at home, of course. And let's not forget that KT is supposed to be and even on this side of the
no,
set.
Twitch chat's perfect.
No, just at
actually.
home. Just
yeah, they
Twitch
never have a bad
chat. But yeah, KT is supposed to be one of the best teams we have in the LCK right now. So for me, it makes sense that they would dominate so much. But what did we learn from this game, guys?
I honestly think, you know, if there's a broken champ, don't run it back. I think that's what I learned from today as a whole.
Yeah.
You get banned for a reason, and Ivan and Nico seem like champions you'd quite like to ban. That's my verdict for the day. Also, running out of health as an AD carry, bad thing.
Bad thing.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what I learned actually from you. You told me today that if you fall below 1 health and you hit 0, actually it's not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep that in mind. That's probably my big problem when I'm playing as well. I hadn't thought of that before. Yeah.
Let's roll the second clip and see what happened also, because we were criticizing the execution on game 1. Was it still the case here in game 2? And again, the way KT Rolster is approaching fight, I think, was beautifully done here.
Yeah, I love that they just opt to engage in the rel because they have the damage to burst through, but then this angle comes in, and I think it's this moment here that once more, Taeyun does jump in the air, but in the end, eventually does run out of health.
No flash this time, so it's the end of him. I mean, either it's so difficult to react really on time to like the Nico ult in this current stage. So
the fact that
really
Nico's invisible when she casts ult from like they're actually nerfing that on the next patch. Because I think it's the most impressive thing is the fact that like you disguise yourself, you can channel the ult, and then you can like flash and dash in with the rocket bell, and then just ult from like invisibility.
It's pretty good.
It looks silly when we look at it from our perspective because we're seeing both sides. We're seeing like the big animation, but as the Xayah, like you see a minion that looks a little bit I'm dead.
Yeah.
Some interactions were nerfed on Galio back then, and to me it makes sense that if Nico is going to provide the same kind of uncounterplayable, if that's the word, I don't think it is, but interactions, it makes sense for me that it would be nerfed.
Until then, ban it.
Until then, ban it, or just ban it. Just ban it. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of... We said in the LPL, actually, they started banning the champion a bit more. So yeah, It feels like even what we thought was a counter to the champion is not in the end. Let's keep our attention on the winners here and reveal the player of the game. Who would it be? Lehens.
Hey.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it was big because he got that really good engage in the bot lane, and then he was part of that second skirmish, and then the game was over. So I think obviously he did make some good engages after that, but I think this one, catching out Taeyun in this manner, the fact that the flash doesn't come in, this really solidified the advantage in the bot lane, and then the second play, which he was also a part of, just made it over. But yeah, constantly looking for engages like this.
Yeah, I like his, Chronicler was talking about his confidence on the broadcast, just in general about, Lehens as a person, but also in terms of his gameplay, right? He sees an enemy champion, he's going to hook them regardless of who it is. Just really confident positioning from ahead and able to land those hooks once and over again, as we do have 1 vote for each of the other lanes, except the top lane, which everybody realized was Cassante, so they didn't want to... There was no Cassante option on the sheet, so nobody voted for Cassante this time.
Yeah, deserved, I feel, on the side of Lehens here. Quick question about Kwangdong. They will be facing off against Liv Sandbox in the next matchup. A bit more balanced matchup maybe for them, but what is the expectation coming into this game?
I think a lot of people looking at Liv Sandbox as the favourites in this one, but Liv Sandbox haven't exactly been too hot themselves. I think the AD carry gap will be the roughest thing right now for Kwangdong in that matchup, but I think it's still very much winnable.
Yeah, I actually voted for Kwangdong. I thought that maybe they could work through the top side. Like Dudu is definitely going to be able to carry a little bit easier in that match because we saw what he was able to do in the first game, right? With Taeyun's help up, or not Taeyun, but Young Jae's help up on the top side, getting ahead. But unfortunately, that's KT, so I think maybe against Liv Sandbox might have a better chance.
We'll see how it works out for them later this week, but for now, the winners are ready on stage for the interview. Dear, take it away for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by BDD and Lehens on the side of KT. Congratulations.
BDD 선수 승리 소감부터 부탁드릴게요.
BDD, how do you feel?
상대적으로 저번 주에 했던 팀들보다는 약팀이지만
So as compared to the opponents that we played last week, I feel like today's opponent was something that we always had to beat. So I'm really happy about the victory.
꼭 이겼어야만 더 혼나서
So
생각합니다.
given that we were against a former teammate, I figured that we have to win against them. You guys are on a 5-match and 10-game win streak already. Is there a secret to all the continuous wins? I feel like the team atmosphere lately has been really good.
팀적인 분위기가 좋았기 때문에 이런 결과가 나왔던 것 같습니다. 네, BDD 선수 오늘 1, 2세트 모두 뱀픽 단계에서 니코가
BDD,
풀렸는데요.
both one of the first and second games had Nico open. So why do you think your opponent left it open?
르블랑이 스태틱 뜨고 이제
Just
사이드에서
like
오면은 니코 상대로
game
유리하게
one,
갈수 있어서
feel like they thought that LeBlanc with static might be good against Nico when she goes side lanes.
BDD 선수한테는 니코를 풀어주지 못하는 장면이 굉장히 많았던 것 같습니다.
I feel like there are a lot of moments where they shouldn't have left Nico open.
얘를 먼저 선픽으로 가져가면서
And when they picked Rel, they blind picked Rel in both games 1 and 2. So what was the game plan with Alistar and Nautilus? Like with the buff that Rel received, I think we definitely went with our draft around all the buffs and the patch notes. BDD, you disguise yourself with Baron Empowered, Cannon, Minion, and Vision Ward. Which target do you think is the most effective to disguise into? I think minions are maybe a little too obvious, but I try to think and predict what I have to turn into to catch the opponents off guard. And in game 1, you landed a 3-man Nico ult. Let's take a look at the replay. How did you find this angle to ult? So when Nico ults while disguised, you can't see her for a bit. So I think given that I try to utilize my ult and try to catch the opponents off guard. Lian, all 3 of your POGs so far has been with Nautilus. How does it feel knowing this? So my partner, aiming, he just plays so well. I feel like he should have been the one who received POG, but so happy. I just feel bad. And in game 2, bot lane won early. So by now, your Nautilus should keep everyone in check. So do you want to give the other teams a warning about your Nautilus? Yeah, you guys don't have aiming as your AD carry, so you guys should be scared. I feel like I did pretty well here though. You keep mentioning how good aiming is. He actually bought static shiv at 8 minutes. So did you figure that the game was over by then? Yeah, it's my favorite blue item. When I saw that, I was like, oh, well, fighting, thank you so much. You won game 2 with such a refreshing performance. KT's becoming more and more dominant as the weather is getting hotter. So do you think KT of Summer is science, which means KT's success is guaranteed in the summer? Yes, I believe that KT of Summer is science. Now, with you securing your 5th consecutive win, your next opponent is Nongshim Red Force. We'll make sure to prepare for our next match well and win. I feel like we've been receiving a lot of criticism lately, but no matter how hard you try, it won't affect us.
네, 리엔즈 선수도 각오한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
And Lihan, let's hear your resolution. Yeah, please stop attacking my mid.
네, 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
And this will be the end of the interview with BDD and Lihans, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, and also happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I want you all in chat to spam, please. I'm gonna be paying attention to this, but to follow up on the interview, KT Warsaw players are getting excited as well when it comes to their season. Yeah, I know.
I'm really excited for KT.
Yeah, can you not, please?
They're in a great spot. I'm really excited for their chances to actually overcome Genji here in an exciting 1 versus 2 clash.
Yeah, I think there's... Honestly, with the form they're currently in, I think Genji has to be concerned about how the matchup goes next time around. It was obviously close the first time around, even with the hijinks from the Static Shiv. And yeah, I think KT are in fantastic form. And the thing is, every player seems to be in good form. For the OPGG POG, we had 4 KT players nominated, and the one who wasn't, Lehens, just got a POG there. So the whole team looks to be in great form. And I think that's the difference. Is like there are a lot of teams with great players in the LCK, but KT feels like everyone is in fighting form right now, and they're so cohesive as a unit.
We'll see if they can keep on bringing the momentum like this. It's a marathon in the end. Let's take a look at the next matchups we have tomorrow. Genji versus Ro and DRX Leaf Sandbox. Any thoughts on this?
Genji, you gotta watch out for the Giga Chads, if I'm gonna be honest.
Right?
That's rough. That's scary. You never know what you're gonna run into, right? Bro, they were able to take down DK. Why not Genji?
Yeah.
Could be the next
the King
that they slay.
Exactly.
Could happen.
Could happen. Could happen. We'll see about this tomorrow. That's a story for another day. We are done with this first day of week 4 in the LCK. Happy birthday, Jisun, as well. Of course, it's been a Phil's birthday, man, for everyone here in production and in the crew. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you at the space with me. And thank you so much for following the LCK at home. Also, we'll see you tomorrow for more League of Legends. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm
오케이, 전투의 불이 어디 있어? 이 엄사령관의 통제 아래 코랍된 선수라든가 다들 활약을 잘했다 보니까 꺾이지 않는 DRX 점승 신고합니다. 선수들의 미소나 이런 웃음을 얼마 만에 보는지 기억이 안 날 정도예요. 여름의 서막이 드디어 열립니다. 오케이, 우리 되네. 되잖아. 오케이 브리오 꼼짝마.